guys like Ken Strafes, like very underrated, just because he's a smaller content creator, but has been cracked out across multiple titles over the last couple mobile games that have launched, and he's dominated every single one of them.
I love that. I mean, Beef Mommy, any other names that come to mind?
Easy. You got the pro players that have been doing this thing for years now. We got Tectonic. I saw his name there a while ago. Little B, he was a former pro player as well. So definitely gonna watch out for those people. I know it's mostly like multiplayer, but they can definitely bring that into the Warzone map that we love.
Здорово всем, ребята. Вот релиз, начинается релиз Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. Давайте смотреть вместе. Лайки прожать не забудьте, ребята.
It's a great point, and a lot of conversation can happen around that. But we had a chance to actually talk to Imal, Roballo, and Rose Smith, who are definitely going to...
Есть награды, вот такой награда. Вот. Перс, Кёник.
I am so excited for Warzone Mobile.
Dude, I'm like staggered about this.
The fact that we had multiplayer maps and BR in one game, you know, like that's...
And I've been a Warzone player since Verdansk, so having that come to mobile...
I love the fact that it's got cross progression, which means I can play on PC and console, and then I can switch over to mobile and keep all my weapon skins, battle pass skins.
Like having Warzone Mobile while being mobile is insane. The cross progression system, I think that's incredible.
We've got Modern Warfare 3 movement in Warzone Mobile is insane. It's exactly like the PC and console version, and
I'm gonna get my hands to the game. I'm grinding it all day long.
The fact that they've been able to add not only Verdansk, but also a ton of multiplayer maps all into a mobile device is incredible.
Well, another word you're going to hear all day today is incredible. No question about it. I know all of our content creators are super excited. And I think, you know, talking about what some of our content creators have been chatting about and what they're kind of working towards, it is all about leveling up their weapons, right? You've got to get into some of these metas. Everybody's already trying to figure out what the meta is. That's classic Call of Duty. And I think when you look back on kind of the beginning of Verdansk and the beginning of Warzone, you look at some of these content creators that got their start in Warzone by being loadout aficionados. I mean, Bobby, you know a lot about that. A lot of people make loadout videos.
Они, смотрите, задний фон их не, блядь. Типа они в самолете сидят. Это просто картина такая сзади. По-моему, он кругом стоит вот так вот. Либо просто сплошной. Сейчас посмотрим.
You can unlock tokens that you use there. The Ram 7's available there. That's arguably the best AR in the game. The HRM, arguably the best SMG. And then the MTZ556, I believe you unlock it level 12. So those three unlockable very early on and pretty dominant weapons. So if you're just getting started, those would be my recommendations.
Look, I don't know if you all knew, but Bobby plays as a content creator. He knows his stuff. Okay, I think he made a video on this already. So.
Yeah, I posted that video last night.
Oh, okay. No wonder.
Incredible. All right. Well, hey, I'm really excited to talk to more of our content creators as well, and I think as we go into it, it'll be fun to watch the kind of playstyles evolve. Beef Mommy, you were talking about multiplayer players getting into Warzone and kind of their efficiency in the game, because map knowledge is everything. So what do you think from a kind of newer player with Verdansk, like your main goal is when you hop into Verdansk?
Honestly, I've been a COD player for years now, and so hopping into those multiplayer maps, it wasn't really much of a struggle, but since it was my first time in Verdansk, that BR type of gameplay, I was so lost. But at the same time, I have been watching a bunch of streamers play it, so that's why I know where to drop. I know what places to avoid. I ain't going to top prison. I ain't going to prison at all. Superstore, I'm avoiding all of those crowded areas. I'm going to the outskirts, man.
We're going to have so much time to talk about Verdansk, Rebirth Island, our multiplayer maps, so much going on. It's time, though, for our first look at some gameplay here on Main Broadcast. We're going to be tapping into Ken Strafe's stream, which, Bobby, you called him out. So let's take a look at some of the gameplay and see where he's at. That is definitely Verdansk, my friends. Bobby, it is so good to see some gameplay on screen.
Yeah, and Ken, once again, he's known for his gameplay, but definitely somebody I would consider a little bit of a movement god whenever it comes to any game that he plays, and naturally that's something he's going to be bringing into Verdansk. They are gradually trying to introduce some of those Modern Warfare 3 mechanics. High alert, going to give him some information right there. Not sure how many people left, but this is a tight circle. But he's definitely more than capable of handling it. Looks like probably solo as his teammates been taken down as well.
Man, it is so interesting to see what kind of perks that all of these players are going to be rocking as well. Like what you said already, high alert. You're going to be having that dead eye. That's definitely going to be really one of the more popular perks that we actually see here alongside the warden. That's going to be more aggressive. But yeah, it really is important as well if you're going to potentially become a pro player to know what kind of perks you'll be using along with your teammates.
I love how deep into the analysis we're already getting, and I'm just staring at the map like, we're back.
Nostalgia hits.
Look, he's going for the throwing knife play. This is Call of Duty, my friends. Already grabbing another knock here as we're into the final.
Aleyküm assalam. Just kendime yaptınız. Zaten yapsam.
Oh no! Oh my goodness.
And he get the win on broadcast? I don't even know if he knows.
Böyle yapıyor.
Congratulations, my friend.
Sen Uzi oyunu olsan mı?
We'll continue to hop around to some different streams as we kind of get our first look. And now we're moving over to Rebirth Island.
Ben Alcatraz oyunu ot.
Favorite, you know, Beef Mommy, talk to me about Rebirth Island because this is something that's been around for a long time as well. And genuinely, content creators have made so many videos on.
I know. I was literally just watching yesterday a streamer just go crazy over in Alcatraz. Like for me, I love this map just because of how tight everything is. I'm more of a aggressive player, so I definitely sport that warden. But you already know that most of these players in this map will be sporting SMGs like the AMR-9.
Yeah, look, I mean, Bobby, when you think about Resurgence, what's your mentality around Battle Royales? Because that's the thing about Warzone Mobile. It literally has something for everyone, right? Everybody's got different playstyles. Everybody's got something that they prefer, whether it's Big Map BR, we've got Mobile Royale.
Çıkan bo'lishki de O'zbekistonda hammaga. Men bugun Chiliz bolalar orqali anaqani skinni oldim Ghost o'zim akkauntimga. O'ris bolalar kirib o'zimning telefonidan kirib men akkauntimni olib berishdi.
And they've pretty much exclusively been playing Rebirth Island just because, like, that's where you can get the most gunfights. That's where you have the ability to really hone in your gun skill. And that's part of the reason why these content creators do love it so much. Even when it comes to custom lobbies, because just everybody landing on each other over and over and over again to see who does have the best gun skill in those scenarios. So Little B's another person that I know has been putting in a lot of work, especially in those Rebirth Island customs. And you've got some other big names on his team like Rabalo in Space as well, obviously. Especially
Call of Duty Mobile'da keyinchalik yopiladigan gapi bor hali.
Those are three guys that anybody's going to recognize, and looks like they're off to a solid start here.
Man, I'd be scared to be in the same lobby as them, dude. They're like shredding. And like what you mentioned, what we've been mentioning in the broadcast is like all these pro players just from MP moving to BR, you already know that it's just that good of a gameplay and that they really are grinding this in the last few months that it's been in alpha, in beta, and we've seen such key differences, especially in terms of even the graphics.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great shot. I mean, I think it's been proven on main stage as we tune in over to Ferg that map knowledge is a lot, but technical skill is near everything, right? You have to have both, and so these players have been working on their technical skill. But back to Verdansk we go, and first drop with Ferg himself. Talk about a grinder, by the way. This guy is putting in.
byFEVRAL oyunu ot. byFEVRAL.
He's already been live for like 6-7 hours. He's gonna be live for the next, like, I don't know, 5 days. Like, who knows?
Yeah, I know that at the start of like any new game,
Call of Duty Mobile'da ming marta yaxshi.
So fully expecting him to maybe even match the entire duration of our broadcast and then some, given the fact that he started like 8 hours before we did. He's going to be grinding, and as you can see, he's playing 120 player quads. So my assumption is he's probably trying to go for some records right now. That's something that he's been known for in the past. And obviously, we don't have ranked leaderboards yet in Warzone Mobile, but I think that the next step in that process is trying to farm as many kills as you possibly can. And especially now that it's full real person lobbies, it's that much more meaningful.
Yeah, 120 player lobbies. Also, can I just pause our analysis here and excitement around? I'm so excited about Superstore. Oh my gosh, I'm seeing a hot drop on Superstore. Are you joking? Couple beatdowns early. This man is flying around Superstore, looting.
He's gonna do it.
There's so much nostalgia. Yeah, grab an execution while you're at it, Ferg. I love this.
You know what? I want to see something that's super fun from Ferg is to just have execution kills. Like for the entire lobby. I'm pretty sure someone's done it already, but I want Ferg to do it. Like we keep mentioning, he wants to be #1 at every game that he's been playing. And let's see, because I think this time around he might have a difficult time because we see streamers like Bobby, Godsley, and Noah just putting in the hours as well.
Yeah,
Sürekli koruma yaptı.
Specifically Bobby, casting and playing at the same time. What a guy.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Nasıl koruma
I love
yaptı?
that we get a chance to see Superstore early. There's a ton of hot drops on Verdansk, but everything might change.
Bana ben
Everybody
nastroyka.
maybe knows the map already, or maybe you're experiencing it for the first time.
Bot değiştiğinizde TV-sen Transnet сама. Вывод. Mana 20 min turibdi. 2 более хорошее качество mana.
Ferg gets pushed, but I think he's going to be the one playing a bit more aggressive here, Bobby.
Yeah, I got a little deja vu because I
Bo'ldi, shunaqa qo'yib chiqasan.
and Noah in this exact same spot the other day.
Ha, uni men 2K turibdi mana.
Definitely somewhere that it has positive memories.
Mana bitta o'zingni monitoring razрешенияsi qo'yiladi. Mana bitta anaqaniki.
Gunfight doesn't go Ferg's way.
Qilmoqchi bo'lgan, stream qilmoqchi bo'lgan razрешение qo'yasiz.
Is you got the Google and if you play it well, a free kill as well.
Yeah, not just the Gulag, but the showers, which is such a classic kind of ode to the past, right? Well, look, we're going to be tuning into gameplay all day today, but we have a very special person going to be joining us here in the booth. It is Chris Plummer, who I'm sure you've seen videos and updates around the game from Chris. He's been putting out so much content for us. Chris, it is so good to have you, of course, head of mobile at Activision Blizzard.
Mana direktori, generalniy direktorimiz. Warzone Mobile.
Today's really exciting. We were watching players stream in. We've been entering those hot lobbies and just seeing what it's like to
Chris Plummer.
experience the real thing now finally. And it does feel so different, you know, when all the players are real and they're really going after you. It's so exhilarating. So we're excited to be here with you guys and, you know, share this moment with all the players. So thanks for inviting us on.
Yeah, look, Chris, I was watching Winsanity stream last night, and he was like, this feels like scrim lobbies. Why is everyone so sweaty? And I think it's because everybody's been so ready to be here, and they're going to put in so many hours, and I know we're all excited about it. But I mean, Chris, I think first question for you is just like, you've had
İnternetini skorusu neçe Jaske?
What does it look like kind of now that we're here, looking back on where you started?
So, you know, when we started this game, the real thing we wanted to do was connect our audience across all platforms, and you know, mobile being the biggest platform in the world, it was super important for mobile to be a part of that. And we saw with games like, you know, when Warzone came out on console and PC, how our Call of Duty community was really able to kind of start talking about the same stuff. They had the shared progression, they had a shared kind of conversation, and we wanted mobile to be a part of that. But in order to do it, we needed to be on the Call of Duty tech because that's what enables the cross progression. That's what enables, like, you know, the shared battle pass and all that stuff. And so that's where it started. And then kind of as we went, we started to unlock other things like, hey, wait a minute, we can do a lot more players, like real players, because we're using Demonware technology and we got the COD tech. And so just one thing after another started to kind of fall into place. So although we started with this ambition to kind of really get the whole Call of Duty community together and give them a way to kind of, you know, experience a shared, you know, a shared aspiration and kind of a shared conversation, it turned into so much more than that with the 120 players, with, you know, being able to actually have this really advanced visuals as well as support 6 generations of devices, and then be able to roll forward with that into the future. So that's kind of how it started, but like honestly, it's starting today.
Nimaga unaqa cho'zilib ekraning anaqa bo'lib
It
qolgan
feels
sal kichkina
surreal
bo'lib
that
qolgan.
we're actually doing this because we've been talking about this in COD Next for the last 2 years, man. And it's just so nice that we finally get to see the game up and running. Have you played it? What's your favorite part of the game? I just wanted to have your own personal take on it because I know like, we can be technical and stuff, but I want to know what your personal thoughts are. What's your favorite thing here?
So I guess I'm kind of old school on Battle Royale.
Ben YouTube'dan emas, Twitch'ten ko'raman ben de. Sen YouTube'dan ko'ryorsan shekilli, tamam.
I love the strategy of it. I like the kind of phases of the game. I like how social it is in order to, you know, to really coordinate and stuff with your squaddies. But like, you don't have to. You can kind of split off and stuff and regroup later. And just with the real players now, it's like the level of intensity and anxiety around what could be around the next corner is like so much higher. So I really like that. But I mean, like, you know, it's fun to play all the different modes. I love going into Rebirth Resurgence. That's such an awesome map. You know, it's so much fun to kind of, explore and like have all the loot and stuff respawning. So it's like got so much more going on. And then of course MP and you're playing shoot the ship. It's like an ultimate way to grind camos. But if I'm playing like
13 adam korudu.
jumping into the full BR with the blood.
Obviously, the game has come really far since COD Next of 2022, but I think most people that have been playing the game over that time would agree, like the biggest jump that has been made.
OBC'ni o'zidan to'g'rilaysan. Mana bunaqa narsa bor, qara.
What's your favorite thing that they've been able to implement?
Mana bu ekran bor-ku, mana bu bitta to'g'rilaydigani bor. Mana saniki mana bunaqa bo'lib qolganda, tushundingmi? Mana bunaqa bo'lib kichkina bo'lib qolgan. Shuni kattalashtirasaan mana. Keyin zamokka bosib qo'yasan, bo'ldi.
And as time went on and you get more into optimization and stuff, you start to find ways to make it happen. And so we have a bunch of technologies that all kind of came together toward the end. We have much higher fidelity graphics on kind of across the board. We have peak graphics for a few devices, which is more of like it's almost like an R&D example of what we can do into the future. And we'll just keep doing that as new devices come out. But we had the streaming technology, which really made a lot of that possible. So like you can install the game. It's a relatively, it's a reasonable install footprint. This is a sophisticated game, so you're going to have some space on your device.
Menga desa boru, Call of Duty Mobile'dan 1000 marta yaxshi mana shu ham bor.
Managing that as you play, so you're not just going to bloat infinitely. As we add content, we're like managing that stuff smartly. So I think being able to up the caliber of the visuals and then be able to do that in a way that kind of we can manage your device footprint and stuff. I think I'm really excited by that because it really starts to feel like it rivals other platforms at times. If you're running it on the latest device. And then when I go back to I remember when we announced it at Next a couple years ago, and we were playing Verdansk then, and at that time it was like, man,
Yorishadi hozir ko'tinaman.
Like, wow, this is bringing back memories, and that's kind of like what our min spec visuals and performance is today. So we've been able to kind of like move the needle so much further across the board, and now because we weren't running on our min spec at that time, but now that fidelity is what's actually running now. I think it's important for players to understand that because we have this kind of sophisticated engine, they are going to need to play a few matches in a lot of cases in order to stream down all those high fidelity visuals. I've even heard cases where like maybe it can look lower fidelity.
Yo'q, saniki ekran kichkina bo'lib qolgan.
And so like as you play, you're going to find match to match to match. Like all of a sudden the visuals are getting better and better, and that's streaming technology at work. So give it a few matches, and you may be surprised at how much better.
Mana Jaska saniki.
I love that answer too, because I think a lot of people at home are trying to figure out what's
Mana
the
saniki.
optimal, and I'm sure there's 1,000 content creators making videos on what.
Uni kattalashtirishing kerak.
But talk to me a little bit about some of the developments you all have made around kind of battery life and heating and cooling and things like that, because I know that's been a big emphasis the last couple months.
So I think things like battery and thermals are like they're a never-ending journey when you're developing for mobile platforms, and we've made a lot of progress there. We've also exposed things in the options settings so you can prioritize your battery life if you want to. There's also certain features we were
Bilmasam nimadanligini ko'rsatdimi senga?
now we've kind of like separated them out so people can be a little bit more a la carte and how they customize their performance.
Mana bu yerdan bo'lib qolganda, saniki mana bundan bo'lib qolgan. Nastroyga kirasan, Voivodga kirasan, videoga kirsang, video mana bu bor-ku, mana bu kichkina bo'lib qolgan.
And the same is true on any
Mana bu razрешение manikidaqa qo'y bo'ldi.
So if you're running at a faster frame rate, that's going to
Mana videoga kir, mana. Nastroyga,
choose those things because sometimes
video, mana.
on the go and you just want to make sure you're reserving your battery.
Uning uchun streamni o'chirishing kerak qilishing uchun.
Playing at 60 instead of uncapped.
Mana buni method lanshoshga qo'yasan, cho'tki mashta beruvni 36 qo'ydirib.
And of course, a lot of folks who are streaming today, they have all kinds of interesting contraptions to kind of keep the device like super cool. And apparently, like if you do that, like you can trick the device into doing all kinds of performance stuff. But yeah, I mean, we've tried to expose that stuff so players can choose, and we'll keep doing that sort of thing over time.
That's funny that you mentioned that, because that's exactly what I was doing last night. I was trying to trick my phone to get like the max, uncapped, unchaotic type of gameplay that I could actually have. So one thing that not only can you customize your cell phone and your loadout, but I want to talk about like Battle Pass or anything that is actually like mobile exclusive, because we keep saying that yes, it is going to be cross progression, but are there any things that mobile has to offer that either PC or console won't have?
there are a few things, yes. And I think, like, first I'll say there's the content that's available that is connected to the rest of the franchise. It's really important to check that stuff out, because when you see what's in the Battle Pass, for example, on Warzone Mobile, I mean, the caliber of that content, I'd put against any game out there to even come close to put that stuff in their Battle Pass. I mean, like, it is ridiculous content. It's made by the same developers who are making AAA console and PC, and it's now on your phone. So we're really, really proud of that. But on top of that, like, we know the mobile players have additional things that they like, different tastes, different types of content that are appealing. So we're augmenting that with additional content. There's some what we call them, like WZM or Warzone Mobile OG bundles and stuff. They're unique to
Ko'rinishi tiniq bo'lishiga tiniq. Просто
Warzone Mobile that have
cho'zilib
exclusive
qolgan.
content. In fact, when Operation Day Zero kicks off tomorrow, there's some exclusive rewards in Operation Day Zero that are exclusive to mobile. We also have some rewards that everyone in the community across all COD platforms can unlock, but we have some mobile specific ones too. So we realize that, like, there's different tastes and stuff, and then we have additional content that's even more elaborate, that's more like, you know, collect all 10 items and keeps, and those will be dropping less frequently, but we have a few of those as well. So we're trying to just provide a really well-rounded offering of content that includes connected content that you can find on the AAA console and PC titles, and also mobile-specific content to just round out the overall offering.
I know because Warzone Mobile is built on the Call of Duty engine, that's presented some challenges, especially in regards to optimization, that probably a lot of mobile games have never faced. What does that optimization process look like moving forward as you guys continue to try to work with more chipset providers, phone makers, whatever that would look like?
Yeah, so, you know, optimization is, again, it's an ongoing thing. So we work directly with the chips makers on both Android and iOS, and make sure that we're, one, understand, like, how to maximize the performance we can get out of them, and also where are the gains that we can make to make them run more efficiently.
Hozir meni planshetim bo'lganda, planshetim yoki telefonim bo'lganda o'zim o'ynab, o'zim stream qilardim, bor.
So I think that's started very early on. We needed to get on our mid-spec.
Men telefonim prostoyda 4 gigabayt operativ ketdi, o'shaning uchun o'ynab olmayapti.
For people who've been watching the game's development since, let's say,
Telefon не поддерживает тот, аппарат не поддерживает.
devices, performance has improved a lot, and I think, you know, as time goes on, we'll find other ways to unlock performance. It's just the nature of the beast, but it's been an exciting journey, as it always is on mobile, because there's so many different devices to support. It's a really interesting and compelling technical challenge that a lot of our developers enjoy.
I love that answer, Chris. Now, while we've been talking, I don't know if you noticed, we've had Ferg's gameplay going, and obviously a very talented player. We want to show you just
Mana orqasidagi bu rasm emas ekan, u animatsiya
on
bo'lyapti.
Verdansk while we were talking.
Is he taking out a whole squad?
He's taking out a whole squad, Chris. Look, this is exactly what we expect from Ferg. Talk to me just about your first kind of reactions around watching some high-level gameplay here from Ferg.
I love how he aims for the head, you know.
Yeah.
It's automatic.
This is how it's done. Aim high.
Hey, aim small, miss small, Chris. That's the strategy, I think, for a lot of our top-level players. I mean, I love that he's playing from the gas, too. This is such a classic Warzone moment.
And just kind of, you've got to make sure that you always have a gas mask on. I've seen multiple streamers just absolutely sport this, and he's playing it to perfection.
Yeah, he's so calm because he knows. He's watching his health go down, but he's like, I got this.
Himothy.
I love because he gives the I'm him call, and then he also says I'm dead, and then he still survives the entire situation somehow.
And he's still staying right on the perimeter. He's like, okay, I got this. I still got a little bit of breath in me. All right, catch my breath. Look out. Nice.
Yeah, it's crazy the levels these guys are able to reach. Obviously, with mobile shooters being around as long as they have, so many of these guys have refined their movement, their aim, and finding ways to adapt it. Because there are, I think, also some unique settings for Warzone Mobile, and the fact that you do have the cross availability for controller players to play alongside mobile players, I think is really cool, because it does give mobile players finally an opportunity to showcase that they are able to compete against those other inputs as well.
Actually, I wanted to ask you, Chris, like, how is it like to balance out the mobile players and also the controller players? Because obviously it's a little bit different, and we obviously also hear a lot about aim assist here.
Yeah, so aim assist is it's a part of the genre, but Call of Duty definitely has its own secret sauce when it comes to handling aim assist, and we have that system in Warzone Mobile. What we think is really interesting is when you watch players like, we're watching Ferg here. He's clearly 100% touch and will probably challenge anybody on a controller and say, I'll smoke you. And that's the reality, right? There's people who will absolutely dominate with touch, and there are people who dominate, with controllers and stuff. And it's like, they're all have their different strengths and weaknesses. And right now what we're trying to do is like, let's watch and see, because we can see in the data, like exactly what's going on in terms of like, is a weapon too OP? Is a control configuration OP? Is there something that's throwing off the balance? I think there's a lot of psychological warfare here as well. It's like, is it really problematic or not? But if it is, we can separate the lobbies. Right now we're letting people play together because we want to see and we want to measure and watch and see how it goes. But like any live game, we're going to make adjustments.
Yeah, and we've kind of been swapping now into perspective. So we've got Mago on screen. And look, I think when you talk about controllers versus touchscreens, there's one common denominator. It's still Warzone, right?
Yeah.
And that's what's so special. I mean, you've got Tim the Tatman probably dying to fall damage somewhere off stream.
Oh my
Just because we're playing Warzone Mobile, nothing changes, right? And look, Chris, I just love the fact that this is cross progression and you can level your weapons and things like that. Talk to me a little bit about weapon balancing. Like, is it the exact same? Is there kind of a different formula? Anything that you can share around that?
So a lot of energy goes into balancing the weapons across Call of Duty franchise and make sure like the meta is intact and things are balanced in a good way. So we start with the same tuning for the weapons, not for everything in the game, but for the weapons specifically, we do try to carry the tuning over, and then we can make modifications to it if we see that there's something about the way mobile players are playing or the way the character of the weapon feels on mobile is a little bit off or something. We can fine tune it from there, but we start with the tuning that's used across the franchise.
I love that answer too, because I know there's a lot of content creators also watching this broadcast, so now that they've heard that, they can go make their videos around that.
Yeah, you're giving them ideas.
You're gonna see a lot of content going around. Look, there are loadout aficionados that started in Warzone, right?
Yeah.
And they've kind of created a career around that. And I even know, like, I'll shout out Jay God. I know he's a big PC creator for loadouts, and he's trying to make more videos around Warzone Mobile. Like, that's what the accessibility you've created with controller kind of support here. Non-mobile players, non-mobile endemic players can hop in and feel at home, which is really, really cool.
Bobby knows where to get the meta weapons.
Yeah.
Well, that's the cool thing is like coming into the Warzone space, like on the mobile side, it's always been the creators that have had to like figure out the numbers. How does each weapon compare to the other? What's the weapon that is going to be meta? But you've got all these websites that have databases on databases of all the different numbers for these guns.
Yeah.
Even if they're not like available in the game, they've just been studying, testing, doing all these things to see what's the best. And it's made my life really easy because I don't have to do any of that testing myself. I looked at the website, I was like, wow, this has literally every single possible stat that you could want for a weapon, and they even give like ratings for the different categories and everything else. I was like, this makes my life a lot easier, so I'm certainly happy for it.
And I love that you mentioned that, because as someone who is a newer player when it comes to VR, the learning curve could be absolutely insane. It's hard for me to actually learn VR, but with websites like that and content creators actually putting in the work to give me, hey, do this loadout, that's exactly what I did this morning. I was watching Parker the Slayer, and he was like, you know what, if you're a newer player, maybe you'd want to go for an LMG, because you can literally just finish all of your mags in that one player that you're missing.
It's a great shot. And I think, Chris, one of the cool parts we were talking about right before you hopped on is that there's something for every type of player. You've got multiplayer maps. You've got, of course, Rebirth. We're seeing that right now from Ducky, great content creator. And then, of course, you've got your Verdansk and even Mobile Royale. So talk to me about a little bit about that process and what your team's mentality was around including all of that.
Yeah, so that's a good question, because we really want to have, like, to strike this balance between here's what I expect from a Warzone experience, and then here's what I need in a mobile experience.
Right.
And they're they're not always 100% exactly the same thing. So we'll have things like the classic 20-minute VR with quads, which feels very like nostalgic and authentic to VR, but on mobile, you don't always have 20 minutes to play, and you might need a shorter session. So we tested a lot of different shorter session formats for VR, and it's more than just making it shorter. I mean, you have to do a lot of things to the tuning across the entire game in order to make that feel right. And we were like, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. The 10-minute version, which we call Mobile Royale, is actually our most popular mode right now.
It's my favorite mode by a mile. It's super addicting.
And so you get all the phases of a VR experience, but it's in a more compressed timetable. So so that one is an example of like trying to marry the old with the new, and like what's kind of like classic and expected, and then what do you actually need?
Right.
It's like what do you really want versus what do you think you want? And so we have a little bit of both there. And then I think on the other modes like Rebirth Resurgence, this is just a super popular mode that we think is like a great transition between Battle Royale and MP.
Öldü.
And MP is obviously the most frenetic. And you know, if I were to put like difficulty ratings on the modes, I would probably put the highest difficulty on MP.
Yeah.
Because it's just some of the players are so good and it's so fast, and you really you'll get to know Call of Duty pretty quickly that way. But for folks who are coming in new, the thing to realize is like all of our most passionate players are in right now, and they're all playing like nonstop. And so if you're gonna get killed a lot ever in this game, it's right now.
Yeah.
So it will kind of even out. You know, other players will get good. The pro players and stuff won't all be in every day at the same time and stuff like that. But right now it's intense. You know, mobile gaming did just get real. And I found out a few times it went live, and it's really fun. But yeah, it's different. You know, if you're used to playing with bots, especially, it's very different when you're playing against humans.
And that's definitely like the best part about Warzone Mobile is the fact that you're playing with real people, and you basically described my whole morning, just me dying to all of these sweaty players that have been, it looks like they've been playing for like 3 years now. But something that I really wanted to talk about, I'm so curious, like with VR, and especially with a mobile device, there's a lot of buttons for us to go and press. Like, how is the process of you choosing, like, okay, this is an individual button over here, and we're going to be grouping all of these things together? Because I was actually putting my HUD together last night, and it was so difficult for me, like, oh, that's a lot of buttons. But after I laid everything out and basically put all of the like buttons together, like, how was the process of including that?
Yeah, so that is an essential part, I think, of getting good at the game, by the way, is like configuring your HUD and stuff to be just the way you want it. We always say, like, make it fit like a glove, because it really is, you know, for most people where their fingers are going to touch and stuff. When you first get to the HUD configuration UI, realize that it's throwing a lot of stuff on screen that you will never see all at the same time, but we're doing it so that you know that button could appear. So, like, if you want to throw a grenade back, you know, icon, you don't want it to overlap maybe something else, even though throw a grenade back isn't going to happen very often, hopefully. It might happen.
I feel like it happens often.
But there's a lot of things like that. And so so first I just want to disclose, like, you should be aware when you look at the HUD configuration, this is more of like, hey, this stuff could all come on in some sequence, but never all at the same time. You can do filters for things like driving and airdropping and air vehicle controls and stuff like that in MP, so you can filter out some of the noise. But there's a lot of potential options that you can actually play with, and you should try them and keep iterating on it until it feels right for you. And there's so many different, a lot of it comes down to preference, right? Like even ADS, like some people like to toggle ADS on and off, some people like to hold it, you know, and it's like, honestly, you should try both ways and see what feels best for you. You know, most people will end up going manual.
Ya burada shorts video
decision that way, but you know, if you know people are just onboarding, AutoFire is a fine way to get to know how to play the game, and so you kind of feel more dexterous. But what I like to do is I kind of like put everything in the orbit range of my thumb.
Yeah,
sure.
Like lazy mode, and so I'm like controlling down here, and then I'm like pushing up here for everything else. And there's things I heard you talking about, the finishing moves and executions. Like, you know, I personally get a lot of satisfaction. So I have that button like ridiculous.
Здорово, ребят. Смотрим релиз Warzone Mobile.
So, you know, I don't have to do that. It's probably not a very important thing. I don't recommend everyone do that, but like for me personally, I want to do that. Other people like to do the weapon inspect and show off their cool weapon.
Right.
You don't have to do that one either. But so there's a lot of things in there. And another one's on automations. I want to talk about that for a second. I know a lot of the better players
Планшет
like,
надо
turn all
брать.
that stuff off and they get rid of the HUD on it. But for
Планшет, да, еще геймпад подключил к нему и больше всех подряд, да?
Verdansk downtown, man, all these, you know, 8 stories or whatever. Well, we have an automation for that. The reason that's there, it doesn't
Есть
force you
на 144 Гц.
upstairs, but like when you're on a stairwell, you'll see it's like stairs.
Или 144 бакса стоит.
You'll just autopilot up there. If you get shot at, it'll stop.
Но это понятно.
Really convenient. Like,
Сейчас это, блядь, не новость. 8, 12, блядь, 16, 32 гигабайта это не новость.
do all this stuff and you can kind of like chill instead of like having to pilot your way all the way up. Unless, of course, you know you're in a hot fight, and maybe you don't want to do that, and it'll interrupt anyway. So it's worth trying the different automations just to see what they do. But some of them have buttons on screen when you first try to configure your HUD, so you know it makes it look like it's there more often than it is.
Yeah, well, Chris, you are a wealth of knowledge, and your passion is so evident. We really appreciate you coming.
Да я сначала себе монитор куплю, блядь. Монитор, денег нужны на монитор, блядь, ебать. У меня, блядь, 50 баксов не хватает, а 40 баксов не хватает. Закинь мне 40 баксов, рубеж, если есть у тебя.
That's right. Yeah, I like super. But you just know you're gonna get stuff right away. So I mean, like you want to drop. I like to drop somewhere where I'm not gonna have to wait very long.
Есть 40 баксов, закинь мне 40 баксов. Рубеж.
But it is very, very sweaty. So I'm looking for backups. You know?
Okay, all right.
I'm looking for backups. So let me know your tips. You guys should watch where these streamers are dropping today and see where the lucky spots are. But awesome. I just happy you guys are here, and we're really happy that all the.
Да норм, Моник, нахуя мне ждать его, если, блядь, я могу сейчас поехать и купить сразу привезти домой, блядь.
Well, Chris, thank you so much for joining us, head of mobile at Activision Blizzard. Chris, you have been amazing here in the booth, but also thank you for all the updates as well on YouTube, all of the videos we've been watching.
У меня половина есть, половина нужна еще. 40 баксов не хватает. 40 баксов нужна еще.
We're going to actually have a chance to talk to Ferg himself. He's going to be joining us remotely. So
90 баксов стоит, Моник. 165 герц. Привет, Саня.
If I hear the stream, then it will come through the my stream. But yeah, right. If you want me to hear the stream, I can make myself hear it, but it means my stream will also hear it. So I just muted it for now.
Ты, наверное, уже, блядь, все, вот эта хуйня, блядь, свой комп, нахуй. Пока у меня вот этот один комп, блядь. Ты, наверное, блядь, когда я ее собирал, нахуй, блядь, после этого ты, наверное, блядь, свои характеристики, нахуй, компьютеру 150 раз, наверное, поменял, да, блядь? Нахуя ты их часто меняешь, блядь? Да, уже добавили. В Google Play можешь уже скачать. С утра добавили. Даже с утра даже. Бери, рубеж. Халява, бери. Это вообще классно тогда.
He's not looking at me.
Bu madde Jessica. Ekranını kichkinalaştır. Sen de gözlerine kalan uğurlayayım ben. Jessica. Zridiler. Silke taşa bomilgen koyup sen onu böyle. Ekranın doğrula Jessica. Askilemem ben. Nima gel, o'rtoq zo'rvoying-ku. А ты, Саня, где живешь именно? Нет, ты, Саня, ты где живешь? Серпухов, Подмосковье? У тебя должен быть в Google Play. Напиши Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. Либо официальный сайт зайди, там есть этот, QR-код есть. Ты можешь по QR-коду скачать. Если не получается, VPN выруби нахуй. Подруби VPN и через VPN скачай.
Chatting with us about his experiences in Verdansk, and I know he's been grinding like crazy, so excited to see what he has to say. Oh, there he is.
I have.
Oh, there it is. Perfect. He goes, yeah, I have. Ferg, my man, look, I know you're a grinder. You've been playing a lot. You've been preparing for this moment. Just talk to me about how you're feeling.
I'm feeling great. I've been waiting for this game.
Да VPN любой возьми, любой VPN возьми. Поставь какую-нибудь любую страну, похуй. И скачивай.
Hey Ferg, how you doing? The gameplay is looking very spicy. We saw highlights after highlights.
У тебя... А, кстати, у тебя телефон какой? Саня.
Yeah, of course. As soon as they launch the leaderboards, I'll be there. Without a doubt. Like, there's nothing that will stop me from getting #1 in the leaderboards, no matter how much yapping goes on Twitter.
All right, I noticed you're playing 120 player quads. Are we going for the kill record right now? Are we just trying to farm as many clips as we possibly can? What's the game plan?
I don't really have a game plan. I just wanted to go into quads because it was the hardest mode. Like, I could play rebirth quads, but you get loads of respawns in that. And it's kind of like not as hardcore as Verdansk quads. So I just kind of hope that my teammates die so then I can say that I'm playing solo squads. You know, that's what I'm kind of looking for. I'm looking for solo squad wins.
Look, I think it's pretty obvious that you're going to just do whatever is the most difficult because you just want to be the best. Now, Ferg, I took a deep dive on your history. First of all, congratulations on over 3 million subscribers last month. That's huge on your main channel. Combined views between your multiple channels, I think you're a couple thousand views away from almost 1 billion views across the board. Content creation journey started back in June 2012 with a trick shot video from Modern Warfare 2, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Look, my man, are you dropping trick shot videos for Warzone Mobile? What's going on? You gonna bring it full circle?
Sure. Yeah, I'll do that for sure. I'll do trick shots, especially if Verdansk, you can jump off some pretty high buildings, so why not?
Yeah, look, speaking of trick shots, we've kind of already seen an incredible play. Chris Plummer, actually head of mobile at Activision Blizzard, had a chance to react to it as well. Let's roll that clip again for the broadcast, and Ferg, maybe you get a chance to watch it as well. Dude, you look great on this, and I love the gas play.
Oh my god, yeah, dude. Bro, I don't know if you've seen before this clip, but I was fighting a different team, and they took away all my plates, dude. So this is a 1v4, no plates. I picked one up there. But then these guys all had loadies too. They picked up the loadie right in front of me. It was crazy, bro. I can't believe I actually did this and you guys seen it on stream. I think you guys seeing it on stream was what made me so hyped. Because everyone in my chat was like, they're watching you, they're watching you. So as soon as I did it, I was like, no way. And then at the end,
Ты телефон, модель своего телефона мне скажи.
died in the zone, but I had self, and I was like, no way, it's gonna let me in. And I got a slither of health to get into the zone right after.
Yeah, I was talking about that because I was watching. Chris was talking, but I was literally just watching your clip all the way through. I think a lot of people forget that even though, like you and I, we mainly play multiplayer, we started out in battle royales. What is it about battle royale that really draws you in?
Нет, я имею в виду модель телефона. Скажи, если модель телефона не поддерживается игрой, он у тебя в Google Play не отображается.
Absolutely. My favorite part of BRs is the solo squatting. Like having the ability to 1v4 an entire team. There's just nothing that beats that in multiplayer. Like BR is the only game mode that will have it, and that's I will always say this. I like BR.
Да, пробуй. С VPN пробуй. Модель телефона, Саня, скажи свой. Какой телефон у тебя? Я тебе скажу, можно ли скачать тебя или нет.
Question I wanted to ask, because Goj actually brought it up a while ago, right? You just hit 3.1 million subscribers. Like, I know everyone is like saying that, yeah, what's the next country for you to catch when it comes to subscriber count?
Что? АОК? King Kong 9?
No chance. There's never, but probably I said it was 1.8 million because that was Northern Ireland, which is like the little country that I live in. But Southern Ireland, I think, is like 6. So I'll go for them. And then if I combine it, it's like 8. I just want my entire island, like the little island that I live on. We're taking over the entirety of the island.
Yeah, he's slowly gonna creep up outside of Ireland. He's gonna go for the countries that are neighboring nearby. But honestly, when it comes to Warzone Mobile, I think you could actually get those numbers just because of like how much hype this has. I've been watching you stream, I've been watching everyone stream, and the numbers are actually insane here, Goj.
Yeah, a lot of viewers, a lot of opportunities.
Ну не знаю, что за телефон, блядь. Сейчас я посмотрю характеристики у тебя какие.
But I think a lot of people at home are saying, okay, if Ferg's like one of the best, I need some strats, okay? Look, we've been talking metas. We've been talking map spots, drop spots, hot drops. I saw you drop in Superstore. Are you going
Ну пойдет, блядь.
these days? What's kind of your game plan?
Funnily enough, like mobile players aren't hot dropping
Пойдет.
Superstore. Like every time I have landed Superstore, there's maybe one team there. But if I go TV station, there's at least 2.
Да, через VPN попробуй.
It's because they're scared of you, Ferg. Yeah. I think they've been watching your gameplay and they're just scared to drop with the other streamers. Because that's the streamer hot drop. It's Superstore or it was the hangars outside an airport for a while on PC. So I've had the chance to cast thousands of hours of Verdansk, and those were always the hot drop spots. But hey, it's a brand new way to play, Verdansk, and so those things can change.
Потянет.
Where streamers go and who we want to avoid.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I noticed that as well because Superstore was kind of like.
Да, попробуй и через VPN, и через это. Болды, жазке зор стрими. Нормально болды енді, котты экран, полный экран.
I think the mobile players, obviously there's people that are still trying to get used to the controls and everything else, and that does require a little bit of adjusting, so you don't always want to go to the spiciest place possible. Obviously, we've seen the game evolve a lot from the first time that we saw it a year and a half ago. But I think there's still more things that people would like to see. If you had to pick like one thing outside of the leaderboards, what would you like to see in Warzone Mobile?
Ranked mode. All day, every day. I want a ranked mode.
I was about to ask you, Ferg, like, what are you looking forward to the most in the next few weeks while you're grinding Warzone Mobile? Because I know you want to grind, but what else do you want to do? Like, do you have a plan, or you're just going to be gamer, just doing gamer things?
I think I'll just be focusing on making the best quality content possible until there's a ranked mode, and then I will be pursuing getting number 1 on said ranked mode if they decide to add.
Болды, жазке ана қойып қойдым мен 5-ші анаған лайк.
Well, look, look, my brain goes to one thing and one thing only. It goes to competition. I know you're a competitive guy. I know you love competing for those top leaderboard spots. But if tournaments start arising, Ferg, are you putting your name into the hat of saying, I'm going to be the top, I'm going to be the top earner, I'm going to win it all?
Yeah, if there's some sort of roadmap for tournaments, I'll compete in them. Because, I want to see if I can get #1 in the Warzone mobile earnings. I think that would be kind of funny. After all this time to finally go back into it.
Look, you heard it here first. He's going to be top of the earnings leaderboard. I'll be keeping track, my friend. I'm excited to see. Look, Ferg, I'm so thankful you got a chance to join us here on broadcast. We're going to be live for the next 36 hours. I'm sure you are as well. So we want to wish you well and good luck with your stream, my friend. Keep grinding the game and excited to see what you have in store for us over the next couple years, I'm sure, with this game.
Great. Thank you very much for having me on, guys.
Yep. See you later, Ferg. Well, Bobby, Beef Mommy, about what we expected.
Yeah.
Ferg is ready to be at the top. Bobby, I mean, what'd you think?
No, it's what I expected. I think right now, he is looking for a challenge, which is understandable when you've been putting in as many hours as he has. There's only so far you can go. If the solo squads isn't challenging enough, then there's got to be a next step. And I think a lot of people are hoping to see a rank mode. Obviously, we have no idea, but we also know they have a lot planned for the future of Warzone Mobile. This is not a 1-2 year thing like most mainline Call of Duty titles. This is something that is going to continue.
Я хочу вот этот скин получить.
So I fully expect that's something that we'll see at some point.
Speaking of the evolution of Ferg as a player, he did say that he wants something that is very competitive, so that's why he's doing solo versus squads, and now he's waiting for that ranked game mode. And now we finally possibly get to see the return of the pro player Ferg. I didn't expect that he was actually going to be down for that. That was a good question.
Yeah, look, I'm ready for some competition already. And we're going to be dropping into some more gameplay as well. We got a chance to look at a ton of different content creators. We're going to be starting here with Kings. And again, today is a 36, or not today, the next couple days, 36-hour stream. So you're going to be watching a ton of gameplay here on the main channel, wherever you're watching us, whether it's YouTube, we're live on Twitch as well, TikTok, and everything in between. So thank you for joining us. We want to hear in the chat as well where your favorite drop spot is. Mine's definitely Superstore and these hangars. It's been my favorite for years now, and excited to drop back into it here, Bobby.
Yeah, I think this is also, this entire event's a really cool opportunity for smaller content creators to get a chance to, show what they have on the main broadcast, because there's not very many times that you're going to see this. And you see, once again, Kings, somebody that we saw in the COD Mobile World Championships last year, bringing his skills over to Verdansk. Obviously, as a sniper main, this is something he's going to feel comfortable with, but also it's a big learning curve. You got to figure out what the meta guns are. You got to figure out what the meta loadouts are. You got to tweak your sensitivities because there's some slight differences from one game to another. So it's cool to see them gradually mastering the game, and also seeing guys that you've only ever seen in multiplayer stretching their legs and playing some Battle Royale.
Yeah, and look, you could talk about play styles forever when it comes to Warzone, because everybody can play the game differently and still have a blast doing it. Sniping is one of those things that was so just
Agada accounting привязки по гамбуса, Activision accounting YouTube кебера.
ATC campers all the time. Sure, you're going to see those, but a lot of the sightlines and rotations can be held by snipers in game, and it'll be fun to watch that happen in mobile as well. But Beef Mommy, as we head over to Rebirth Island, right? That's the other fun part, is that loadouts also differ from map to map. We've seen that over the history of Warzone, and on Rebirth Island, you're looking for maybe some more of those shorter range weapons.
Yeah, close range. I'm looking at those SMGs, the AR-9s, the RAM-9s as well. You need something that is fast, and also at the same time, I know that it's going to be close encounters, but again, congratulations on the dub. There you go. But I mean, going back to the point, you also need ARs, because it's not just those close range engagements. You also have, you can see, those rooftops that have high sight lines. You'd still want to have that kind of engagement as well. It really is important.
Birader dziaskie accounting привязки по гамбуса, Activision accounting привязки по гамбуса. O'shanda beradi. Activision accounting привязки qilishing kerak.
Dropping in for the very first time on main stage. So, I mean, Bobby, I think another pretty important part, you talked about the story, you talked about skins. I mean, cross progression is everything, right? This is so unique to Warzone Mobile, and not only can you grind weapons and things like that, but your skins transfer between the different iterations of the game.
Yeah, especially as somebody who has not really played a ton of Modern Warfare 3, a ton of Warzone on PC and console.
Böyle oyuna girerim kep ketyapti, barmamda olar. Oyuna girerim.
There are that you can unlock. which I think is a cool feature in and of itself. But also with the launch, there's so
Böldüm de bir
many
adam.
that you can earn. You got the pre-registration rewards,
Hı?
which already earns you a ghost skin, which once
Anarik.
again you can take
Ben
over
kurt
the
yemiş
PC and
şimdi.
console side of things to use. We got 2 more ghost skins that are going to be available with our Day Zero event that's launching tomorrow. So when you look at the amount of free content that's available over the next couple of days, it's kind of wild to think about, just given that obviously something that nobody's going to be mad about,
Kızım çiz verdi.
especially mobile players. Like, if there's one thing that I know about mobile players, it's they love skins, and there's a lot of freebies that you guys can snag off the start of this game.
And we're just starting off. This is literally day number 1, and we got day 0 tomorrow, and everyone already has the opportunity
Alcatraz
to get
oyna
so
oturttu
much
onu.
skins. And especially if you've been playing since beta, since alpha, then you definitely already have like more skins than the regular person. So props to you. As for me, I know that I'm gonna be grinding this. I will definitely spend everything in my wallet just to get these skins. Like what Roballo had?
He just killed the guy with the.
Nimaga? Fovni bunaqa qilib kichkina qilib qo'ygan bular. Fovni kattalashtirsa bo'ladi. Fov, блядь.
Look, everything's right on cue. It's all scripted.
For sure, yeah.
Ravallo's locked in. Look, I love even just watching this. Of course, a ton of nostalgia around Rebirth Island. So much content created, like we've said. But what's fun about this too is that, like, even some of the metas in the way the game is played inside of Rebirth Island on mobile is transferring over. This shotgun play here is such a classic, rage-inducing way to play for the public player. When you have a streamer like this who is really talented and using a shotgun, you can use some of those movement mechanics you've seen on PC in mobile to break cameras and do all the things you need to do to grab the victory.
You're like rocking the Warden, you got quick fix on, and honestly, it's just so scary when someone comes right in your face with a shotgun. You're like, oh, this is so scary. It's basically like a horror film, but when it comes to it, I mean, the whole map essentially is designed to be something like that, so you really have to prepare yourself. If you're more of a player that likes Verdansk and the long sight lines, you can also play it here like on the rooftops, but again, you really need to expect people are going to be really close by up in your face.
Yeah, I think one of the cool things is going to
Нет, почему?
be to see how the
Вот
different
смотри.
regions adapt to different metas and also like
Вот видно мой экран, да?
because obviously you're from Southeast Asia, and we know them primarily for the fact that they love shotguns, and so naturally that's going to be something that's going to have them gravitate
Вот,
toward
я.
a map
Это
like
мой
Warzone,
аккаунт.
where you are constantly up
Смотри.
in people's face, and to be honest, like Roballo showed it
Видишь?
perfectly right there, but aggressive gameplay is something that region in particular is
Вот
known
он.
for, and it's going to be
Установить на устройствах. Вот. Если я нажму, будет устанавливаться.
adjust based on the region that you're in.
Yeah, you hit it right on the head, man. Like
What?
I posted a picture yesterday about something Warzone mobile related, and they were like, "What are the shotguns there?" It's like, of course, my Filipino comrades, you want to know what kind of shotguns they're gonna be. Don't worry, there's a lot. You can definitely choose it right there, but it's definitely going to be interesting how NA plays. Like on the flip side of things, because you know that NA players are definitely gonna be patient.
Ты можешь даже через компьютер зайти в свой аккаунт, свой же аккаунт, и установить на устройство.
So I actually haven't really gotten the groove of snipers yet, just because I was so busy unlocking like the max level.
Вот я могу сейчас установить его.
But I've tried a little bit out. I know it's not an aggressive sniper, but the Cat AMR is one that, especially in Verdansk, is really good just because of how much damage it does and the opportunity to one-shot with that. So it's one that's very satisfying. I'm still in the process of leveling that up. But I'm still trying to figure out the sniper meta, just because it is a lot tougher to use in Verdansk because you got to land one shot to the head. I'm used to multiplayer, like, oh, you got to just hit the upper body and you're good to go. So it requires a lot.
Должен быть. Должен появиться.
And a lot of those metas also come with like sniper support weapons, like what works best for that. Well, as we're kind of tuning into a lot of these streams, we've got some amazing content creators. We're going to be hopping in with a quick listen in here with Little BFPS, my friends. Let's take a listen into what he's talking about.
Я в Узбекистане живу.
There's a guy in here that killed space. Okay, get my load out.
Oh no. I gotta kill him before he self-res. I gotta kill him.
Well, got cooked.
No, I got shot in
Smell
my
that
bag. I
happening
got
from a
shot in
mile
my
away.
bag. Damn.
Лайки ставьте, ребята, не забудьте лайки.
Killed most one. Oh no. I gotta kill him before he self res. I gotta kill him.
Boy got cooked. Smell that happening from a mile away.
You eliminated the most wanted target. Good job.
Killed most one.
Killed two, but
Oh wait,
I got
dude.
stuffed.
Crazy.
Telefonimni xarakteristikasi past o'shaning uchun skechak qila olmadim.
Killed two and the other guy just beat me. We're dead though.
Поддержка qilmaydi deyapti san telefoning o'rnarsam.
Oh wait, no.
Warzone Mobile поддержка
Team to
qilmaydi.
our right. That was beating me initially.
There's still some team presence.
Eng kamida 6 GB operativ telefon kerak. Anaqasi chip yangiroq bo'lishi kerak.
Chillax, bro. Chillax.
Что, через сайт пробовал, Саня? Через сайт попробуй, через этот. Через QR-код.
Yo, chat,
This guy is so slow, dude. We both die, I swear.
This is the wide down, one in front of you.
Beautiful.
Easy, bro.
Beautiful.
Kechadan chiqqani, kecha kechqurun chiqarishgan.
So,
Kecha noch chiqarishgan degan.
this is the wide down, one in front of you.
Bo'ldi endi Call of Duty Mobile o'ldi desa ham bo'ladi, Jaska.
Easy, bro.
Beautiful.
We didn't reload. That's insane. One above me as well. I'll use this right now. Just for the ammo. At least it's stopping rounds. It is. Use that. Throw that right there, you know what I'm saying? Popping them stopping power rounds. Someone up here. You're dead, brother. Oh no, I ain't trying to do that. Can we do it? Come on.
Отменить регистрацию типа у тебя пишет? Понял. Не отменяй пока. Пока у тебя, значит, в твоем регионе еще не вышел.
We can't do it, ladies and gentlemen. We can't do it.
Ничего не делай. Пока в твоем регионе еще не вышел. Выйдет, обязательно выйдет. Бля, Алькатрас shunaqa sog'inki bilasanlar. Ничего не делай, как выйдет и скачаешь.
Yeah, chat. I'm gonna show the next code in 30 minutes. So be ready. So in about 2 more games. I need to get my loadout, man. Okay, I'm gonna see it.
Welcome back to Call of Duty Warzone Mobile Live. We've been watching all types of gameplay, but also a lot of wins so far already here on main stage. We've just been dropping in all day today. We've been talking to some amazing people, and we have a chance to talk to a few more amazing content creators. Bobby, you got to move over here. We got to make some room for Hawk's Nest and Aerith. Some of our content creators join us.
It's a party. Nice to meet you again.
Bo'ladi, Jaska kачествosicha yaxshi emas sanikin.
There you
Got a little switch over here. They're getting cozy over there, man.
Kачество 1080 turibdi.
Pausing streams. I'm sure you've been grinding like crazy. Hawks, let's start with you, my friend. How's it feel? Warzone Mobile Global Launch.
Manikidaqa emas kачество sanda. Maniki 2K turibdi, ko'rdingmi? Настройкаga bosib ko'rgin. Anu kачествоlarni o'zgartiradiganga bosib ko'rgin.
Super excited. We've been waiting for this day for way too long.
I love that. Well, we really appreciate you hopping up here into the booth and talking with us. Look, my first question is very simple. I've been hitting everybody with it so far. Drop spots, Verdansk. Where are we dropping all day today? Where are you going to be farming kills?
For me, so I played Warzone 1 a lot on Verdansk, obviously. So back then I went hospital.
Turkamaz 2K o 2K.
But right now I'm kind of feeling more hot drop, so I'm thinking Superstore. But
1440p degani bor, o'sha 2K bo'ladi.
we'll see, it's an adjustment thing.
Boya nastroykada ko'rsatdimi qayerda qo'yishingni? O'sha yerda qo'yasan.
Have a bingo event coming up, and that is going to be one of the hottest spots to drop.
For sure.
And when it comes to the gameplay, I know you guys are talking about where you're dropping, but I wanna ask you about what content are you guys gonna go and make? Because I know Hawks, you like the stats, right? You always go for like recoil stuff, right? Like, I'm gonna start with you, Hawks.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, mostly just helpful.
Смотри, Саня, они обещали, что пока 180 в странах вышел, еще после релиза 3 дня будут добавлять другие страны, понял? Ну, не знаю, из Москвы, там из других мест скачивали уже игру.
Sisters, exactly. Yeah. So, how about you? What kind of content are you making?
Yeah, like you said, sniping is definitely going to be very big for me, especially on Verdansk and also Rebirth. I absolutely loved Alcatraz, so Rebirth is going to be like my go-to game mode.
Зубы, наверное, у нее некрасивые, из-за этого, наверное, маски, блядь, сидит.
Especially some 1v1s on shipments.
Коронавирус же уже давно прошло. 3 года назад, нахуй.
Some 1v1 content would be great.
Либо она соблюдает чисто, блядь, чистоплотность.
Out of pocket. That's out of pocket.
We're sitting down.
But second, obviously, you've been known mainly for multiplayer. Most of us have, but that's been kind of your bread and butter for the entire time that you played mobile shooters. Do you see yourself sticking mainly to that, or do you feel like you're going to expand your horizons a little bit with Warzone Mobile, especially with VR being the focus?
I definitely
Сейчас
plan
подойду.
to try out more Battle Royale, and I am very open to it. Multiplayer, 100% my bread and butter, like you said, but I believe Rebirth has a lot of potential, and I absolutely love like the fast paced. So I think that's like the perfect in between.
Okay. And then Hawks, obviously, we know you played Verdansk a lot.
Yeah.
I know you've played controller in the past. Do you see that? Do you see that being a trick you can make in the future?
I'm already bad enough as is on touchscreen, dude. Controller, no shot. I'll give it a try for sure. It does seem really well optimized. Like, I've seen people frying with it, but lack of experience with it, I'm sticking to touch.
Well, speaking of gameplay, I actually think you guys got to go get ready for Special Ops. It's right around the corner.
Yeah.
Really difficult challenges. Production is going to make it a lot harder than you think. So just get ready to lock in touchscreen controls, controller, whatever you need to do, my friends. Good luck. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Hey, we'll be watching your gameplay here shortly.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's hop into some more gameplay while they go get prepared. Excited about Special Ops. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Heck yeah.
I think everyone jumps like pretty early.
All right. Well, look, I am so glad that Hawksnest and Aerith were able to join us. This has been it's been so fun to just catch up with all of the different content creators, see what they're thinking, and I love your question, Bikami, about content styles and what they're working towards, because everybody's got a little bit of a different mentality around this global launch, right? And what their audience is looking for. You watch somebody like Bobby plays, you're looking for subpar gameplay and just basically
No, you don't come for gameplay. I watch other people's gameplay.
Sure. But then you watch somebody like, Hawksnest, or you're talking about Aerith, like they specifically are looking for one thing or one type of content style, right? Snipers, or what does it look like to come from multiplayer? And like, maybe just because you're good at multiplayer doesn't mean you're necessarily amazing at Warzone, and we'll see what they're able to do with that. And I think this is a great example. The Only Shady started his content creation journey on PC, moved over to mobile, and he's found a lot of success, and he's actually pretty talented for a guy that is able to play pretty much all inputs.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really well-rounded player, and I've seen him stream PC, stream mobile. I've seen him, like, literally just go haywire and just have fun with it. That's probably, like, the number one thing that everyone kind of shares here in Warzone Mobile is everyone is excited, everyone is having fun. And similar to kind of what we were going through a while ago, it's like, what kind of content are we going to be seeing in the next few weeks? Because everyone's unique into whatever content that they actually want to do. But honestly, for me, I'm just looking for guidelines at this point.
Yeah,
I really want to know the game in and out.
But look, we're seeing a lot of wins. That's what we're seeing. A ton of content around wins. Ducky not showing us that, but definitely the only
greeted that.
That's a caster curse already. This is crazy.
Okay, one thing I want to say though, like, a lot of these streamers are really talented, but one thing's actually getting them. Fall damage. The fall damage here is so hilarious.
Look, this is somebody that knows the game very well. I have casted over Mirai TV, thousands of hours in competition. This is an incredibly talented player, and he's trying out Warzone Mobile, right? This is a PC content creator and competitor, and it's trying, and it's super cool to see. Also dying to fall damage, though, or nearly dying. So, wherever Tim the Tatman is, whatever curse he is imbuing upon the rest of our Warzone Mobile players, we curse you back.
Yeah, and once again, these guys are gonna maybe take a minute to get the settings locked in. Obviously, switching from PC to mobile, like there's some intricacies that you do have to learn. So it is a little bit of a learning curve, but also I've been playing Warzone Mobile for the last year and a half, and I died to fall damage yesterday. So I can't really blame it on the settings. Like sometimes it's in your DNA, but you can already tell like his aim is absolutely locked in so far. So even though once again the sensitivity options might be slightly different from PC and console to mobile, you can see it's not that difficult to adapt, and we've seen a lot of players switching to controller and still managing to dominate even with less time, just because like these guys have been playing on controller for 10 plus years.
I mean, speaking of the settings and all of that, we actually see a lot of these players trying to figure out what kind of settings that they want or what all of these buttons actually mean. So as the weeks actually progress, we're gonna see like what is the best thing to do. Because is it gonna be auto parachute? Because we saw like a while ago, I was watching Godsley, and like what we keep mentioning, fall damage. He just tries to go in for the auto parachute, but once he pressed it once, it doesn't deploy again. So that's one thing that you kind of have to consider, right? It's like, oh, I thought it was gonna be like auto parachute, but no, once you press it, you're gonna get that fall damage. So that's one thing
actually
to consider.
a setting.
Yeah, exactly. It's a setting that you can turn on and off.
Well, I think that's actually a fantastic point, because as we start talking about some of the challenges that are coming up in our special ops, one of them is get a kill while
А это с джойстиком играть сидит.
Kind of play around with your parachute. This is such a kind of classic ode to the very beginning of Verdansk on PC. We called it shooting burgers out of the sky. That was kind of the classic mantra. You saw people like Swag and people in kill races do that all the time. You're dropping your parachute, you're pulling out your pistol, and you're grabbing eliminations in air, which is awesome. So again, so much nostalgia here, working our way through Superstore. Mirai's been here 1,000 times. He's done it on main stages before in competition. He's able to do it in Warzone Mobile.
That's one thing that I am interested to hear from all of these players coming from console and PC, having to play it outside of their home. Because that's one big point. That's one huge kind of like deal breaker for everyone, is the fact that you can play Warzone Mobile or just like Verdansk when you're in the toilet, when you're literally sitting down at dinner, when you don't want to hear your parents yap, but you can literally just play it anywhere you want.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the nature of mobile, right? And everybody is built in a different way. And
Speaking of the toilet, I swear they're listening to us.
Production is god tier for that. I mean, that was unreal. Shout out to you all back in the booth. They're observers. Unbelievable. You can not only play Warzone on a toilet, you also will find toilets in Verdansk, and certainly can find some kills. That is wild. But I have a chance to look over kind of our drop spots here downtown. A fun POV, or POI rather, on Verdansk, of course. This is just so, I don't know. I love.
А что пока версию показываешь?
To kind of witness through several of our different streamers' POVs. And actually, it's funny. We're actually taking a look at
Это пока версия.
Warzone on PC. We're actually taking a look at Lowtown here. So talk about cross progression. Punkyo might be heading over to some of our other Warzone PC maps, Urzikstan, getting some reps on Urzikstan. and then going back to Warzone Mobile, playing on Verdansk, and leveling up weapons or getting skins and everything like that. So you've got all kinds of different cross progression, different types of gameplay loops. Play some Verdansk, head over to Urzikstan, whatever you want to do. I love it.
And hopefully he logged into Warzone Mobile this morning to grab his pre-registration skin, so you can show it off and flex that that you're able to hang with the mobile players as well as the PC and console. It looks like Little B and his squad actually switching over to Verdansk, so they were playing Rebirth Island for the majority of the morning. Like I've said, far and away my favorite mode is the Blitz mode.
Вот QR код. Саня, попробуй.
Really good. The fact that you get your loadout given to you at the end of the first circle just increases that pace of the game. It allows you to get more gameplay with the weapons that you're trying to build out. And I, like many mobile players, am not very patient. So if you're not patient, but you still love the Battle Royale genre and what Verdansk has to offer, Blitz mode is absolutely the perfect
Yeah, Mobile Royale is so unique because it's such a mobile experience. Like when you talk to like Warzone PC players, like they're sitting at their desk, or console players, they're sitting at on their couch playing the game. But with mobile, like you could be playing this on a train going to your destination, right? And so it's like, I need a 10-minute game. Mobile Royale is perfect for that. And there's a couple different differences in the gameplay loop as well. There's some less vehicles, there's more encounters, the zone shrinks immediately. You're just gonna have more fights, and of course that gameplay length is a little bit shorter. And you actually get better loot too, so you can go into those fights feeling prepared.
When you just want to scratch that Call of Duty itch, you can literally just hop in your phone, and it's so mobile for us to actually have Mobile Royale, and I would definitely love to see a lot more content around that, surrounding all the different game modes that you can actually have, and it really caters to different kind of play styles and even what your mood is throughout the day.
Yeah, I love that breakdown. Well, we are only a couple minutes, I think 5 minutes away from Special Ops and watching Hawksnest really struggle with some of our incredibly difficult challenges. So I hope you folks at home are having a blast. Don't go anywhere during our break. We're going to have our streamline active so you can watch a ton of different streamers, but we'll be right back in just a moment.
Gotta be some bullet speed or something I'm missing. Never built.
Nah, it's just like you gotta learn how to lead the shots in Warzone.
Oh yeah, I'm cooked.
Leading them, and then the drop, and then.
Oh, there goes Robala. bro, Robala trying to play like this like hot mode, bro.
Bro, Robalo is not playing with us.
Wow. Then I get I got no more gulag, that's it?
Yeah, bro,
Why didn't you just buy my gulag?
We're gonna buy you back,
Ooh.
bro.
Oh yeah, buy me back, buy me back.
You only get one gulag, it seems.
You were saying like it can't wanna be
It's one of the sauce in front of us.
1,000? But I was, but I got to the zone left. The zone actually
There's two guys above us, I'm pretty sure.
On top?
Yeah.
Teammate just died.
Pretty sure he's above us. I knocked him, but I didn't finish him.
big. Yeah. Oh, did you not see how big the sniper was? I couldn't even put it in my
Space,
pocket.
I'm right above you, Space. If we die, we both die.
I couldn't even like slide or anything.
Space!
Oh wait, I hit the 1 hour mark.
There he is. See, they're camping the auto ladder. They're right here.
I fell. Come back.
Crazy, you just want to type some shit, bro. What the hell?
Whole bazooka, that's what I'm saying. Alright, chat.
They guessed wrong.
This is the second code. You feel me? You guys go there.
I see someone like northwest behind this wall.
You guys basically redeem the code.
It's in front of the wall now.
This one's right here. You know, if you guys don't have the game, download it. Link in the description. You feel me? You feel me? And
You went in that building. They just redeployed a teammate.
What am I hearing? What is that sound? Is that your skin little be talking?
Let me try to recon Robalo here.
Alright, I'm gonna just dip.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lil B.
Got him.
I gotta go back to that aimbot. I was actually aimbotting him, chat. That was actually crazy. Like, brrr, brrr.
He on the roller. He on the sticks.
There's a guy near me on the buy station.
Alright, well, you're alone.
Call General Bala.
Thank you, baby. Bye.
I'm not meant for that. Whatever.
Look at that line next. Is that? Oh, that's space.
Oh my god, they camping in the building. Two of them, dude.
Team wiped.
Yeah, I was chasing the wanted target.
Okay, we got 6 more people. There's 6 squads. That's actually crazy.
Team wiped. They're all solos left?
Top of radio station.
I got it. You got it, Gray?
Is Gray hogging all the codes?
Oh.
Huh? Gray taking all the codes, but he took my codes too.
Yeah, I took both of mine. Thank you.
How is he so quick?
Libby, what is the redeem code for Warzone Mobile? You get like free stuff, like a... Let's go.
Well, how do I leave this building? I'm lost.
Cool
Where am
blue
I?
skin animation.
Well, I'm stuck in the building. How do I leave?
Oh, brutal.
No, how do I leave, chat?
I'm pretty sure there's one up here.
Millionaire, walaikum assalam.
Is that the exit?
Mortar strike on us?
Can mortar strike kill me or no?
It might kill you guys if you're on the roof.
Warzone mobile'mi? Uning uchun yaxshiroq telefon olishim kerak edi, Jaska. Ko'ramiz, emulyatorga chiqsa balki o'ynarman. Warzone PK versiyani qilyapman, ikkalasi sinkronizatsiya bo'ladi lekin. Bu yerdagi orujalar, meta orujalar bu yerda ham o'tadi.
Welcome back to Call of Duty Warzone Mobile Live. We have had so much fun in the booth and seen some incredible plays, even during the break, by the way, which I love to see. But we're about to get into our first challenge. We've got special ops.
Reklama qilur, Jaska. Ikkalasi bitta narsa-yu baribir. Warzone PK versiya bilan Warzone Mobile versiyasi ikkalasi sinkronizatsiya bo'ladi. Oruja bu yerda ham prokatchika bo'ladi, bu yerda ham prokatchika bo'ladi, короче. Emulyatorga chiqsa kerak menimcha. Agarda telefonga joystick qo'shib o'ynaydiganni qo'shib qo'ygan bo'lsa, endi emulyatorga ham chiqadi menimcha. Nima desang, hammada anaqa yo'q-ku, nima desam bo'ladi? Zo'r kompyuter, pastroq kompyuterlarda o'ynash uchun qo'shadi-da.
No disrespect to Hawksness. I know he's comfortable with Verdansk, but Aerith is the sweatiest of the sweaty, and she's going to be bringing some top-tier gameplay to the table. I don't know if there's anybody that's put in as many hours on Warzone Mobile as Yanrique, especially as far as content creation.
PS5 kutonma.
One of those guys that early on was running custom lobbies.
Bo'ladi, ovozing yaxshi, PS5. Ham telefonda o'ynab bo'lmayapti, dema bunda.
Yeah, I mean, all these BR guys are just so good. I've been watching
Note 11, Redmi Note 11. Operativkasi 4 GB, o'shancha o'ynab olmayapti.
Need to look out for because they've been studying the game in and out ever since it actually launched in alpha and beta. And upon talking to them,
Yo, sen buni PS5 ga skachat qila olmaysan.
Yeah, we want to be like the #1 BR players in the world. So that's why Ferg, you got
Faqat telefonga joystick ulab o'ynashing mumkin. Joysticking borku mana PS ga.
Before we get into special ops, I do want to say we've got some amazing content creators all day today, but we got to talk again one more time about what's happening for the rest of the day. Again, 36-hour broadcast.
Telefoning bormi? Normalniy telefoning bormi? Normalniy telefonga joystickda o'ynashni bilasanmi, to'g'rimi? O'yin o'ynagansan joystickda. Joystickingga через Bluetooth nima orqali ulanadi o'zi? Telefonga. O'shan bilan ulaysan-da, o'ynayverasan.
with some celebrities about what they think about Warzone Mobile. So a lot still planned today. So for those at home that have been watching all day today, we thank you. It is great to have you here. I want to know if you're dropping into Verdansk, if you're dropping into Rebirth Island, what your favorite drop spot is, okay? Look, are you dropping Superstore? Are you running away from Ferg? Are you dropping Hospital and maybe racing for the heli? Look, there's just so many places to drop. You got to tell us where you're aiming to grab your first loadout, where you're grabbing your first.
Nima deb yozyapti Google Play'da? Play Market'da nima deb yozyapti?
Who are you gonna 1v1 in the gulag?
Samsung Note 10. Necha operativka unda?
I just like, just adding salt to the wound.
Bobby,
Man.
look,
We gotta see it.
I'm going touchscreen controls 1v1. We'll do this later.
That is bold.
Let's make it happen.
And then Bobby needs to be in controller. we're switching it. We're switching it. Production is listening.
Be pretty competitive. Maybe. Because
Oh, ko'ramiz.
But I mean, no disrespect, but you know.
We're doing it.
It goes both ways.
Production, keep track on that.
I'm a caster for a reason. Let's just say that.
Same.
Fair. I mean, we're all here for a reason.
Look, I started. It's funny to bring this full circle. I started my career really in.
Oynasang bo'ladi.
Yeah.
Started as a streamer. Started like hosting tournaments and things like that. And I was playing in those tournaments to start. And then I was getting dumpsters.
Note 10'da oynasang bo'larkan.
Talk over 'em. People were like, "Oh, you're pretty decent." And I was like, "Okay." So here we are now. On the other side of it, definitely not
Full
playing.
circle. Very full circle.
Full circle
Proud of you.
indeed. But we'll continue to kind of hopping between streams as we're getting our special ops set up. You got Miney on screen here. Excited to see them continue to play Rebirth. And I think, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but it's worth bringing back up again that, players at home, content creators, everybody's going to find their game mode that they love. We've talked about the maps, the different modes. Resurgence is just a very unique kind of Call of Duty-esque playstyle that bridges the gap, like Chris said. Bobby, between multiplayer and the kind of traditional Battle Royale experience.
Yeah, it's definitely an ideal way to get a feel for Battle Royale without having that punishing element of like, oh, I die and I'm die. Obviously, you have the gulag when you are playing Verdansk, but especially for people that are starting out, or if you just want to grind weapons on a Battle Royale type game mode, it's another great opportunity to do that as well. So it really does have something for everybody, regardless of
Mana mana shu telefonlarda oynasang bo'ladi uni.
native mode is, what your preferred style of play is. Like, even if you like sitting on
Mana shunaqa xarakteristikali telefonlarda.
lots of people landing back, there's an opportunity for you to adapt that passive play style as well.
It's a great breakdown, but it's time for Special Ops. Let's take a look about what we're going to be doing in Special Ops, because this is a very unique challenge for a lot of our streamers. We've got an incredible schedule here of the day. It's time for Special Ops. We're in that Event 2 section where these streamers are going to be competing against each other to complete some challenges. And like I said before, celebrities right around the corner, multiplayer after that, and then those vehicle rumble and snipers only challenges with some of our other streamers. I know you mentioned Noah. We talked to him earlier. I think he's going to be sniping later. But here's your Special Ops. This is what our players are going to be doing. We've got 5 content creators competing to complete 12 challenges in 90 minutes. And again, these challenges are difficult. Will they complete them all? We don't know. But if they do, they will likely win. This is a time-based challenge, as many as you can get down in 90 minutes. And here are your challenges.
Bo'ldi.
Talk to me about what you're seeing.
Bego Max, rahmat.
Mama, you follow up after. What do you think's the hardest?
I mean, obviously the hardest is probably going to be 150 total kills, because especially if you're dropping into Verdansk, that's going to take you a minute. I think if you're
kelishyapti. Mujik, Jaska rahmat.
What the most achievable ones are going to be, obviously kill with a vehicle, not that difficult. 2 assassinations, just get a knock on somebody, execute them afterwards. After that, it definitely starts to get a little bit more complicated. You got things like 10 headshots with snipers. That's something that you've got to be really accurate with. But I think there's definitely a decent number of these that are achievable, and then some things like the total kills will gradually stack up just the more that you play. So I think it's unlikely.
Bu challenge anaqasi.
Could be somewhat feasible that somebody knocks out.
Zadание, короче.
I mean, honestly, I think 150 total kills might be achievable just because it's 90 minutes of just pure gameplay, and we know that they're probably going to be in the zone. One thing that I'm actually looking at is 1 kill while deploying in air.
That's what I was talking about.
I mean, it's just, that is so difficult. You got a pistol on, it was just like, oh my goodness. I wonder who the first one is going to be achieving that. And one thing that you have to achieve here is the people.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, who's going to achieve that first?
Adashingiz bilan gaplashing, content qilardilar.
first one going for that challenge. I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Oh my goodness.
Discord'um bor. Mashta meni kanalimda anaqada qo'yilgan Discord. Menimcha ishlamayapti u приглашение Discord. Hozir tashab qo'yaman.
I would say Little B. I think he's just put in the most reps on Warzone Mobile over the past couple of months. I think Rabalo's a close second because he's been kind of right there side by side. Both of them have been grinding it out. But both of those guys have been playing the top level of mobile esports for a hot minute. And I've seen that talent transfer over to Warzone Mobile very well. So those are probably the two I would have my eyes on.
Well, look, one of the challenges is 10 headshots with a sniper. I mean, hey, we're watching Aerith, maybe Hawk's Nest.
Mana mash men Discord kanalim mash.
Give him one challenge, and if he can complete one, I'm happy. You know what I mean?
But you got 3 snipers in there. You got Space, Little B, and Aerith going toe-to-toe to try to capture that for the first time. And one thing that you also kind of have to know is if they actually capture that, if they get those points, they need to figure out who did it first. Because that's the
Kiva Games sizin nomi.
For sure.
Will they complete all the challenges? I think it's unlikely. I think it's definitely possible. We'll see. They're about to hop on the grind right now for the next 90 minutes. Now
Yo'q, Kiva Game mi? Ko'ramiz hozir.
Think about that 90 minutes if you load in nearly immediately, which you probably will. And speaking of loading in, you can tell we've got an incredible set. We're inside the C-130 itself. We're about to be dropping into Verdansk for some mobile royale. Talk about some production value, folks.
Ha, bugun otishma.
Right there, yeah, we're jumping in. I feel so immersed right now. It's such an immersive experience. The set looks fantastic. I already said that a while ago.
Ha, Counter Brawl o'ynab o'tiribdi-yu.
This looks so great.
Yeah,
I left my parachute in the hotel room. Is anyone else back up?
That's honestly embarrassing, Bobby. Incredibly unprofessional to not bring your parachute to the broadcast.
I guess you're gonna be the one that tries to kill someone off of like midair.
Oh, I'm shooting turkeys. I'm shooting turkeys. I'm shooting turkeys out of the air. I don't know if there will be turkeys. Again, I talked to Win before the broadcast, and he was like, dude, every lobby feels like scrim lobbies. So it's gonna be tough there. I don't think there's any turkeys right now, but maybe you at home are one of those turkeys.
O Counter Brawl o'ynab o'tiribdi-yu. Hey.
Right now, had a chance to see Hawk's Nest there just shortly. Gonna be dropping into Verdansk, and look, when we talk about some of these challenges. Of course, 150 kills, they kind of, like you said, Bobby, will rack up as you're playing. I'm looking at vehicles. I think this is going to be a pretty strategically difficult challenge and something you may want to prioritize pretty early, too. You've got to get kills with the vehicles, and there's not as many vehicles on the Royale, because this is a much more aggressive...
Futbolga ham atayin olganman mana men.
...already shrunk, so find a vehicle early. The number one vehicle I'm going for, I am...
Qizim mana bunaqa narsalarni ham chizib bergan menga.
Classic Verdansk thing to race to a helicopter. You can chop people up like sushi and get that challenge quickly.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because if these guys end up in the same lobby going against each other, you also have that blow up a helicopter challenge. So I am curious if maybe we see some people throwing the RPG into their loadouts to try to go for that one, because at least as far as the games that I've played, the mobile players have not really moved toward that helicopter meta so far. It's definitely been more vehicle oriented, so anytime you get an opportunity to take one of those down, they're definitely going to look to capitalize.
That's one thing that they could actually learn here while playing. It's like, hey, there's a heli right there that you could actually go and play and blow up potentially. Because while I was watching a lot of the PC console players, you use a lot of helicopters there how huge the map is, and you really do gain an advantage when you're up in the air.
Yeah, well, the players are about to drop in, so we might see some helicopter races. The classic kill race. Back in the day when we were running kill race tournaments on Verdansk, the classic helicopter race was hospital.
Manda ham chiqmadi hali.
Drop for helis. Now, will we see that here in mobile? I don't know. It also depends on the circle. Something I was watching Win, and the other thing...
Ha, rasm yaxshi chizadi.
Until the last second to drop out of the plane, that first circle is already procced. You can already see where this next circle is going to go. That can also dictate, okay, what's going to be the hot drop? Where do I need to go for kills? If I'm farming for 150 kills, that's what I'm going for. Or maybe I just spot that first vehicle and drop down towards that.
And like you mentioned,
Mana manda ham
having the helicopter there, Hawk said,
Warzone Mobile manda ham yo'q, bor-u.
Old Verdansk was hospital, so
Ko'ryaptimi?
we will see him trying to adapt that strategy. Obviously, once again, the shoot down one helicopter could potentially...
Yo'q, ko'rinmayapti.
I think the 10 beatdowns is going to be another one that's...
Warzone Mobile manda ham chiqmagan.
So much risk involved, because obviously time management is going to be the most important thing in regards to how these guys are going about these challenges. So going for 10 beatdowns, like you go for one beatdown, it causes you a death, you get thrown out of the lobby and have to queue all the way back in. That could be 2 or 3 minutes thrown away, and in the grand scheme of things, that could be what ends up costing you.
Time management is everything. You know, challenges, kill races, that's all.
Alaykum assalom, Abbosxon, nima gap? Tinchmisan, charchamang?
To drop into Verdansk, our first challenge is here. Special ops underway. We're going to be hopping in with Rabalo to start, and I think he's ready.
Oh my goodness, the strats are what I'm looking
Tinchku, rahmat, o'zing tinchmisan? O'yinga kirmay qo'yding?
Which one are you going to be doing first? For me, I'm going to stay away from a helicopter because you have to take down one. You don't want to be that first guy that tries to go up in the helicopter and be taken.
Ha, Warzone Mobile release'ini ko'rib o'tiribmiz.
Look, I'm not saying I called it, but it's like I've seen this before. We're going straight to hospital, seemingly fairly central in this first zone. Not necessarily, it doesn't actually look like the helicopter's there for the Mobile Royale version right now, but even still, it's a hot drop nonetheless.
Kirib ko'rib ol, mana bu skinni beradi. Qanaqa? Abbosxon, mana mana. Ko'nik.
Ooh, and it looks like Little B's already been down right here, so this could put their
Mana
spot
buni beradi.
in a dangerous
Ko'nik.
spot. I don't know if maybe he was trying to go for one of those beatdowns and it backfired on him, or maybe just an outplay early on, but you gotta now make sure that you make the most of your gulag, because
20 ming odam ko'rib o'tiribdi Twitch'da.
4,000, or is it, it might even be $6,000 to get bought back. I can't quite remember on the mobile side of things, but
oh, there it is.
that is not the start that you want.
Hey, look, a gulag is it a free win? These days, probably not.
Yo, bu Warzone Mobile-ku. Call of Duty Mobile esdan chiqatdi endi.
As a content creator who's really talented or a pro player, usually your percentages are really high. It's kind of like basketball, right? You're shooting from the free throw. Are you a 70% win in the gulag, or are you a 90% win? These days, with the game just launching, I bet your opposition is going to be pretty talented. It might be on the lower end of that.
Yeah, and it really is important that you really try not to give as much kills as possible, because whoever got that takedown, that's already one kill on there, and trying to go for that 150 kills for that one space in a bingo card.
Bo'ldi, qo'y, telefoning yaxshi bo'lsa skachat qilsang bo'ladi. O teparoqda chatda o'qisang, xarakteristikani tashlab qo'yganman qaysi telefonlar ko'tarishni.
I mean, we're talking, I'm looking at 85% here. We win this every day of the week. Push is the
He's not even looking at the right.
lost in the sauce. Not even close. Right back into the mix.
Yana перезапустить qilib yubordingmi sen? Qanaqa endi? Streaming?
12 objectives, and already 3 minutes in, you know, Little B at least able to pick up one kill, so it's a starting point. It actually is going to split from his team right here and head toward downtown, so maybe trying to maximize the time, and maybe a little bit surprising that they didn't do this off the start, as you do want to try to...
O'zing akkauntini sotmoqchimisan?
And here we go, opportunity for the execution, but he botches it right there.
That's still a beatdown.
That's a beatdown.
Yeah, he could have still gotten the execution.
I know.
Round to be fair, so maybe a missed opportunity, but
Like bosdim-ku, Jazzga 16 ta like bo'pti san.
Do the whole mid-air thing. He's gonna try to get him because the guy was just so oblivious that he was there. It would have been so fast.
Eris in multiplayer with a cruise missile. Does this count? Can we get some rules clarification? If you can grind kills in multiplayer, Aerith just broke the system and might win it all right now. So I love this. And we're going to get a chance to see Scrapyard on main stage. This is kind of a preview of the multiplayer mosh pit that's coming up here shortly as well. So
Account bor sotiladigan Warzone Mobile'da. Qilganlar yo'qmi?
this is a perfect way to cheese the system and farm some early kills.
yeah, I mean, maybe we have an early...
Emulatorga chiqmadi hali. Men bugun skachat qilmoqchi bo'ldim, Cheers Blue Stack.
skills a little bit on the multiplayer side of things and build some confidence heading back into Verdansk. You can see Space already got 2 kills.
Udalit qo'rinma yo'q-u. Udalit qo'rinma.
Move toward that 150 kill objective. And I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen more utilization of the vehicles. We're seeing a lot of foot races, and especially on a map as big as Verdansk, that's not something that's going to be very time efficient.
Well, and that's the thing about Mobile Royale. There's less vehicles on the map, so you really need to prioritize that. And I think we're only 4 minutes in. I think the players will start to realize, oh, wow, I could be farming way way more kills if I grab a vehicle early, especially because my opposition in this
Ya çıkamayaptı.
won't have a vehicle likely, right? So you can fly at them, surprise them, hop out, all of those good things.
And speaking of like flying, something that you need to consider too is if you want to get that one per, I'm still on it because I really want to see.
Undan tortsa bo'ladi. Nimadan? Qaysi emulator? Emulator tutmayapti-yu, ko'tarmayapti hech emulator. Bugun 3 ta emulator sinab ko'rdim. 3 ta emulator ham mana qilmadi, skachat qilmadi.
There's like 2 other people too. Oh, there you go. What?
Everybody thinks they're steady.
Come on.
Ha, o'shada, menda ham o'sha.
These players are in their settings. Where they need to go.
No, that's me. That's me.
Equivalent of Christmas noobs.
Activision degan yozuvga kiradi, keyin otib yuboradi o'yinni.
Win, I don't know, my friend. We're getting explosions, we're getting some assassinations. We might be seeing some challenges
Bo'ldi.
here in the first 5
Begomax. Problema yo'q. No problem, bo'laveradi, gap yo'q.
Now, I did get word from production that multiplayer, she's going for kills in
Ha, yetgancha. Bluestack kirmadi-da o'sha. Mani Ghost skini bor-ku, men bu o'yinda tekinga berayotgan Ghost skini oldim men. Rikar kirib, men akkauntimdan kirib, через telefonimni kirdi-da, men akkauntimdan olib berdim.
Obviously, it does limit some of what you can do. It's going to be a lot more difficult. It's going to be basically impossible to take down helis to get those vehicle kills. But as far as the rest of the objectives, you can 100% get that taken care of very, very quickly.
You know what I am really
Lekin hali komp versiyaga o'tmaganda-yu. Kompyuterning versiyaga o'tmadi.
Whoever gets the first clip of that, wherever you are in the world, your rocks, I think they do like 1 HP damage, and we have seen rock kills forever in Verdansk's history. I want to see the first Warzone mobile rock kill. Somebody posted on the timeline, at me, Grandmaster Goj on Twitter. I need to see it. Where are you? And I'm so sorry.
Does that count as a kill for the guy that throws the rock?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There's a infamous Tim the Tatman clip as we see another Gulag victory there of him placing a bouncing Betty, and a rock hits it and blows him up. So,
that is hilarious. Actually, hilarious.
We're here for exciting gameplay, not camping.
Yeah, we're here for exciting gameplay. Give us exciting gameplay, Hawks.
He's a man of culture, you know? Give the people what they want. Battle Royale on Verdansk. We're here for it. Another kill for him right there. Little B finding one for himself. So it is a little bit interesting to see the squad playing together. I didn't know if the 2 teams were required to do that, but even though you're trying to farm as many kills for yourself as possible, these guys opting to try to make a little bit of a team play to see if maybe they can help each other achieve some of these objectives.
Well, I don't actually mind that. I think you're going to be the problem is time, right? If you're splitting kills in lobbies with your competition,
Mana, loads of player. Blue stacks, mana.
in the lobby with a lobby full of streamers playing together, maybe you're going to kind of mitigate some of that time by not heading to the lobby as much. I don't know.
One thing that we also have to consider is Aerith already has 2
Udalet ko'rdim ki.
and she can actually do majority of the objectives.
Mamdan ham oldim, mamdan chiqmayapti.
15 kills in 1 game, pretty sure she's already locked that down just because
Game
go
loop.
by so fast. To what point can she go into a Verdansk map to try and clear out the BR objectives this time around, or is it going to be the harder objectives first for every other streamer that you're seeing now? They're actually hopping into Verdansk here.
Yeah, Space showing us a stereotypical COD motion of a little drop shot and then beams one off a heady on top of the building. I love seeing this type of gameplay from Space already. He feels so comfortable on the map.
Yep. Trying out the Bruin. I know there's been a little controversy in the mobile community, like if the Bruin is actually that good.
Because you can spray it down, that's why.
Yeah, and obviously
Game loop'ta yo'q.
you have much higher HP values in Battle Royale than you have in multiplayer, so naturally having that larger magazine is going to work wonders for you when you're trying to take multiple gunfights.
Look, a quick history lesson here. The Bruin is one of the most infamous, and even some players
Lekin 4 kun oldin 4 kun oldin o'ynashgan ekan. Yana qada.
Maybe it's making a resurgence here this time around. Obviously, different weapon set from early Verdansk to now with
Mana 2 hafta oldin.
kind of integration, Modern Warfare 2 weapons and such, but the Bruin, a staple.
I saw Godsley actually rocking the Bruin, and he was like shredding because of the mag size of it and the fact that you can control it pretty easily when it comes to the recoil. So if you actually saw the leaderboard a while ago, you did get to see like some sort of reset happening. It's only like that one team. It's only Little B that was able to achieve that 1 point. As you can see, the objectives are going to be be flashing right there for you if you're curious what these streamers are actually
Bana
trying
BlueStack'ta
to
oyuna
go
gene
for.
geldi.
There you go. You got 12 objectives in 90 minutes, and we're already 10 minutes down.
Yeah, can somebody do some caster math for us? How many objectives do you need to complete per minute? Is there like some sort of ratio there we can do?
I'm a caster. I almost flunked high school
90
because of that.
minutes divided by 12.
İşlettim o'ta bor.
Around 8?
Bor lekin aniq qilmadim.
96 minutes.
O'ynamadim.
Yeah, so 1 per 8 minutes would be the math on that. So
1 per 8 minutes, and you're going to be just shy of completing all 12. So that's good math, Bobby. I'm proud of you, my friend.
Yeah, I brought up my caster.
Yo'qsan, Jaska yo'qsan o'ta.
Robots, but the bot count is like, I mean, damn near zero.
All right.
Also depends on the region. I think that goes
Actually, that's why it's so hard. In a great way. It just challenges you to be a better player.
You know, I was playing, I was doing time drops against Hawks the other day, and he was hitting those headshots on me like it was nothing. So I don't know what the issue is right now. I don't know if my head is a magnet for sniper bullets.
It's a magnet for frames, though. I'm pretty sure.
But definitely would have been nice to get one of those objectives knocked out, as obviously he's kind of struggling to get them on the board. Aerith with 2 last time we checked, Lobby with 1. And I don't think anybody else had any knocked out. So the execution, getting little be some progress through these special ops challenges, but still struggling to find kills, I would say, for both teams right now. Space does have 8 on the board, but with only 15 teams left, got to get to work.
Çıktı уже. Boya yo'qdi.
It's a conversation around, hey, if you're playing with other streamers on your team, there's going to be less people in the lobby because you're all going for kills. So maybe they're even kind of delineating challenges that they're going for. Who knows? Maybe they're just kind of talking smack in lobby and wanting to play together. But hey, an opportunity for a free sniper kill, grenade kill. What are we going for here? Does it need maybe the beatdown?
Oh my goodness!
This player definitely in their settings, trying to figure out what they want to do. Little B.
Oh my gosh!
Little B.
Why wouldn't we take the opportunity for a free beatdown right there?
Beatdown into assassination. Why are we not optimized?
Man, it's just poor gameplay planning. Like you gotta think about all the options. Obviously, he was thinking about like getting the grenade kill right there, but you don't just throw away one of those opportunities at an objective for no reason. The headshot's not landing here either, but I think
Ko'ramiz 4-40 ko'ramiz.
so that could be some progress on a second objective for him.
Yeah, I saw the headshot icon there, so nice job. Little B continuing to kind of rack up different shots.
This is actually loud. Oh my god.
On main stage, choking, no, hits it again.
He's just farming headshots.
I was about to say, that might be, does that count as 2 headshots?
I assume so.
Look, productions, you guys are the admins. I don't know what's going on. I'm having a great time, though.
This is so entertaining, and I love it. I love how we're seeing both sides of the coin for a little bit. Like, we're hyping him up. He's such a good player, and then stuff happens like that off screen, no, on screen, buddy. We're seeing you. And now, well, speaking of, I wonder when it comes to the objectives, like, who's actually doing who? Are they going to be doing one objective, or are they
Biraz kechga botdi deb ashaq qiladi endi.
doing an accumulative like thing? It's really nice to see when we hear their comms.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great shot. Which challenges are they going for? Again, just outside a hospital here, a very fun drop for a lot of people at home.
If you guys didn't hear, Noah said. That Hawks is very sweaty.
Like physically.
Literally and figuratively.
I'm on peak graphics right now. $60 FPS.
All right.
What?
Rocking the peak graphics, obviously, that was one of the more recent additions in those updates that happened over the past month as well. And even seeing
2 megabayt
optimization
2 megabayt tezliği kaçka
run
qo'yapti.
a little bit more smoothly in some of those more recent updates as well. Kind of crazy what it
Ko'tarildi.
I'm a little surprised
4
Hawks is
megabayt
running it in something competitive like this, because like the majority of players, like even playing other mobile shooters, I'm never running max graphics.
Right.
I want 120 FPS.
Yeah, that's
every single frame that I can get. It looks like Aerith has actually hopped into the battle royale, but not having a lot of success so far.
Jesus Christ!
I think she's a little stressed about completing these challenges.
While deploying in the air, 10 headshots with snipers. That's
she could get it here.
difficult.
Yeah.
I think the vehicle
Kira.
is going to be the
Görüyorum.
Easiest. 1 kill with the vehicle, perform 2 assassinations, double kill with an explosive, 15 kills. Also, if I give up on the thingamabobbers,
Какой?
Right now,
Me
it's a
too.
thought process.
Me too.
for the
Just
2
let Aerith cook.
months, ya goats.
She could get going once she wins this.
Maybe a bit easier to maybe grab a couple eliminations out of the air too.
I do not have a good amount of plates. Also, that
Looks like
that
Hawks
name,
does
cancel
have
my
his
plate,
loadout right now, that Ram 7 that we've talked about a good bit. A lot of versatility for that one, and obviously if you're trying to farm 150 kills, need to be as versatile as possible.
I think we just play this.
And I think the way that he has that loadout set up is about as good as it could be, because you give yourself the
Right.
versatility, but you've also got the sniper to try and knock out some of those headshots.
Right, and it's something like a hybrid between the AMR and the HMR. Like, can you agree to that? Because of like it's a little bit of a medium range build. Yeah.
Ram 7.
Yeah.
Here's the crazy thing is that the Rams
LD player.
the staple sniper support.
LD
dating
player.
all the way back to Verdansk too. So again,
That's cool.
another great callback to original Verdansk release. The Ram 7 has been a fan favorite for a very long time for a lot of our PC creators.
Oh, actually, I wanted to pick your brain on that. What kind of weapon combination is your favorite while you were playing in Verdansk?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Big sniper, big Ram 7 guy. I was rocking the AX50 for a while back in the day on original Verdansk, and sniper support like the Ram 7 is like the perfect combo to be able to fight at pretty much every range, because even at close range, the Ram 7 does still cook.
Yeah.
Anytime I hear Ram 7, I just hear the voice in my head of Tim the Tap Man saying, Ram 7!
Ram 7!
Trust, what do you mean? I need the confidence. You're right.
You have a skin? You have a skin?
Yes, that's my main skin.
That's why.
Çıktı bınge.
Victory, that is a challenge, by the way. He's excited about
I don't
it.
think that was 15 though, so.
Yeah.
I don't even know if we knocked out a single.
Let him cook.
Hyvä koottu, blядь.
Feeling good.
Got some YT usernames in the kill feed as well, so maybe ruining some streams in the process.
About the Huxus was like, I don't even know if I completed a challenge on that, but it was a win. Hux, one of the challenges is winning the game. What are we doing here?
So how many stairs is this, bro?
See,
I mean, exactly. That's what Chris said. Auto stairs up.
That setting, it just automatically turns for you. So instead of having to constantly turn, you hit the auto run button.
Болды etvarım Jaske.
You know, that's one thing that I actually did not.
Mənimçi kırmıydı, otvardı mənimçi.
In my head, like, I'm not gonna use this, and then when he said that, wait, that is actually super smart.
Well, I guess it also kind of depends too. We'll see if Little B can hit a couple of these. But something we haven't talked about is like the mobile community all plays with different ways to hold them.
Exactly, that's true.
Some people play, I think, 4-finger, right? Claw, and then some people I think Geisley plays like 7-finger.
Yeah, he's 7-finger. Yep.
All right, well, let's take a quick look at our challenge boards and see where our players are at right now. Little B in particular, how many challenges has he completed? Let's take a look at that board and see where we're at right now. Because I think right now, at the top players are 1 or 2. And here we go. Aerith has already won a game of Warzone and 15 kills in 1 game. So up to 2 on maybe some of our other players.
I'm assuming that the 15 kills is in that multiplayer map,
Still
right?
technically
Yeah,
Warzone
exactly.
mobile,
Oh, I love that.
That's where the win was, too.
Yeah. That's so cool.
All right, and then Hawks Nest, obviously we saw him picking up a win. Little B, 2 assassinations already, making the most of the opportunities off the knocks, and kind of surprising that we haven't seen more people go for that, because that should be one of the easier objectives to knock out, just because a down person is not going to pose much of a threat to you.
Well, I mean, at the same time, it's like, well, if that's an easy one, maybe save it till the end. You don't have to focus on it right this second. Let's go for some of the more difficult ones while we have the time. Several different strategies here, and we'll see which one pays off. But Space
fırsat koydum.
15 eliminations, so has an opportunity to make 15 very easily here if things go his way. We check in with Revelo, taking some of the high ground positions here, just with a pistol in hand, and apparently that's all he needed.
Oh, wow.
Just barely grabbing the victory there.
I think that's how bingo works, bro.
That was always a scary endeavor when you're landing back with a pistol.
Yeah.
Is obviously, coming back from the gulag, you get your gulag weapons, but if you get bought back by a teammate, you don't have that same opportunity. Able to catch him off guard right there. and once again adding to the tally. But you're trying to do the math if you're these guys of how many kills you need to be getting. Basically per 10 minutes, I think is the easiest way to do that. You need 150 kills. You got 90 minutes to do it. So what, just over a kill and a half per minute. It doesn't seem like Space is really making pace for that right now, given the fact that I think we're probably around 20 minutes in here.
Yeah, it's a good call. It is on 15 though, so that is a challenge completed. Likely we'll just screenshot that and report it to our admins, get that into the system. So congrats there. And looks like there's only a couple
Нельзя
players
установить,
in the
блядь.
lobby. So
Почему, блядь, нахуй?
pretty quickly and maybe tack that one in as well.
That's one thing to consider also is like if you already got that dub, you can definitely just hop out of the game and go into a new lobby once you do get that one objective, just so you can keep farming kills later on. Because obviously, once the circle closes, there's like less and less players, so that's less kills for you to farm.
My guy.
Yeah, I think there's only one player left in this lobby. Little B's only got 10 kills, so it looks like maybe kill stealing there from the other side.
Yeah.
Making sure that Little B can't complete it.
This team already has one Warzone win, I think. Was it? Or was it Aaron?
They're playing the 20-minute one.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, it was a bold strategy. Not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously there's more people, but you do like the overall math: 80 people in a 10-minute lobby versus 120 people in a 20-minute lobby. It's maybe not quite as much room for optimization.
Well, let's take a quick listen in with this victory here. See where their brains are at while we take a very short break.
Bro. Who does that?
He just Houdini'd you, bro. He just disappeared and it just like after he dropped, he's like, "What's good?"
Bro. Bro, he just sits in the corner like,
You know, having problems and it just can't be resolved. Alright, where are we going? I sent you a vehicle. This guy's just lonesome self chilling.
Короче, нельзя здесь через LD-плеер играть. Нахуя мне перезапустить его нахуй? А тут еще блюстак есть, блядь.
Boy, I literally just landed. I didn't even see him. Okay.
Ебать, чё он установил тут, блядь?
I'm kind of getting clapped. Is solo really the move? I think I should get like players. I'm not players, but I feel like I should like squad up just so if I die, like. I'm thinking. Code? Has it been 30 minutes? Ooh, let me check. 30 minutes. Code, guys. Code.
No way you're playing like this. Oh my god. Oh, nah. That's so ratty, bro. So ratty. Let's drop on this guy, bro. Let's go. Wait, he's not dead? What? Ain't no way. Wait, it's like, no way he's not dead. What the hell? Oh, I had no plates. Oh, it's tough. I had 0 plates.
We are back finally and had a chance to kind of listen into some of the different streamers' POVs. They're loading back in, checked out Miney for a second. And I think what Aerith was talking
Вот
about...
Бегамакс, Рахмат. Лайк лучшим, просмотр лучшим.
Sometimes you just need to
Хайрлы
kill
тур.
with randoms because they can always buy you back if things go awry. You are on a clock, so going to the lobby is always not a boon.
Exactly, and not just that, but you can also farm as much kills with double the people with you there. So that's one thing that you need to also kind of consider. And she was almost so close to getting that kill mid-air. Like, is she gonna do it? Is she gonna do it? And our face was just like, oh no, 51st.
Yeah, definitely painful to see. And she could be employing that Ferg strat as well. Like, I do hope that my teammates die, and I can just solo squad the rest of it. And that's the way that I'm going to be able to farm the most kills is whenever you are truly going it alone and wiping those squads.
Look, kill races, challenge cards, everything in between. There's always a high risk, high reward strategy and maybe a lower risk. Like, let's play it slow and consistent. Unfortunately, you only have 90 minutes. So I'm probably erring on high risk, high reward as well. You are running out of daylight. We are already 24 minutes in and only an hour and 6 left. Beef Mommy, if you're dropping in right now, and we're dropping into Mobile Royale, we're dropping into our 20-minute version, normal Battle Royale. Is this your strategy? Go for a vehicle first, and the rest will kind of follow.
Yeah, I need to have a vehicle first. Like, when I play BR, I am just more secure in the knowledge that, okay, I won't die to the zone. I need to get in.
Через Telegram установки koyma.
One thing, positioning. And you're going to be seeing it a lot more. And it's interesting, the leaderboard, my goodness, that's like, they're even when it comes to the points.
Yeah, even when it comes to the points, but there are a ton of people here in storage. Another fun drop that became a hot drop for a while in Verdansk. I mean, Bobby, this is an opportunity to farm, but you've got to grab a weapon. Got to win the pistol war first. Will we win it? No.
Oh no!
Feels
Wait,
bad.
did their whole team get wiped right there? I'm not 100% positive.
They
did. Oh, and I can't imagine there's a whole lot of kills. Like you said, ridiculous hot drop right there. It looked like there was probably minimum 3 squads.
Dang.
And not able to come out on top. And shows maybe the importance of, you could take some early pistol shots, but if you spend a little bit more time, might cost you a little bit of armor, but you find a primary weapon, you're going to be able to farm so many more kills because it's so limiting with how little damage that pistol does.
Yeah, it's look, it's a strong starter weapon, but it is still a starter weapon, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's find some loot. And if you're playing Mobile Royale, some of that loot will be a little bit more powerful, a little bit more advanced, some, a few more attachments and things like that, give you some advantages. But back to the showers we go, and it'll be looking for another elimination. You might be 100% on main broadcast, I think, for a little bit.
There were good comms there too. Space was calling out for him the location of the guy that he was going against in the gulag. So definitely important for getting the win right there. Rabalo did not need any help on that one. I don't think the other guy was able to fire a single bullet. So kill on the board for both of those guys, and now all 3 players back onto the battlefield.
See, that's one thing that I just love to hear when it comes to pro players is the comms. They're just so clean. They definitely know how to be systematic when it comes to approaching these things, and that's why they have 2 on the board already. So Space also has 2, Aerith with 2, Rabalo 1, and Hawk's Nest 1. So there's still a lot of time for them to go into it. An hour rather, in 3 minutes is a lot of time for them to gather as much objectives. And I'm very curious as to who is actually the most likely to get that 150 kills by the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, if you're averaging about 15 kills per game, 10 games in 90 minutes, is possible,
Награда.
but it's tight. So we'll see.
За это хорошую награду дают.
20-digit game or something like that. Let's take a look back on that Showers Gulag, though, with Space in particular.
Надо полчаса посмотреть вот эту хрень.
From this side of things, and I think aggression usually pays off here in the Gulag, and that's exactly what we're seeing on stage.
Ладно, эта хрень пусть стоит здесь, пусть смотрит. Качество снизим здесь. Там и там будем получать. А это я больше сделаю игру. Күрдім, yok кірмады, скачать қылмады ям даже. Ошибки шығарып алды.
Little B maybe rage quitting out there or something else, but he's going to drop out of the lobby, so it's going to leave it down to Space and Rabalo. Rabalo already taken down, and they might just be chalking it and trying to drop solo to see if they can farm some additional kills, because right now it's all left down to Space for the rest of this one.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's part of it. Little B might say, hey, I completed the challenge I need to complete. There's not as many players.
Маш, telefonda o'ynaydiganlari faqat ketgasini streamini ko'ramiz, boshida har doim telefon ichiga kirib ketaman. Qandoq qilib o'ynasa bo'ladi?
Exactly, that pride and joy for you to say that I won the first Warzone mobile official challenge.
Faqat bosh ko'rinyapti,
you can brag about. And again, we're actually learning a lot of things when it comes to watching the gameplay today. Like, I'm learning.
O'rtaga nima qo'yib olgan? Toshga qo'yaptimi? Qara.
During our break, once we do this up, I'm taking a lot of notes here, man, because I really like what they're doing.
No, I love
Maybe
it.
kind of dumb, but I was
over
hoping
here
the
at
guns down
Train,
here. I put
we'll see
all my eggs in one
Hawks
basket.
looking for some
And it didn't pay
loot.
off.
He's got a sniper that
He
he
scared
can
me though. I hit
use,
him
but
once.
not
It's
sure
enough
he's
for me to.
completed that challenge yet, so still looking for a few more headshots.
By the way, chat, what
right
I'm
now,
doing right
a
now
little
is
bit
not intelligent,
scrambling,
but
trying to
it
figure out
must be
where to
done.
go. And look, there's a ton of content creators, of course, a part of this event. If you want to tune in to these content creator streams, feel free. Hawks Nest streaming.
Like bossamiz, like.
We've got another 150 some odd creators online from remote, from their own setups, grinding the game. So tune into those streams as well. But here's Hawks Nest going for the headshot. No, but does get the elimination.
Not like a real one, but
yeah, obviously the Signal 50, not a very strong sniper, so it's not the one that you expected. Picking a lot lot of headshots with, or even if you do get a headshot, they're
За это хрень вот это дают.
but picking up his loadout should have a little bit more opportunity to try to knock out that objective once again. Needs to find some plates though. Being down to half a plate in the position that he's in, trying to basically solo squad in this one can bite you in the back pretty quickly. So swapping over
Где он
to
есть-то?
POV, maybe needing to refine
the sensitivity was whack.
a little bit.
I messed up my.
I think it's probably.
Oh, speaking of, she said it.
Well, I think it's probably the ADS since.
Чё это он? Что произошло, я не пойму. Чё с твичом, блядь? Вот такой скин будет скоро. Твич сломался нахуй вообще. Твич сломался, блядь. Бедного твича сломали нахуй. А, не, нормально. Работает.
Now splitting up and seeing what kind of progress they can make that way.
And he's coming up empty. That's an unfortunate thing. He's also spotted as well. And there you go. He's trying to go in for the strafe. He goes for the slide and he's trying to go and challenge it. Oh, the beatdown is going to happen. Unfortunately, he loses that.
Is that -1 on the beatdown?
That's what I'm saying. If you get beat down,
oh no.
Production, let's have that be a -1. Oh my goodness.
So
that
difficult.
That is tough. Actually, 11 total now. You got to get 10 beatdowns in total, 2 assassinations. Missed both. Headed to the gulag. So
and you can see him moving his assassination button now because he whiffed it, and it cost him big time on that one.
That's hilarious.
It's just unfortunate he was coming up empty. He was checking every storage unit. It's just not there. No weapons at all. Just coming up so empty. And now he has to go through it again. And we've been seeing so many gulag gunfights here. I haven't seen Aerith. I think I've only seen her once there.
Yeah, I haven't seen her in the gulag, but Hawk's Nest. Hey, look,
I know Hawk's Nest.
I'll give him some credit. He's looking a little bit better than I thought he would. He was touting that maybe he wasn't as talented on touchscreen these days. And Hawk, you're still looking pretty crispy, my friend.
Oh yeah, those hundreds of hours of experience don't just disappear overnight, or even over a span of 3 months. You can pick the glass back up and adapt pretty quickly. Finally getting a look at Little B's POV. Doing some more executions right there. I think he already had that one knocked out, so maybe just doing it for the sake of the flex at this point, but dropping Superstore, that was a place that we knew historically had been a hot drop. Maybe not as many people dropping there just because they're worried about the pressure, but the pressure not getting to him, as he's able to pick up yet another kill off the start of this one. But it looks like these guys are sticking with the 120 player battle.
Madam Counter-Strike брал такой бунима.
I'm curious if anybody decides to make a change off of that.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. You know, the difference between the two. The mobile royale, of course, is about a 10-minute game or so. In the traditional battle royale, you're looking at about 20-minute games. So double the time to get double the kills, maybe. I mean, there's technically more players as well. 120 players in the main battle royale. I think about 80 in the mobile royale. But I don't know if that's a better strategy or not. You do tend to find more engagements in mobile royale.
It's a faster turnaround.
But you're also going to be spending less time in the lobby if you're doing the battle royale. So some trade-offs there for sure.
Please have someone else be shooting at him.
Sticky situation. Hawk's going to be able to get out with the self-revive right here, and they don't really seem to know where he is. He's still not been able to find any plays. Just terrible luck for him on that end. And with that, you definitely have to take a passive approach to this, especially with the zone closing in the position that he is. He's got to find a route around. It's going to be risky with no plates right here. If there's anybody on the opposite side of that wall, he's done so. So going to opt to take the safe route right here, and once again, probably going to hop through some of these tents and see if he can find any armor.
And that's the thing, he's really trying to find this one player that's actually close to him, like he can hear the footsteps, but it is like you are wasting a lot of time if you're still trying to go catch someone that you can't even see, and at this point, you need to find a way to be in a more populated area.
Yeah, I mean, it's in-game. There's not that many players left. This is what I call a quagmire fight, okay? You're spending a lot of time in sinking sand, and you're just roaming around finding one player. Finally spots that player, looking for a headshot likely for this challenge. This The reason he's running that sniper Ram 7, obviously a favored loadout for a lot of players, but no! From above, the high ground yet again gets the better of Hawk's Nest, falls into ninth.
The beginning.
And gotta check your angles, gotta check the top, and well, Aerith's back in multiplayer.
Yo, it's her bread and butter, so I don't really blame her for wanting to go there. Maybe trying to go for the 150 because it really worked out for her. I'm pretty sure this is where she got that 15 kills in one game, which is so much easier compared to getting it into BR. So once she started actually farming kills here, I wonder how fast she can get 150 in like a few games.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that she's starting with still an hour remaining, it's 100% feasible. I think she's got to work on the ADS sense a little bit because it's so much higher than all of her other sensitivities. And looking at her global ADS sensitivity multiplier, that's probably a big reason for it. 3.0, way higher than what I've seen really any other player using. Obviously, that's something you got to work around with, but for people that are new to the game, just basic lesson on how sensitivity works. That sensitivity multiplier simply applies to every other sensitivity, and you want to get those ADS sensitivities, 3x sense, all those adjusted individually, and that global multiplier just allows you to increase everything all at once or decrease it as well.
It's a great shout. I think as we take a look back at Little B, I think this is one of the other, benefits of trying to play the normal Battle Royale is that, well, you can find a few more vehicles and find a couple splatters right on cue. Little B, thanks for showing us what's going on with the
Он с килом сейчас приду.
Yeah, if you don't have your audio turned up and don't hear the rumbling of the vehicle behind you and the beatdown,
nice.
Ooh, baby, a triple. This man is completing challenges left, right, and center.
I am not going to be surprised if he just achieves 4 objectives in that one moment.
Yeah, look, he's got his kill with his vehicle already. He doesn't have to get more kills with the vehicle. Yeah, there it is. Already locking it in. Production's on task here. 3. Little B is technically in the lead. Has taken the lead for the first time here and may try to continue that lead by completing more challenges in this lobby.
And also important to keep in mind, he was the only player on that squad that didn't get the 15 kill game knocked out. So if he can manage to get that one here, which it seems like he should be making pace to be able to do, can extend that lead out even further. So we'll see if he maybe tries to take the Aerith strat after that 15 kill game and try to go for some of those high kill games to see if he can hit 150, because definitely a big opportunity for him, especially with the level he's dominating at, but there's 3 people inside the building.
Oh goodness, he's still alive and he's being chased down. He does get the shots down, gets one more beatdown, has to deal with one more player, and he still gets it. And him playing all these months definitely pays off, and he's just so much more likely to get a lot of these objectives.
And this is the key with the Warzone gameplay loop. You have to increase your survivability as you're playing. Let's take a look at the board here and see where Little B's at and where the rest of our competitors are at. Rabalo still only has a win currently. Hasn't logged any other challenges yet, but I'm sure very closely on their way to the rest of these. But Little B at the top. 3 already logged, 1 kill with the vehicle, 2 assassinations, and has won a game of Warzone. So I think you're right. Beatdowns and likely those 15 kills in one game is what's next for Little B.
All right. We got Space's objectives here, obviously getting the win. He did get those 15 kills, and some of those other objectives I think are going to be easier. Like, obviously, one of Little B's is that kill with a vehicle, and given the fact that vehicles are going to one-shot everywhere, it's once again surprising that we haven't seen more of these guys traversing the map, not only to find more engagements, but just to go ahead and get that one off the board.
Well, a couple wins with, Aerith and Hawks, but not much else to write home about.
And when it comes to vehicle takedowns, it's so hard. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be seeing a helicopter takedown just because you don't really get to see it in even some of the vehicles that we actually have here. And so now Little B is going to be in the top of the leaderboard for now, but let's see with how fast everyone else can actually go and catch up. And he still has, I'm pretty sure, a good amount when it comes to the beatdowns as well.
Yeah, no, I think he's at least halfway with the beatdowns. I think we've seen 5 or 6 on broadcast, so we'll keep making a tally on that. A classic mantra here from kind of a kill race category inside of a challenge like this. UAVs are everything. Information is king when it comes to Call of Duty. As always, UAVs a huge boon in that regard.
And one thing you got to keep in mind in regards to the helicopters is they actually function slightly differently on the mobile side of things. They don't have nearly as good maneuverability as they did on the PC and console side of things back in Verdansk in the old days. So that's part of the reason that you're not going to see as many people using it, just because they don't feel like they have that same precision of the way that they drive the vehicle around as they would with just a normal car or ATV or whatever that would be. So Rabala's going to pick up another execution right there off of a down player. Only 2 kills on the board, but still a lot of players left in the lobby. I think 100 if I'm counting that correctly.
Plenty of lobby to farm. Look, train station also one of the most iconic. I guess they're all iconic, right? It's Verdansk, right? The nostalgia is hitting, but train station is a fan favorite as well. There's a lot of folks that would love to land train if they weren't going for the hottest drop. Still wanted a little bit of action, but wanted to make sure they secured some solid loot and get their loadout as quickly as possible. And that's obviously the staple of Warzone. Warzone Mobile is get your loadout so you have the best advantages going into some of these team fights. But this is 6 eliminations here for Space. And is trying to figure out how to play this team. Finds one picked off on the left-hand side. I think there's his teammate probably to the right.
Nice.
And for Space, he's one of the few people that actually already has 2 objectives on the lockdown. We have 15 kills in one game and a win.
Warzone Mobile'da şu ranketten bularken ya.
I'm also thinking that I feel like I've seen beatdowns from Space as well, and I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't been doing a lot of the sniper shots, but granted, it is going to be very difficult to get, 10 headshots with snipers.
Контролеры и сенсорные способы ввода не будут разделены на глобальном релизе.
Well, one thing about when you play the 120 player is it takes a lot longer for you to get your loadout if you're not stacking cash to be able to do that. So trying to get those one-shot headshots with a ground loop sniper is going to be nearly impossible.
Короче, keyinchalik gamepadda o'ynaydiganlar отдельный serverda o'ynashi mumkin ekan. Agarda reytingli o'yin qo'shiladigan bo'lsa, telefonni sensorda o'ynaydiganlar, telefonda o'ynaydigan odamlar отдельный. Telefonni o'zini sensorida o'ynaydiganlar.
So we thought maybe it was going to be a multiplayer meta. You just go to multiplayer and farm as much as you can. But it seems like these guys have been able to make a pretty decent dent in the progress of these objectives, even with the modes that they're playing.
And I believe that might count as another beatdown there for Little B. We'll have the admins figure out if beatdowns do count if they are already downed or if you need to get the knock with the beatdown. Either way, splitting hairs, Little B is going to continue punching people in the face with the butt of his gun or otherwise, as he is nearing that 15 kill tally that he is so desperately looking for to continue to gap his competition. Looks like Space has caught up, but is 2 away and in a bit of trouble. Survivability is one thing, but ego chows, well, they're everything in Call of Duty.
I think Little B may have just... Oh, he didn't actually call in the precision. I was worried he was going to precision himself off of that one. Obviously, another one of the objectives was kill streak kills, with cluster strikes and precisions being the primary use that you're going to have for those. So I don't think anybody's made much of a dent in that objective, but Little B trying to see if he can make some progress.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of beatdowns. We're seeing a lot of the explosive kills just because
Shipment сетовой наводит. Оно. Имеется.
One thing that we also mentioned
Тут
about
хаос.
is the headshot with the snipers, and you'd think it'd be easier in multiplayer, but even Era, she was talking about it a while ago, she was having a difficult time with the snipers just because the mechanics and the feel of snipers are just so different here compared to a game that she's actually very much used to, like in Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, I think the explosive kill is a fun one because maybe at first glance the streamers were thinking, oh, I need to get 2 kills with some explosives. No, it's a double kill with explosive. So maybe something you could farm in Shoot House or otherwise, maybe a bit easier. But here we go. Little B, 1 elimination away from those 15 kills that he's been so desperately seeking for. And I think no questions asked, I assume Little B's going to do this. He's looking really, really strong right now. Plenty of lobby to still play around with. He's going to take his time and make sure he nets this objective.
Yeah. And I don't think too much need to be cautious either. The lobby that he's in has not really seemed to challenge him. And he's been able to pick up a sniper right here, maybe confusing a color on the wall with a person. So no opportunity afforded to him to pick up any of those headshots, but especially when you're in downtown on these high ground positions, just having that verticality is going to give you a natural advantage in hitting headshots as well.
Jazz'ga oynasa bo'ladi. Normal telefon kerak faqat.
Area that you're even able to see from those angles. So he's not really been able to make anything out of it, and it does seem like
Telefonu yaxshi mi?
the mobile community
Ha,
has not
Note
been super
Note 10 deding. Ha, sana Samsung.
if he could
Oynasang
potentially
bo'ladi.
get a UAV, which we haven't seen a ton of people utilize, that could
Ben
be
o
something
sketchga
that will
qo'yib
allow some of
ko'raychi,
the
bormikan, bo'larmikan.
more difficult objectives.
Mobile'da.
You gotta remember too, Verdansk is one of the largest maps out there, and especially when you include the verticality.
Warzone Mobile невозможно запустить на каком-либо из существующих эмуляторов на ПК.
People are not favoring downtown as much if they're looking for engagements because they're pretty difficult, and there's a lot of outplayed potential on the stairs of a lot of these large buildings too.
Very risky to be in these parts, especially if you are so close to completing an objective. And he's actually on the chase for that one player that went inside, and you're actually setting it up perfectly. But then he actually camps in a corner, and the beatdown finally ensues.
Nice work. Pretty free kill there for Little B. That'll not only net him a one more, which we saw it actually tally up there. Little B takes the lead yet again with 4 total challenges complete, but is just one step closer to completing the beatdown challenges. Hawksness, I think he got his
second
kill.
one. Yeah,
Nice.
second.
That was not Symphony he killed, but it was close.
Jump out, kill a guy.
Oh, different Symphony? I can't even tell.
It was Symphony.
Symphony.
Okay. His little brother.
Oh, bro, do you see him teleport?
Let's go, Hawk.
All right. Sniper shot's not landing. Ram 7 is. He's having a tough time keeping up as Little B continues to extend his lead, picking up that 15th kill. Despite the fact that Aerith has been taking the multiplayer route, not a whole lot of success with these objectives.
Yeah, when it comes to multiplayer, you can only really do a handful of them. You can't even do the vehicle kills, which is the easiest one, and even destroy 5 vehicles with kills as well. So I feel like we haven't really talked about much about the vehicles in her aspect, just because she's just so zoned in when it comes to multiplayer. And we just saw Hawksness actually get that one kill, one objective with that one vehicle kill.
Look, I think there's a lot of chatter about the efficacy of RPGs as well, by the way. So, you know, take your RPG and blow some vehicles up. That's all I'll say. That's a good way to complete several of the challenges on our board. But still, 16 eliminations looking fantastic. I think it's just looking to kind of farm the rest of this lobby up.
Yeah, any progress you can make toward that 100.
Пиздец там обсуждает Warzone Mobile в канале. Там обсуждает, короче, этот, блядь.
That is where they would need to be to hit that objective. Is obviously we're halfway through right now. Lody's going to be able to pick up a few more, but we had one full game before this, I think, where he had 10 kills, maybe 11. So that should be probably maximum 30 kills if you count the one that they got eliminated from early. And given the fact that he's probably had the most success from any player we've seen so far, you would assume for the most part that kill objective is probably off the table.
Look, we are all analysts at heart. We are all casters at heart, and I love how deep we're getting into the minutiae of this game. But I still just kind of gloss over as I take a look at Port. I think for the first time on main broadcast, it's awesome to see the map back into the mix. A lot of our PC players at home are playing Verdansk again for the first time in years. So I just love these kind of like reminiscent moments that we get. You gotta step back and say, yes, there's a challenge going on, but also look at this beautiful map.
I know, it looks so great. I mean, I was playing it a while ago, and that's the reason why I don't have any sleep. And it's just, I can't believe that I'm actually holding Warzone in the palm of my hand. If you
Куда делся Warzone Mobile, блядь?
in 2020, I would be like, you are on
Тоже
something.
удалился группа, что ли, блядь?
That is not possible. And look at that, just like 3 years after, 4 years, it's amazing what all of these devs can do, and the fact that it's actually cross progression as well is the most mind-boggling thing for me. The tech is just so advanced.
And the memories that have been made, not only on this map, but just in Warzone in general. It is kind of this whole new era of some of those memories, doing it in a much more accessible way via some of your phone devices, your tablets, or whatever. Being able to play on mobile is such a win overall for the Warzone community and people that are dabbling into Warzone for the very first time. So, Bobby, I mean, we have a chance to see Hawksnest potentially grab a win here. He's playing a little timid. He's a little scared right now.
It's very, very Hawks.
I
But
mean,
he has 3.
Oh, he got another knocked out, and obviously with him playing solo, maybe got to sweat a little bit harder to make sure you get the objective, but the cluster connects right there. So I think that should be only one more person left as he's able to finish off the kill, and he has a durable gas mask, and there was another one on the ground on the inside of the building. He's not going to need to bother with it because he's there to hit the shots. trying to finish things off with the sniper, and he does just that. So that is some big progress for Hogsness as he jumps up 2 objectives on the leaderboard.
Well, that right there is the dichotomy of the cluster mine. The Hogsness loved it, the opponent hated it. Got baited to go inside. Congratulations, Hogsness, my friend. Looking pretty solid. I love it.
He moves up 2 also. Like just a few moments ago, he was in the bottom, and now we see Aerith at the bottom, kind of struggling in multiplayer. But maybe that's at one point. We're just going to see in like a few seconds, Aerith is going to be definitely climbing up the ranks. But it is going to be Little B getting majority of the objectives down, and he looks like he's very efficient with his time as well.
Yeah, that's a great shout, Mommy, and I'm excited to see what Space can do here. Dam is the icy tundra that is the Dam area, wide out in the open, my friend. You have absolutely no cover, and I think we all know what maybe he should have is some smoke. Really, the only opportunity to make this happen when you have no cover. But here we go, Little B. This is a replay. This is his last beatdown. This counts as his 10th beatdown there. So Little B has netted another elimination, which means another challenge complete. Look at his board. We thought he could be at the top, and I think we might have been right. That's a total of 5 challenges of the 12 already completed.
Yeah. The thing is that he's got a decent amount of progress, but the remaining objectives are a lot of the tougher ones. I am curious if he thinks to head into multiplayer to try to knock some of those out, because I think especially in regards to the score streaks, that's going to be your easiest opportunity to do that. And also, with him being a former multiplayer pro, if he just full sends multiplayer right here, there's very much a chance that he could still get to that 150 kill mark.
Headshot, double kill with the explosive, and also the total 150 kills is definitely very, very doable in a multiplayer mode, especially if your map allows you kind of like in its shipment, you can definitely get there multi-kills after multi-kills. But Raballo is still sitting pretty with those 2 objective points and needs to go and catch up, and it looks like I'm not quite sure, because when we are looking at Raballo, he's always in the gulag or being taken down, so it's just like kind of struggling here a little bit.
Hey, you just got called out, Raballo.
Hey, I'm just seeing what I'm seeing on screen.
Hey, respect to the player there. A little bit of a taste of their own medicine. Space out in the open, able to grab a player out in the open and grab a victory as well. Congratulations, my friend. Nice victory net, and we'll be hopping right back into the lobby as quickly as possible.
That's impossible, bro.
Raballo's got a lot of money to work with, and for some of these players that are multiplayer mains, I'm curious if they even like fully understand the mechanics of the Warzone environment. The fact that you can buy a UAV,
that's right,
that tells you where every single person on the map is.
I'm not trying to out people here, but it's a good call out.
But that's something that, once again, it's something we'll see progress as the game becomes more well known. Just because either you haven't played it or you haven't watched it, these guys they're just bringing their raw gun skill to the table, and maybe an opportunity for them to watch some of the VOD back and say, these are things I can improve on, because surely there's going to be other competitions in the future and ways that they can try to maximize the mechanics of the game a little bit more to give themselves a chance in these environments. So I think we will start to see, especially once we start to get more of those PC and console content creators on the broadcast, we'll start to see some more of those strategies employed.
Yeah, that's a great call out, Bobby, for several reasons. I think what was so fun about Verdansk when it first dropped is that nobody knew the optimal strategy to kill hunt, right? It was like, oh my gosh, I dropped a 15 kill game. This is nuts. And then it was like, oh, people are dropping 50 bombs because they figured out the rotations. We rotate by buy stations. That dictates the way we rotate based on the zone. We're grabbing information gathering tools like UAVs. Like, you're going to see that same evolution in Warzone Mobile, just on a much more expedited scale, which is really fun. And we're even seeing it on broadcast on the first day of the game being launched.
And you actually brought up a really good point. Like, if you want to get those kills, you gotta know where the hot spots are going to be with those buy stations, and just find a nice position and just eliminate all of the players that are trying to rotate inside, or even try to go play outside of the zone and try to catch rotation off and be a gatekeeper and essentially get as much kills as possible. And I feel like for me, Raballo is actually trying to get that 150 kills, and he's been on a shred.
One flying in. I think there might have been one on top of the mountain
I saw that as well.
They might be in their settings. They might be in their settings. We'll see. But grabs the loadout, which is a good call. And here's your Bruin. This is what you were talking about. It's what I call a classic LMG bullet hose, right? So you don't have to be flawless with your aim. You've got a ton of bullets to throw down range. You're going to find the elimination.
Yep. Raballo making decent progress, and once again playing solos. It's crazy how easy these guys are making it look, because you would think that they're playing solos with the way that they're running through the lobbies, but he's been able to make light work of it. Unfortunately, it hasn't really converted into a whole lot of objectives for him, but spots one out in the corner. Tracer's on that one, looking clean as can be as he lights up the inside of the warehouse and picks up another one, but it seems like maybe not quite enough laser focus on those objectives.
Yeah.
More just kind of, enjoying the Verdansk environment.
I don't blame him. I mean, the scenery is beautiful. Look at those ice caps. This is where I would usually hang if I would be in Verdansk, but with Raballo, he's so close to getting one more objective here, Go.
That's right. He's only 1 kill away and is looking for 15 to net that objective. I don't believe he's done that yet, so a big point for him to start on the way of trying to catch up with Little B, but at the same time, I'm sure Little B is only a step away from another objective, so got to get a move on here, and this is kind of the nature of Verdansk right here. As he is running towards the hangars and the firehouse, there are wide open spaces.
Yeah,
I'm talking wide open. These runways at airport area are so open, you have to have cover. The two ways of doing that is visual cover with smokes or grab a vehicle, and so finally I think he will grab a vehicle here to be able to move around the map a bit quicker, but also be safe from being quickly eliminated from distance.
And having played other mobile BRs, I'm surprised that people haven't gravitated more toward the vehicle meta, because there's so many endgames that I've seen as he picks up a vehicle kill right there, where people are just driving in circles the entire time, and that's like so many iconic clips from Verdansk as well, where you have crazy end games like that. But just so useful for so many different reasons, especially in a kill race style challenge like this, or an objective style challenge. So we started to see them, figuring out the ways that they can maximize their time, especially.
İnformasiya qidiryapman har zaman bo'yicha.
Raballo able to at least get one of the two that he needs knocked out.
Sketchga qilmoqchiman telefonga, sketchga ma'minga, gavnoga. O'shani topolmayapman.
I get them. Like, I really resonate with them because I'm a multiplayer person, and the fact that, there are vehicles in
Hozir
here,
mana
you can utilize
anaqani
that.
screen
And you can see, like, in the late game, they're realizing,
QR code ko'ramiz.
easiest ones to do, and they're probably doing that because they know how easy it could actually get. Oh, he's gonna try to get another takedown, and he gets it.
That's two challenges completed at the same time. That's 15 kills and a kill with the vehicle. Okay, he's back on the board. He's back.
He's back. But Little B, though, with the 5 objectives already locked down, they need to kind of focus on the beatdowns as well.
Mana Google Play'dan ko'rinmayapti, yaxshi bilasiz. Google Play'dan topdi. Mana QR kod bo'yicha topdi-da, nima deb yozyapti? Приложение не поддерживается на этом телефоне deb yozyapti menga. Mana QR kod bor-ku, mana QR kod. QR kod bo'yicha kirgin. Telefoningda kirgin.
Self-revive. It looks like maybe a third party drew some of that fire away from him. Able to stay alive, remake a play. Does go down, but completed challenges, and ultimately, that's what matters here on main stage.
Did he get the beatdown? Was he able to get that? I wasn't quite sure.
I don't think it went through, but did get the vehicles and the 15 kills, so that's great.
And that was a level 450 player with a platinum HRM, so that's definitely somebody that is not hopping into Verdansk for the first time. They clearly had some reps on the console side of things. Hawks getting right back into things, and he's somebody it seems like might be building a little bit of momentum if we see him to start to employ some of those higher mobility strategies. Could potentially close that gap on Little B.
The one we were at, actually, matter of fact. Or no.
He's checking out the zone here, trying to figure out where he wants to go.
When in doubt, Dolphin dive it out.
Hey, Dolphin dive. Hey, look, I do love the movement mechanics, by the way. Nice play.
He's got a 3-letter name, so I assume he's good. That's just how it goes.
That's fair.
That's true.
Honestly, so true.
Clan tags already this early on. I love it.
Oh, Freelo. Okay. Oxnet's putting on a little bit of a show for us. I love it. We're going to take a look back, by the way, on that Rebello play. I asked production, and I was like, hey, can we please see this again? Because this is 2 challenges being completed at once. Barely clips that player, maybe with even the door of the car to grab the knock. Then, the double tap.
Hey, Jessica, sho'rdamisan?
Grabs 2 different challenges at once, and now you can see his board. He's at 4 in total. Still behind Little B, but has closed the gap pretty dramatically.
I feel like realistically he could go for the total kills because he's been shredding.
It's true.
And if you do perform the beatdowns as well, I'm pretty sure that can transfer over into the total kills. So maybe they could actually get that, but they're gonna go head to head. I don't know who's gonna be winning it at this point.
It's really going to depend on whether or not the beatdowns have to be on unknocked players or if you can get beatdowns on knocked players because...
A little insight on that, we saw Little B's
Oynagilarim kötü attı var. O zaman kırım oyna kötü.
I believe our admins are counting it.
So it's surprising that we're not seeing more
of it.
utilize that because that's one that you can knock out of the way very similarly to with the executions. Like somebody's knocked, they don't have any chance to respond to what you're doing. Curious if maybe we see some adjustments out of the rest of these players. Hogs, a little shaky off the start of the gulag, but locks it in, makes the read, and keeps the game alive.
Look, I have casted over a ton of different challenge tournaments, and the one thing that remains the same over the many years of challenge tournaments is players will always find a way to make these challenges easier than they should be. So beatdowns on knocked players, a great little loophole they have figured out to try to net some more challenges, and I think multiplayer is another way you could do this. Here's my problem with this. I love what Aerith's doing. She is putting in a ton of time, likely going for those 150 kills. Should have it here shortly, is my guess. The problem is, this is a huge time sink, and none of these challenges are weighted any more than the other. It's just total completion of challenges. So, is it too little, too late? Is my question.
I actually think she could be slowly getting
Bandit bot walaikum assalam.
time right now in multiplayer.
That's true.
Because like she's been using kill streaks a lot, which is a little bit harder.
Shipment oynadı. Shipment.
She could technically also perform assassinations here as well, and if you're really just trying to put it, she is probably the closest person in the entire lobby to actually get close to 150 total kills here. So she may be last now, but at the last moment in these 30 minutes, she could get 4 at once.
And you do have to keep in mind one of the default perks is last stand in Warzone.
Yeah, exactly. That's a knockdown.
You can potentially get a lot of executions and beatdowns on last stand players if you play it correctly, and especially in a map like Shoot House where there's everybody packed in together. If you can find a few opportunities,
Rossiyaga chiqib oldi, o'risda ham o'ynayapti.
punishing is you'll get traded more easily, but I would
Skachat qilsang bo'ladi hozir, bot.
at least some of that progress, but doesn't really seem to be all that focused on it. And gets steamrolled by a Wilson.
And again, I think the huge note here too is when you're on shipment, this is something that
Skachat qilsang bo'ladi hozir.
in general have been using for now.
Mana QR kod. Hozir QR kodni beraman.
There's just so much action.
Mana QR kod. Mana shu QR kodga bo'yicha skaner qilgan mana shuni skachat qilsang bo'ladi o'sha yerda.
This is ridiculous. This is what Chris was talking about. This is the frenetic mentality around multiplayer that you see in Warzone Mobile.
It would be so crazy if she could get like a kill with the Wilson and have that count as 1 kill with the vehicle.
Mana shu QR kod skaner qilgan, QR kod skaner qilgan. Skaner qilasan. Keyin пройти на страницу deysan, o'sha yerda Google Play ochib o'zi kirgizib beradi.
This is a staple, of course, of Warzone and Warzone Mobile. We'll see. Have we seen a
Nima deyapti? Nima deb yozyapti?
gulag, at least not in special ops, right?
Not yet, we haven't.
100%, shooting 100% right now in the gulag for our creators. I respect that.
You know, I think sometimes in the Battle Royale environment, you can get kind of lackadaisical just because, like, there's so much expansiveness and trying to check every single corner can be kind of tasking, but I think especially once these guys that have always been multiplayer focused get into a straight up 1v1, the instincts and the gun skill just completely take over, and that's why we have seen the ridiculous win percentage that we have.
Shooting bodies just like the COD gods intended. I am so here for this. We talk about mats, we talk about camaraderie, but competition. It's really the lifeblood of Call of Duty, and I love to see it kind of emphasized in the gulag, even against random lobby. Maybe learning the game for the first time. We're still shooting bodies.
Nima deyapti? Отменить регистрацию, pre-registratsiya nima deb yozyapti? Bu narsa yozayotganda.
One thing is for sure that has remained the same. Shooting bodies is still as fun as the first
Telefon qanaqa?
Duty game.
Teparoqda anaqani tashlavdim. Xarakteristikasini telefonni.
No one is safe. I'm pretty sure even though that Little B has that 5, the remaining actual objectives
Mana shu telefonlarda kirib o'ynasa bo'ladi. Mana shu xarakteristikali telefonlarda.
there's going to be a shift in the top of the leaderboard, but he should feel confident in like getting those 5 objectives down.
Yeah, Space finding another one and gonna go for the beatdown smartly. Grabs it after the knock. And
7 beatdowns or?
Ooh, he said 7. I think he's on 7 beatdowns is what I heard. So only 3 more to go. He's going to continue to try to farm some of these players over here at Hospital.
I thought he was going to go for the kill out of the sky right there because he had armor broken on that guy. And in prime time, hop down position, but Little B taken down. He didn't even want to let the guy finish the kill. He's going to back out. 26 minutes remaining, so probably around enough time for 2 games of Mobile Royale. If I had to guess, that's probably the avenue he's going to take.
Yeah, that was, by the way, so funny. I guess I'm done.
That is so me. I don't want to give the other person satisfaction of like just finishing the kill, man. Like, nope, I'm gonna hop into another lobby and get that mental reset that I need.
I've seen so many kill race tournaments where like public lobby players do that, and the people in the kill race tournament are so frustrated because they're like, I'm not even gonna get netted that kill. What is wrong with you? But Little B showing us the other side of that, and then as we head over again to space, seeing some stare outplay. This player was totally caught unaware. Nice free elimination. That's 4 now for space as he continues to farm Hospital.
Beatdowns, I need 3 more.
3 more beatdowns for him. And he's going to be the same one for Rabala.
He's zombie camping this ladder.
Walaikum assalam, Setmaster. Nima gap? Tinchmi? Charchamay.
Kind of paying attention to space here and you know, kind of farming Hospital, which we talked about being potentially a hot drop. You know, only 25 minutes remaining. I want to do a quick listen in because
Скоро будет доступен.
Narrating where he's at and what he's
could
doing.
Be a caster.
That's exactly right. Don't give him any ideas. Let's tune into space and see what he's.
А что у него стоит посередине? Нема там? Яшел точка qo'yib qo'yibdi. Mumkinmikan shunaqa o'ynash?
I see how many beatdown kills I can get in here.
Yo'q, optimizatsiya yaxshi emas ekanmi? Bilmadim, mana o'ynashyapti-yu. Bu yerda skachat qilish kerak, yaxshi grafikani skachat qilish kerak menimcha.
Dude, I'm trying to get these beatdown kills and everyone I die is getting instant.
Yeah, I saw. Great. It's crazy.
Ochilgan, Rossiyaga ochilgan. Rossiyani hamma joyiga emas.
I got this, bro. It's tough. I think I hit the top.
Oh, it's kelaman, bir minut.
No, we're good. Move to cover though, because I'm 1 tap from a sniper. Okay, we got a guy above us. I still don't have the best guns, and we have a loadout drop that we could rotate to. Or we can take an unwise in the open fight, which I don't want to do. Actually, let's chow one more time. Now he moved. I think we played for his drop, which it's insane that it dropped over there. And not that one. Like, why didn't it give me that drop? What? Come on now. He's got the better gun. I think I can get a res though. Hit it.
Nimaga? Manda bo'lyapti-yu.
Dude, the AK recoil is insane, man. I gotta stop challenging.
Man через QR kod orqali kirsam manda bo'lyapti-yu.
It's like I can pull down fine, but the horizontal and like weapon kick shake. That's the uncontrollable level of recoil that's just gonna get you every time at that range, unless you're mounted. So, I think if we get that.
Не знаю, Саня, может быть выйдет? Нет, скоро. Скоро выйдет. Раз не вышел, значит скоро выйдет.
So I should just not chow. I'm taking an unnecessary 50-50. Also, a gulag. I mean, I'd have to study to learn how to play it, but a gulag tutorial, I feel like a gulag tutorial would be a good video too.
Bo'ldi, bo'lmasam значит chiqmaganda hali. Agarda bot bandit o'ynaging kelayotgan bo'lsa, o'ynaging kelayotgan bo'lsa, через VPN. Skachat qilsa bo'ladi.
Staying on top of it was not a smart risk, but we
Special ops. Где написано?
Bro, I got baited. Go back and look at that. 100% looks like a dude.
Bilmadim. Special ops.
I'm playing for this building.
Сейчас посмотрим, что за бред. Special ops.
There's a guy. Where I was looking roughly. I just got shot from that direction, I'm pretty sure. There's no way someone on mobile is hitting a shot at this range though. Except me. Ready? Did I go too high or too low, chat?
Это операция, специальная операция. Вот это Дерузай.
Is he still is that him?
И как он называется, блядь?
It is him.
Дай Zero, дай Zero.
Gliding over
Во.
there too, I think.
Через 22 минуты откроется. Событие.
Okay, the lead that I gotta put on these snipers is not something I'm used to yet. I feel like I'm overdoing it.
Вот эта хуйня вылезет. Скоро будет.
Come on, baby. You're joking me. It's crazy.
Сейчас
That,
покажу.
bro, I'm gonna have to put away the sniper. Dude, I'm getting. Hold on, sleeves up. We're locked.
Ну вот это. Событие. Дай Zero. Вот это будет.
Cover to cover here, try to get to.
Через 22 минуты откроется. Операция Дай Zero.
Nope. I mean, yes, but I'm getting shot at the same time.
Вот он.
Got no plates. I have to snipe this.
Вот этого ГОСТа можно будет получить.
He's actually probably. Actually, I have no idea where he is.
Вот этого золотого ГОСТа.
And I'm in the open. I gotta keep going. I think I can use this hill as cover, so if we get to the right side of it, we're good. Just play on this building and then push up when the zone starts.
Вот это я уже получил.
Or can I make it to this one?
Но он пока не синхронизуется к компьютерной версии.
Yeah, we go.
Вот этого золотого ГОСТа можно получить. Вот этого.
Dude, I have no plates. I could get beamed so easily.
И вот это скины еще.
Thank God he's not painted. Thank God, a lot of thank Gods there actually. Oh my.
No. Can't get him. Oh, bro. Relax, bro.
Yo, my skin go hard, bro. My skin is 113 people. That's all like real close.
Dude, where are these guys? Why do they just hide?
What's happening, Space?
Every time I chase someone, like I'll crack someone, I'll chase them and they'll just hide, bro. Like run.
What are they letting you?
Oh, that's not good. Where'd he run off to? Yo, I'm tweaking out. Where'd bro go? Okay. I lost him. Very
Well, hey folks, we are back, and I had a blast listening to our content creators on our listen-ins because you get a little peek behind not only the way their stream is, but also their mentality around what's
Бля, она курсится, курмет.
I don't know if sniping's for me. I am not hitting my shots, and now Eric's back into Verdansk and finding a little bit of success. So overall, very interesting. Of course, you can watch all of our streamers on all of their streaming platforms. They're all live, but these streamers are here in studio doing this all in person. So I was actually walking around. I saw their stream setups on the other side. So
Просто чисто болла ойнамакчы болсаңlar кирип көрөйлү анакадан. Через Google Play өзүдөн эмес, через браузер Google Play'ге кирип көрөйлү. Ошол жерде болуш керек. Через не сам Google Play, ну, Google Play Market, а через браузер Google Play зайти, просто посмотреть.
Still trying to get those sniper headshots. There are a lot of people out in an open field. This is prime time opportunity for him to get another knocked out.
Well, this is what's hilarious too. Like he's working on snipers. As somebody that maybe comes from the multiplayer space, there's bullet drop in Warzone, right?
Yeah,
this is so far that you actually have to account for the drop, especially in Verdansk. This is something that players perfected over and there is finally a connection. He's been hoping and praying for that for the last 15 bullets. Might have to reload again here if you can't grab a full. There it is. Nice cleanup there from Little B. But yeah, there's bullet drop in this game.
Yeah, there is. You have to calculate. It's actual math. It's kind of involved, like the bullet trajectory. But I mean, mean, it's so difficult to just get that headshot from far away. He needs to go and play it up again. He almost did get taken down. And I mean, there you go. There's that free sniper headshot. And one thing he can actually do is to take things close up and then finish the kill with a headshot. That's probably like the smartest thing to do, right?
Well, look, hey, if we're counting kind of like finishing up these kills once they're already knocked, I think this is another small little micro strategy that Little B is succeeding in.
Yeah.
You want to be playing in squads because there's going to be more people knocked, right? So there's so many little micro strategies that we're discovering along the way. And Little B yet again, 1, 2, 3, connects again. No, can't clean it up. Oh my goodness. So close. He's just continuing to throw bullets downrange.
He has no attachments in the snipers too. That's the most difficult part. The base sniper
There it
is
is.
so difficult to really just roll, but he's
Не знаю, может быть выйдет.
gets those kills and look at all those bodies littered around him.
Let it cook? Yeah, hey, he's cooking now. You know why? Because he's closer range and he doesn't have to account for bullet drop.
That's fair. He learned.
Memory.
Yeah, he has obviously done this in multiplayer a ton, but when it comes to Warzone, got to accommodate to those longer sight lines. So, yeah, look, I'm impressed with Little B again. He is leading the competition right now. There's only 16 minutes remaining. I don't know if anyone will catch him, especially if he can net a few more challenges in this singular map.
Вот написано, 21 марта года состоялся глобальный релиз Mobile на iOS и Android. К сожалению, Activision не выпустила игру в России, поэтому скачать ее пользователям из нашей страны формально нельзя. Обычно это связано с региональным ограничением на фоне санкций. Однако есть способы обойти ограничения. Вот, как установить Call of Duty Warzone Mobile из России на Android. Вот тут показано, как. Скачайте и установите приложение TapTap с официального сайта. TapTap какой-то. VPN, по-моему. TapTap. Какую-то программку скачать, называется TapTap. И включите VPN. Любой VPN. Запустите TapTap и разрешите ему доступ к вашему устройству. Понял? Введите в поиске название игры, которую вы хотите установить, или выберите из каталога. Нажмите на кнопку «Скачать» и дождитесь окончания загрузки. Откройте загрузочный файл и подтвердите установку. Потом ты можешь игру играть без VPN. Вот. Для первого запуска и полной установки дополнительных файлов игры потребуется включенный VPN. Для дальнейших запусков игры VPN не потребуется. Понял теперь?
Deflected by the tree. Oh, and somebody else is spraying him down from distance. Maybe losing even more mobility. Obviously, the little attention to detail with the fact that you can shoot out those tires, making it that much more difficult to drive. Honestly, a great tip for those of you who are getting frustrated by vehicles, and he can't seem to turn it correctly.
It's looking like Tokyo Drift right now in Verdansk, and now we're looking at the perspective.
At this point, just chalk it and try to get another blitz in, because it's not happening with this vehicle.
I am just laughing.
Перезарядки. Chiqib turib, mashinadan tushib turib, balonni to'g'irlab haydab bossa bo'lardi o'zani. Balonni teshib qo'yishdi-da, balonni teshib qo'ysa u yoqdan bu yoqqa mana bunaqa bo'ladi.
Yeah, it's maybe because you were missing a tire. I love it.
Ему колеса прокололи, из-за этого он там заносился туда-сюда. Ему просто надо было чисто из машины выйти, просто поправить. Шину можно поправить, поправлять. Поправить и дальше поехал бы, задавил бы всех. Походу, этот чел не знает, как это устроена игра. Я не знаю, я на них смотрю, они как будто как боты играют, блядь. Как будто первый раз играют игру стрельбу на телефоне, блядь. Это все, блядь, известные стримеры, которые Код Mobile, блядь, стримят, нахуй. Я просто угораю с них, ебать. Я просто на них смотрю, они как боты играют, блядь. Даже наводиться не могут нормально, блядь.
In Warzone Mobile. It's a great way to level up weapons, get your settings right, get your HUD set up correctly. Eric just goes on a tear with the Akimbos. I think only 1 HP in a dream.
Если бы я играл бы всю жизнь на телефоне, блядь, игры нахуй, то, блядь, это просто...
Very, very fun replay there from Eric to not only grab the victory, but also a crazy amount of eliminations.
And now speaking of, this is the amount of objectives that she already has. And unfortunately, the objectives that we actually mentioned a while ago that she could have had and obtained here in multiplayer, it seems like she hasn't gotten anything yet. But I'm really curious as to how close it is actually here for the beatdowns. But we just had a notion that she is the kill leader.
Well,
I mean,
you know what?
doesn't mean a thing if you can't go 150. Exactly!
She's the kill leader. She might be one step closer to 150 kills, but she's got to.
Надо зайти в игру, посмотреть, что происходит в игре, блядь. Сейчас я в игру зайду, посмотрю, что там происходит. Что мне дали, не дали, блядь. Тупо звук пока отключу. Начнется через 20 часов. Завтра.
Ладно, работаем дальше.
Блядь, того ГОСТа нету еще. Да, без проблем. Что там еще выдавали, блядь? Какие там награды там еще? Вообще, я посмотрю. А, я понял. Там мне еще амулет должен давать. Амулетчик. А это откуда сердечко, блядь? Не за что, Саня. Рад помочь. А, вот дали его. Вот дали. Еще я персонажа должен получить сейчас. Через часа 4. Вот на этого персонажа. Где он, Кёник? Кёник, ты где, Кёник? На этого персонажа.
Похоже, ты возглавишь рейтинг недели.
Там нормальный перс будет. Хоть не играю, хоть постреляю, блядь. Ладно, идем дальше смотреть, короче.
And it seems like she's like doing pretty good.
I think she just hit a wall bang elimination. I mean, that was
О, я получил
ridiculous.
этот.
Through the wall of blue over there. A massive kill. Will it
Осталась
happen?
вот эта
Not
хуйня.
necessarily, but,
Ага,
like,
Кёник.
throw that on the timeline. I mean, all of our content creators are fiending for clips right now to throw on socials. That's one you put up later. You heard Aerith kind of exclaim after the fact, and yeah, I agree. Put that one on Twitter. We'll see that one later, I'm sure.
All right, we'll see what kind of progress she can make. Is the one thing that is to her advantage is that she does have the majority.
Я сказал тап-тап, обожаю тебя, спасибо. Сейчас я попозже подключусь, просто сейчас маме помогу. Хорошо, помогай маме. Напиши в чате, если хорошо. Да, хорошо, хорошо.
Looks like he does have a Ram 7 to work with as well, but I'm not sure what objective this would be.
Explosive double kill? It's
Explosive.
You're right.
Oh my goodness.
Look, Lil B has got to be one of the best players out there. I am not going against him in anything, but I will say, using the grenade launcher, guess what? It also has, well, grenade launching drop. There's a drop to it. He was trying to aim right on their heads.
O'zbekistondan kimdir sketch qilolmayotgan bo'lsa, tap degan programma bor. O'sha yerda sketch qilsa bo'lar ekan.
Likely will win this, but still 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. We'll see what he's able to do and if anybody else can catch him.
I will say I was playing Shipment the other day, and there was a guy that was ADSing and
Хорошо.
sniping me with a grenade launcher, and it was one of the most tilting experiences of my
Ок,
life.
ок, ок, хорошо.
Did you die to him?
Yes,
Oh
many times.
goodness. Oh, that's gotta stop. But I'm here. Aerith's gonna be in the gulag.
Okay. Well, we continue the progress in our gulag.
It's our first one.
No, I did it. Aerith, this is on me. Production, just pretend like give her an extra minute or something. That's so bad of me to even cast or curse it like that. First loss in a gulag on main stage here in Special Ops. That's my bad.
I think I might need to give her some sensitivity tips and tricks.
Yeah. She gotta put it way down. Like even for me, when I was trying to set up all of my like settings and HUD, I had to put the sensitivity way down. It took me like a game and a half to figure out, okay, this is not what I'm used to. And especially like you just gotta climb up after if you're like a new player for mobile, if you're trying to transition from PC and console. What's important is that you start at a very low sense because if you're starting on the phone, if you're doing the claw method, you don't realize
Qanaqadir event ochilar ekan o'shanga. Ko'ramiz diyoz 2 minut, 3 minut o'tsinchi. 3 minut o'tsinchi.
Yeah, that's a great breakdown, and I appreciate that as we get a chance to look and see if maybe Space can redeem himself in a vehicle here. Running out of daylight, my friend, looking for one singular kill, and I think he's just honking the horn saying, somebody, please.
Qanaqadir event ochilar ekan o'shanga.
Find you. He looks pretty efficient, maybe, with all 4 tires on his vehicle.
Found a vulcanizing shop, fixed all the tires. It looks nice.
A little bit easier when you're not driving on ice.
Yeah.
A little bit trying
And
to
downtown
cheese,
should be like prime positioning to find some players out in the open. See the loadout? I don't know if that would have counted as a vehicle kill if you send the loadout and it falls on somebody.
That would be freaking hilarious.
I am making the executive decision that definitely counts. That's another hard challenge. Hit a loadout to kill somebody. That's such classic. There's so many clips out there too. Oh, here we go. We celebrate.
İki adam bozulup gitti iki tanesi.
We see you. We hear you. You get your double kill even with the vehicle. Very well done, my friend. You have finally found it.
All right. And that's big because he may at the bare minimum be able to tie up Roballo, but it looks like Little B has now made his way up to 7 objectives. So still 2 ahead of the rest of the competition. I don't know what other objective he could have possibly done, but maybe he found that double explosive kill.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, and I think the other note here is it looks like Hawks goes down. That means he's likely done in the competition. I don't think he's gonna have time to hop back in. Maybe if it's a quick queue or like hot drop somewhere and just see what you can do. But what I'm thinking of is here's the other thing that I know is if Roballo can that 2 challenges, it's not enough. Because Little B hit it first. It is about time as well for a tiebreaker. There's only 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining.
Unless it's another objective.
Yeah, unless you can get 3, then of course you can win. But I think we're running out of daylight for anybody to catch Little B. We are so close to finishing up our special ops section of this event.
Wow, this flew by so quickly. That was just like 90 minutes of pure chaos and action, and we love to see it. At some point, it was kind of getting close, but at this point, Little B is just so on point when it comes to all of the objectives, and he's timing everything right. He's hitting 2 stones with 1 bird.
2 stones with 1 bird. I totally.
Jaska. Sketchet qilmoqchi bo'lsang, Warzone Mobile'ni anaqaga kirasan. Tap degan programmani sketchet qilib olasan. Tap degan programmani sketchet qilsang bo'lar ekan.
Extra beatdown? No, just gonna go for the elimination. Space putting on a show for us for the last 30 seconds. Bobby, as we kind of close this special ops section out here, what are your big takeaways from watching people like Little B, who may try to hot drop for the last 20 seconds? What's been your big moments to look back on?
I mean, I think it has to be the crazy kill feed that we saw at a Little B where he hit maybe 8 snipes. 10 seconds remain right here. Obviously,
Ghost.
enough for him to drop back into Verdansk. But it's not going to matter as he has led the way in the competition the entire time. So efficient with his time, and obviously those hours on the battlefield paid off.
Look, whether he's played a lot of multiplayer or a lot of Warzone, he's done
Hold them together.
Our first official competition in Warzone Mobile, and Little B is your winner. A fantastic 7 challenges out of the 12 completed in 90 minutes. A huge feat, I gotta add. I mean, that's like a challenge every what, like 2-ish minutes? I mean, he's
36 saatlik streamda o'tdi buni. Hali 3,5 soat bo'ldi endi.
So much highlights, and comparing it to everyone else, they're pretty close. I think Roballo was just so close when it comes to the kills, but again, it was the objective that was the hardest to actually go and obtain. And at the very end, we can call Little B the Al-Gaib. That's what we saw a while ago. I love Dune, by the way. I love how we have Dune skins. Timothy Chalamet there was amazing, but Little B definitely deserved this.
Well, let's take a look at those boards, because yes, they were completing multiple challenges per game, but here's our total challenges complete.
Bularni o'zini anaqasi ekan u, special ops.
Like we expected, the red herring 150 kills. I don't think anyone was able to secure that one, but it didn't matter. When you've got 7 out of 12, you're going to be winning against your competition. Here's the rest of the boards though. Roballo not too far behind, just missing out.
Anaqalarga streamerlarga bergan zadachasi ekan bular.
Vehicles, destroying with vehicles, things like that. Just barely outside of the mix. I think double kill with explosive was the other very difficult one that a lot of our players weren't able to net like Space.
Yeah, interesting to see that some of the players that were even kind of dominating the competition still didn't get that 10 beat.
Вот здесь Ники пишет, это стримеры. А это задача для них поставлены.
He was very definitively going for one of those objectives. I think there were some players that kind of got lost in the experience and were just enjoying their time, which is okay. But if you want to win the competition, you got to have that type of focus, and Little B able to capitalize.
Well, Little B, top of the leaderboards today, at least thus far. We've got a ton more competition right around the corner. But for now, that's all for Special Ops. And we're going to take a look back on some of the highlights from Special Ops of such a fun challenge, kind of format for our teams. I got to give a shout out to production. I love able to do so many kind of recapable or timeline moments that we saw, from assassinations to sniper clips. Little B really did put on a show, so congratulations one more time.
Yeah, production's doing all the heavy lifting. We're just like calling the shots on what we're seeing on screen. And for me, one of the highlights is actually Space's vehicle and just not getting his kills. But I mean, speaking of a highlight and a half, look at that. It is going to be Little B with all of those snipes every single time.
Yep. Very, very diligent to make sure that he
Goose beşeren aşağı horlap taşıştı.
beatdowns as well. So I hope that we have a clip of him getting the double kill with the explosive, because I'm very curious, and I'm hearing that we actually do. So I would assume, given that we're looking at his highlights, that's probably going to be one of the next things we look at. But I didn't think it was going to be possible given the weapon that he was trying to do it with.
Well, this is one of the times, although Rabalo didn't end up winning it all, did complete 2 challenges at once. That was a really cool moment, our special ops. But here's those sniper clips we were referencing. If you missed this, this is just 2 or 3 eliminations out of the like 7 that he had in a row in this moment. So really did well. And here's the double kill. Yes, the firehouse tower. One's right down already, and he's able to bait the one out and get the double kill. Little B, you did it. Congratulations. You are the first winner of the first competition in Warzone Mobile.
He is him. He is Himothy.
Arkasındaki mavi boru, вот это только, вот эта хуйня, это экран, а вот это все живое. Вот это все сумки, вот это ящики, бочки, блядь. Это все живое, короче. Они сами сделали вот эти сетки, лампочки. Вот это всё. Реальный фон, да, задний фон, красиво. Bu ПК versiyonu oynaydı, ben oynamadım. Öldü. Evet, tükenmedi. 36 saat bo'ladi bu stream.
think so. I think. I'm assuming that's them. I don't know for sure though.
Oh yeah, for sure. I have it off right now, but if you can hear people talking, it's this team that's above me. Yeah, ask them to like. I don't know. They're moving. That sounds.
It is in it. Yeah, that's what I thought. What is it? I can't remember what it actually does, but I don't use it. I just remember not loving it. What? I would kill you. I would have cooked you right there, bro. You kidding me?
No, you wouldn't.
I literally would have played that head with aim assist.
Yeah, it's just like a stim. Do you not get speed boost with stim?
I do, but it's not as good as it used to be.
What's up, Warzone mobile fans? It's Puckett here alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, and we are coming at you live from Florida, where the action's just about to kick off. If you missed the qualifiers, we're coming into today with Optic Texas, the #1 seed, the only squad with a perfect 7-0, and they had to get it done in a final round 11 against the Subliners.
Oh yeah, and Vegas.
Пока версия был. Сетевой. Чемпионат бывает.
And you mentioned that we have about 4 teams that are real contenders here at Major.
Hech kim ko'rmaydi deb, masalan. Bu hozir Twitch bo'lib turibdi, bu Call of Duty Warzone Mobile bo'lgani uchun hamma ko'ryapti. Mana YouTube'da turibdi. 40 mingta odam o'tiribdi. Nakrutka bo'lsa kerakmi yarmi? 3400 ta odam like bosgan.
So gorgeous out there in Florida, but I've got to also say it's looking gorgeous in here. Welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Warzone Live, and I've got wonderful humans on this sofa with me. What's up, Shift? How are we doing, Reflections? How you boys doing?
Got a little dance moves for you today, Lottie. I don't know what they are, but I'm dancing.
I don't know what that is either, man. Maybe we can explore it though in a little bit. We got plenty of time, all right. But I won't be joining you because these dance moves, you do not want to see them. But it's great to be here. Seriously, we're in a C-130. All right, let's first off let's say that for a second. All right, I haven't been in a C-130 since I was deployed, so this is like really cool. Bringing back some memories. This is pretty awesome.
I bet the smell might be a little bit better though, right?
Much better.
Yeah,
much better.
Feeling. I had an absolute feeling. We obviously have the second shift of the day. So excited to be on here and joining all of you guys live. And we have been watching some crazy things happen already this morning. I mean, I literally had my alarm set ready to go to watch the broadcast, to watch, of course, our wonderful talent team here, talk through all of the action. And Shift, we've seen some incredible things, not only cross-platform, but joining kind of the streamers and their journeys as they're getting right into the mix of things in Verdansk. There's so much to talk about, and the excitement's just honestly ever growing.
Yeah, it's really funny because you have, again, we featured a lot of the COD Mobile pros, content creators in our first block, and they come from a very different space than like those that are trying to relive Verdansk after 3 years or so not having seen it.
Yeah.
So it was really kind of appropriate that we had Tim on stream like talking about like, man, I really miss the look of this, and I'll be curious to see like what weapons they gravitate towards compared to like our COD Mobile pros from for 4. So it'd be fun.
That's right. Yeah, Verdansk, man, it feels good for it to be back. You know, a lot of people were super excited that COD, Mobile was going to be, or excuse me, COD Warzone Mobile was going to be bringing that in. Verdansk is one of those things, one of those maps that's just so nostalgic. Okay, and a lot of also features like, for example, gliding down, being able to shoot your opponents out of the air is also back, right? So it's just nostalgia. It's great. You can play it anywhere. It's quite beautiful. The fact that you mentioned Tim, though. So Tim, fall damage hand in hand, and that's going to be such a real thing today.
It really is going to be a thing. Honestly, you just took me back for a second. We were talking in the green room before about gliding down and the damage that you can do. It's just so many fun little things, I think, that are back. And like you said, the nostalgia around it and surrounding the game is so much. It's very impactful. But yeah, I can't actually wait to do that. I used to literally challenge my brother.
Yeah, you were bragging about it in the green room.
Yeah, you sure were.
I had the gunny back then. I didn't know anymore. I definitely had the gunny.
With those nails too.
I know. Well,
I mean,
maybe
come
not,
on.
honestly. No, actually, seriously though, when I do have nails, if I'm getting into a serious like session, they just come off. I just get the clippers out. Yeah. No.
You absolute savage.
Yeah, I was gonna say these are issues that Taylor and I do not have.
You know, there's a potential potential chance we get to play each other today. I'm not messing with her. Now you, I'm messing with you, bro.
This is why you put me next to her in this conversation.
100%.
We do have something on the screen right now. I have been looking forward to talking about this with you guys all day long so far. The things are looking so good for our streamers. I think they are so comfortable. I think there is a difference, right, between having an entirely new game, a new map.
Yeah.
Qotib qoldim juda. Nima ham qotib qoldi, bilat. Bilat.
It's a big comfort spot to be able to play Warzone specifically, right? So now that I can play, Warzone Mobile wherever is truly awesome. Never going to be disconnected. I can play with my friends. I can drop whenever I want to. But I love the fact that you brought up, that there's multiple players, competing today. But not only that, across tomorrow. But anybody's going to be playing this, and I'm curious how that translation is going to be from some of your, more standard, PC players, controller players, which you can play controller on mobile. How well they're going to be able to adjust to something like this. And I mean, even, case in point, before you, Ferg.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, Ferg's been like a mobile player forever. I remember watching him years ago across BR. We had a chance to hear from him earlier. He's stoked this game is here, and so am I.
Well, the thing is, he is the pinnacle of mobile content creation, especially when it comes to FPS-style games.
Right.
So if he's able to find that kind of success, kind of bouncing between a different variety of mobile games, now going into one of the biggest FPSs to ever drop, I think Ferg's got to be pumped from multiple levels. A, because he's super talented, but B, it's going to do wonders for his channel.
I just want to note there with Ferg a second ago, I mean, just being able to just toggle that hip fire so perfect.
He's nasty.
There's something to be said about the skill of being on thumbs rather than a controller, and it is very difficult, I feel like, to kind of go across the both.
Sure.
So I don't know. To me, his gameplay just didn't look as kind of, I would say, I wouldn't go as far as say disjointed, but you can kind of tell when somebody is on mobile or using thumbs. His is very smooth.
It's smooth.
I remember the first time I started casting mobile Call of Duty in any fashion, watching some of the pro players go at it, I was like, these guys are cracked out more than like Simp and Easy.
Yeah, right?
Flat out, they are just moving and snapping, and that's the kind of thing is, I think, generally, and we're all kind of in the same boat, whether we come from mouse and keyboard or controller, now we're getting our fingers on tablets and phones for the first time. It's like, there are so many customizable options to make the experience feel super fluid. I think that's something that the Warzone mobile team really spent a lot of good time on to make sure of, not just the fact that the map is obviously cool, but the game is super accessible. Because I was playing on my tablet this morning, and when I was first playing mobile FPS, I was getting smacked on. But this morning I was like, wow, there's so much customization that I actually started to feel comfortable after an hour or so.
It just takes a little bit of adjusting, know, and that's the big thing. It takes a little bit of adjusting, but I think this is a game that I'm absolutely willing to put effort into to learn, especially use my thumbs. I recently switched back to controller after so many years of not playing on controller, and it's a little bit frustrating at first, but like once you get it, it just feels so good. I think it's going to be the same thing here. And by the way, I just want to say, Ferg has almost an impossible task here.
In what way?
He's got to carry Tim the Tap. Now, that's not going to be easy. And Tim the Tap Man very early on was dead on screen. Okay, now Ferg, he's got to bring him back. Luckily, he's got good comms from Tim. I don't know if Tim is necessarily calming out or if he's just complaining about being dead, but Ferg has got to carry this man. But it looks like he's up to the task anyways.
He certainly is indeed. I'm just amazed. I'm just honestly fixated right now on watching Ferg and how he's actually doing that. Because my question is it similar-ish to a feeling of clawing? Because, in terms of the way that you have to use basically your entire hand to ensure that your movement and everything that you're doing is perfectly tuned. Because to me, it kind of gives me that claw feeling.
It definitely, I mean, I think first and foremost, when you look at a mobile player, the first thing you look at is your two thumbs are what you still use as like your joysticks, right? But the curiosity point is where they throw, like where their fire is versus their ADS versus where all their different movement stuff are.
Right, and you can customize that.
Absolutely, yeah, because like Ferg, for instance, he's got this set up to where he can slide and crouch on the same essential button depending on if he's sprinting. So like that is something that I need to figure out how he's figured that into his setup, because mine is on two separate buttons, I think. So again, it's just like the dynamic of being able to move the buttons around and put them down what figures you want.
Combine them and stuff,
Absolutely. You could turn it into essentially what feels like a claw on a controller, or you could do this where you've got, you know, your ADS and your fires on the same side.
Right. Yeah, he's smooth with it, for sure. The way that he's even just maneuvering now, he's already, I think, well ahead of pretty much everybody competing in the game currently. We'll see. I say that. We've got a lot of great guests who's going to be playing today, all right? So they might make me eat my words, but for now, Ferg seems to be leading the charge for sure.
Very highly competitive.
I would say so.
His goals and mindset, you know, it's just day one of this dropping, and he's really still testing out the waters, to be perfectly honest.
Sure.
Looking so comfortable with it. I mean, you're looking at these 1v1s now. Got a down coming across the board here, and he can see others in his area. But yeah, just a very, very interesting kind of mindset, listening to, you know, the interview earlier with him, and that he just wants to be the best in the world, and he wants the chance to kind of prove that with, you know, begging for rank to come in as well, making sure that he can be on those top of the leaderboards, and you can kind of see that with his gameplay here.
I mean, he's just, and the crazy thing about it, and look, this will be a conversation point that will be echoed across the next handful of months, is, you know, controllers versus playing just on phones or tablets with fingers. Like, you look at the gameplay and you say, you know, especially for you guys who have been doing a lot of stuff with World Series of Warzone, this is just right up there in terms of the same type of movement you like to see. Sliding, jumping, able to bounce in, foul plays. I mean, he's just doing it all at the same level as a normal controller player would. So he's finessing.
He's at 16 eliminations, by the way. Just want to point that out.
Casual.
Just casual 16. What is the record going to be? I don't know. Maybe we can keep track of that production if we know. 17 at this point in time, which is pretty nutty. I think on the bingo sheet, so the most we've seen is 15 so far on broadcast, right? So he's already beat that. He's at 17 at the moment, which is pretty nutty. Tim, I don't know how many he had.
Probably two.
Maybe two. Okay, you know, that's probably a healthy amount. But God bless him for being here. And I do believe we're getting down to end zone. So we could also be seeing a victory here relatively soon, which is pretty special. We just got up here.
Yeah.
You can see him rotating right now out to the kind of, basically as far out as you can go in the tree line here, which
is a great spot.
It can be a really good spot, and it also, if you're not prepared for these fights, it can also be a very dangerous spot. But I feel like somebody in his skill level and range, this is ideal for him. This is the hunter's kind of area.
He's got high ground, he's got zone to his back, he's got OB to his right. I mean, this is literally just read and respond in terms of wherever the last couple of players are. And, you know, again, just kind of, we'll learn throughout the day what people like for loadouts, but this is an AR SMG setup just like you would normally see in Verdansk, so it's very much so. It's supposed to be mid to close range battle that we're looking for out of him. It just comes down to, again, finding these last couple of players, and more importantly, how many are left? It looks like there's maybe 5 left.
Yeah, I think there's 3 that he's got to deal with. Okay. Maybe 3 or 4 that he's got to deal with, and he really doesn't want to push it. It's just such an open field, like that. But luckily, he is going to be on top.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, whoever's in that
position,
in that low ground, is going to have such a tough time here.
Yeah, actually, he's in a really good position right now. Obviously, with the circle coming in, he's got the gas mask equipped, but towards his right-hand side, he knows he doesn't have to really worry about.
No, yeah, it's OB. Yeah,
it's totally out of bounds. So he's in a really, really nice position right now, waiting for the circle. It's curious to see kind of how his competitive brain works, and you will start to see things that you want to adopt in your own gameplay.
Well, sure. And the thing is, he's no stranger to playing battle royale modes. I mean, it's not a new thing in terms of seeing in Call of Duty, whether it be on mobile or not. So, yeah, you can even hear Tim's kind of just talking it through with them in terms of where are these last players? How do you want to move to this next circle? Because he's really close, but he does have to go back up this hill again. So this is tough. This is a tough setup.
This is almost becoming an impossible situation. He can't plate up at the moment, which is tough. He's got a player holding him down. I believe he was sniped just a second ago. Player is going to be in front, so this is good for him.
Yeah.
He's on the hunt. This guy wants it, Ferg. Looking to clutch it up for Tim, give him a victory early on. And that's going to be one more. I think, how many? Maybe 2 more to deal with.
Yeah, it's hard to see. Gets a read on the second, no worries. Yeah. There, you know, gas mask animation.
Yeah, I was actually about to say that is the most unlucky.
On self-res, it's not over with. He can get back in. This guy's still got it. The guy's going to be down. Hold on. He's got to reload. reload, though. If he didn't have to reload, that's an easy elim. Fer, come on, you got this.
He's literally surrounded right now. He has a player either side of him.
Yeah, he sure does. Looking at the minimap, there's 2 players on
But they're
either
not
side.
shooting him. They know where he's at. They have to know where he's at.
Zone is just continually pulling top too.
Tim's calling it too. As I said, the zone keeps pushing him further and further out into the open.
Tim is his like conscience right now.
Oh yeah.
Just chanked him.
You know, Tim's good for that. Morale booster.
Actually,
I have no idea.
Okay.
He was only able to get
This
one
is a good
plate on.
clear.
Yeah.
I mean, he also can't have too much of that gas mask left either.
This guy's a mountain goat.
He's got about half of it by the look of it.
He does? I can't see.
It's bottom middle.
Yes, sir.
Ah, I see it. Oh no, he's chilling.
All right, I'm calling it now. Ferg wins this 100%. Granted, he only has one plate, but he's winning this. There's no way. His positioning is right. It is great. It's perfect.
It just comes down to how much of this slope is actually playable. Because you saw him trying to like grind up half of it, but
looks like someone clustered it though. I'd help. Or actually hinder if it's gonna.
Oh, he's got him. So there is a guy to his right. There's a
Bu yemin ne miydi?
sniped again.
Where's this? Where's the sniper?
He's on top of this ridge. Has to be.
Yes, sir.
It's yeah, 1v1 right now.
Oh no.
This is not good.
Oh, this is tough.
Wait, does he get the jump on him though?
He's gonna flank. Is he flanking?
Nade out. Okay, hold up a sec. He sees him.
No way.
Good shots.
No way.
Great shots. Good down. Easy finish.
That was a hell of a win. I've never seen.
Oh, a little
Got it.
disrespect. Okay.
I have no idea what this is, bro.
Don't play around too much. There we go, baby.
That was sick.
That was actually dope.
I'm not joking. My jaw was on the floor at that point. I was like, what is about to happen?
Kime kes sana kime?
That was sick.
Played perfectly.
But wasn't doable.
Buldum tükettiğim stream'ı sen Ceske.
Tim's comms. Tim the top man, his comms there is what made that win possible. I just want to point that out. Give him credit.
I want to go back though again, like how he plays through that situation. We can credit the individuals all we want, but this is a guy on mobile, likely playing up against someone else with mobile or controller, and you would never have guessed if you were to take away the interface.
That's right.
That he's playing on mobile.
Yeah, because it's so smooth, like Lottie was saying, right? It's so
Kind
smooth.
of nuts
Absolutely.
To think about. And you can, I mean, you literally see it. It's like it is so smooth. It honestly amazes me. I don't know how you are able to do that. I mean, that's got to be just pure hours.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's all he
Of the
does.
game.
That's all he does for years.
That's absolutely incredible stuff.
Years.
I love to see all of that and those clutch moments too, which are amazing. I think for me, something that I'm learning quite slowly is being able
Yapıyor.
to have things in your back pocket.
Rozum işte bu gelmesi.
Having that
Muziksen.
drive just saved the day for
Az kelime. O ben onun kaçarlarını ko'rsatmay kamerada. Ey, uyat bo'ladi. Roza kunida.
being pulled on, but he was able to get out of that situation and then caught everyone else off guard. And the perfect rotate from him, trying to get up to the higher ground, cheeky little flank.
Yeah. And,
Over.
and he finished like I think 19 eliminations, which is the highest. So top of the day, 19, beating the previous record for today by 4, which was at 15 before. So wonderful job. I mean, the thing is like he has the smarts, plus he already has the mobile playing abilities. So like he's going to be a powerhouse. But everybody's going to get better from here. I mean, it's literally the first day. So from this point, I'm curious where the limit, the ceiling is going to be. Who is going, because right now I do believe there's a player sitting at home competing, or at least just grinding the game, that we don't know, we've never heard of before, doesn't have the biggest brands, but this title now is going to give the opportunity for that player at home to truly make something of themselves, which is awesome. It's great.
You're talking about big brands, and we're talking about incredible talent members. We do have 2 exceptional young men coming to join us on the sofa right now. We have Swag and Lucky Chamu.
Uh-oh.
And chat to us about how they're
Who
feeling.
approved this segment?
What's up?
What's up, dude?
Hey guys.
What's up, bro? How you doing? All right?
It was good. How you doing?
Okay.
Good.
All right, Call of
cozy,
Duty
boys.
Warzone Mobile, fellas. I mean, Lucky, first of all, you guys have a great setup. You're streaming day one. How are you feeling about all of this excitement surrounding Warzone Mobile?
I'm excited to make my return to Superstore and Verdansk, and then when I'm warmed up, Rebirth is calling my name. So I'm about to get crazy about him prison. You know what I mean? He might not be able to hang on Rebirth, but
Swag.
might be his lane.
I'm Verdansk, man. Rebirth is cool, but I like Verdansk better.
That's actually an interesting subject. So, Swag, what is the difference for you in terms of preference to Verdansk as opposed to Rebirth?
Abi cinliyem var ama.
I think for me, it's just more so the satisfaction.
Bakabilirsin igroklara bula.
Multiplayer, you just kind of get lost in it. It's good for if you're like casual play, but Verdansk, I like it. Yeah, but if you like more competitive, the satisfaction of winning that dopamine, I think for sure Verdansk.
I like that. And then, Lucky, what about you for Rebirth? Is it just because you can't hang his swag?
He can't. It's unfortunate.
I mean, Chris is still reminiscent on his Warzone 1 wins.
Come on, bro.
Different over here. No, but I don't know. They're both cool. I think they're both great. Two different experiences completely. I just like Rebirth because, like, I'm very antsy, so it's just very...
Aim assist gapir, aim assist bo'ladigan narsa emas degan aim assist.
Alright, hold on, let me like slow it down.
You need your redeploys. I get it.
Can we get a KD check on swag up there?
I'll make sure I, don't have it during.
thank
We're
you.
watching you, Swag.
But let me say this, hey, Swag, to come to Lucky's defense, though, Lucky is a little demon. Hey, now listen, Lucky's a little demon. I've seen
Bilmadim, ko'ramiz.
put up some high numbers, and his energy he brings is pretty incredible. But granted, you both were at World Series Warzone Global Finals.
Yep.
One was playing and one wasn't. So,
Wow.
But,
Just do that.
But, hey, no, listen, but you were putting on one of the best shows out there.
Wow.
Well, I did win a solo YOLO, though.
He did win a solo YOLO.
When?
He won a solo YOLO at the Optic event.
At the Optic event, yours extend.
I was there and I was casting.
I had to show up.
Oh, but you won a map. You didn't win the whole thing, no.
No, but he won a good chunk of change.
What place you get?
I didn't even play now.
Oh, World Series.
Man, I'm on.
Oh, see, I'm not going that far.
That's crazy.
I'm not going that far.
You did. I mean, you would technically win if you make it, because what was that, like 5 qualifiers?
It was a gauntlet for sure. So I can't wait to see like if there's going to be. We don't know.
Manda где-то или там 60 просмотров.
I was about to say, you better confirm it.
I do not have that power. I do not have that power. But Ferg was saying, he hopes some ranked is going to happen, which would be great. So you guys, the both of you, controller or thumbs?
Yeah.
Controller, of course.
For sure.
Controller?
Yeah.
1,000.
Have you guys tried just fingers so far, though?
Yeah, I've tried it. As I'm getting older, the arthritis.
That's a fact.
Yeah, so I think for me, controller's just more like, just better for me.
That's fair.
Have you always been controller?
Always, yeah. I've never.
It's so hard to revert to something else. Like, I literally, even PC stuff, I can't.
Like mouse and key.
Yeah, I just can't do it. Like, I have to. There's something about controller that feels so like at home. But yeah, I've got to say though, hats off to the mobile players because there's no way I could do that.
So, have you guys had a chance to play with or know that you've played up against anyone who's like straight mobile? Like, have you guys felt much of like a skill difference between players that are on tablet or phone versus playing up the controller?
I think I went to London for Warzone Mobile a while back, and I was the only controller player there. And I was like, all right, I'm going into it. And I didn't know anything like prior to like a lot of like the mobile content creators, but watching those guys play is insane. Like the in-game, like what people see like as a viewer at home, they don't even see like half. Like when you're watching it in person, it's insane. Like, so like props to them. Oh my God, 7-finger claws. Like where did 7-finger come from? How did this guy get it on his iPad?
Evolution is crazy. Isn't
It's insane. But I think when it comes to actual like skill gap between both players, I think it's the same thing with mouse and keyboard. I think each of them are going to have their strengths and stuff like that. I think there's a lot easier to flick when you're, I'd be seeing them flick crazy like their mouse and keyboard. But of course, we have aim assist, a little bit more comfortable play. So I think they all have their pros and cons to it, but I'm controller for life.
How are you guys feeling about cross progression? Because I think that's really cool. Like, I think especially for the casual player who, a new game drops or they want to get on, they want to grind their battle pass, their tiers.
Yeah.
And then to be able to like do that on the go. Like, say you got a family vacation, you're like, I can't take anything.
There's a new update.
And you're like, I'm gonna literally miss out. I'm gonna go home and I'm be so far behind like all my friends. Like that is so big. So do you guys see yourself also like kind of jumping onto mobile and just at least leveling up and stuff?
For sure, I think it's awesome. I was just talking with Lucky earlier. I was like, it'd be cool if like they drop like exclusive only guns or skins that you can only get on mobile. So if you do it, you can use it.
Yeah.
Like, almost like if you're on like console or PC, you can kind of flex. Like I got
flex exactly.
You know what I mean? So I think it's cool. And like I said, like when you're away from your setup, an update happens or you want to level up a gun, you can just do it while you're on a flight or on a vacation, stuff like that. It's cool.
On a flight. You know how crazy that would be?
On a flight, you can maybe do it.
If you're paying for the Wi-Fi package.
For sure. You never know.
Imagine.
Bro, that would be nuts. And if you could find a way to stream as well when you're on the flight, like I understand there's limitations with Wi-Fi, but that would be crazy.
Dude, on a plane.
That's your next video.
Dude, there it is.
That's your next video.
Do it in a In-N-Out drive-through. Do it in just a bunch of places.
A PJ.
Ooh,
you.
PJ. Peanut butter jelly. Like it's a private. Ooh, hold on. I gotta start streaming again soon. Nah, but I don't know. Warzone Mobile. the cross progression, like, okay, so for example, like yesterday I was all day recording and I didn't have time to level up like their newer weapon, the battle rifle that came out. I saw your video on it, and I was like, damn. And then I got off stream and I was getting ready for bed and stuff like that. I'm like, damn. I know it's a couple challenges away. I wish I could just like boot up real quick, and now you can. So it's so helpful from like a content creator standpoint, or if you just want to like kick it and just like want to play some games and stuff like that. You want to get on a PC and stuff like that. I just like how easy it is to access it, and the cross progression helps out so much.
I do have a question actually. I don't know if anybody here knows because I don't know for sure yet. So I know when it comes to like doing your dailies or doing like challenges, there's specific challenges for zombies. There's specific challenges for multiplayer. There's specific challenges for Warzone. Do you know if there's like specific challenges for Warzone mobile as well? So like you're gonna have four different ways to get your challenges done, especially for like the weeklies that are currently you unlock the new sites, you unlock the new weapons. So because that gives you potentially like how many is it, like 8 additional challenges that you can complete, making it much quicker and faster. So I don't know if that's a thing for sure, but like if it was, that would be crazy.
Yeah. He's dropping intel? I think he's dropping intel.
I do not have that power, bro. I'm not that important.
Over here, man.
just an idea, man. I'm just curious.
That'd be insane though.
Bitti.
Level up the guns and stuff like that, but let alone unlock them. I mean, that's crazy too, because that's the first part you gotta do is unlock them.
Right.
That could take some time. I mean,
it does, yeah.
Yeah, jump on different maps and stuff like that. But if you can do it on your phone, come on.
Can you imagine doing camo challenges as well? Cross progressing over?
You can, yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Well, you can.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Cross progression.
I'm totally.
I mean, I'm saying
Perfect.
it's perfect.
You're chilling with your friends and you're just on a sofa and you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna quickly just grind a camera.
Yeah, I'm just go get iridescent real quick. Yeah.
Like absolutely perfect.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's so cool, man. Warzone Mobile is pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie. So, first challenge though for you two. Like, what are you really wanting? Like, you got to make a content video. You got to make a content piece. What's your first content piece challenge-wise?
Drop a 30 bomb.
30 bomb? We saw 19 just a second ago.
From
Ferg. He had 19.
With a win.
With the win. Well, yeah.
The most today?
It's most today.
15 was the most, and then 19, and Ferg just hit it.
Oh, one of us got to get it, right? 19?
You get 30. You got to chance me, though.
That's what it felt like.
Ooh.
You got to help me. Like, just tag the players a little bit. Let me finish them off.
Hey, this is Warzone 1. This is Warzone 1 swag right here.
You clearly know each other pretty well.
Yeah, I met Chris back in Warzone 1. Yeah, so I met him through Booyah, and we played all the time back in Verdansk all the time. Like, so I've known, how long I know you? 3 years? How long has our relationship been? Too long. Now, so I've known Chris for a minute. So it's cool. Like, I mean, since the last time we jumped into Verdansk, I mean, it's been like way too long, and now we can do it again. So it'll be a lot of fun. And I don't know if I'm gonna let him get that kill record.
Yeah.
It seems like a competition now. So I might be shooting for.
I'm here for this.
It's 30.
Head to head.
Tell you what, I'll let you get the 20. I'll get the 30.
Oh.
Okay. 20, 30. But now you talk that big game. Let's see if you can back it up.
Ooh.
Talking about seeing it, I want to let you guys go, get back into the action, get on your streams, get everything settled down, and have some fun. But thank you so much for coming on. And
Cheers, boys.
Appreciate you guys. Always good to see you.
Yeah.
And good luck. And I want to see some kill records, okay?
Let's do it.
Come on.
We got a head to head now. That's the thing. We got to track this.
Kurtarıldı.
Kind of loving that.
Well, I love that swag brought that energy, like, I'm better than Lucky and this and that, but he's also asking Lucky for help. Like, yo, you get the damage 99%, I'll get that last 1%. I'll throw the rock in the gulag.
It's the real truth in that by the end of the interview, it's like, but you will help me, right?
You will help me.
No, it's literally, it's 80% how you say it, 20% what you say. So
good friendship.
100%. We're jumping back into some gameplay right now on with Marley 13. And we've got a little sniper action happening, which I'm really excited for.
Yeah.
There's something about watching somebody pop off with a sniper, rooftop battles happening. Didn't quite get that shot, but could be. Yeah.
Oh, there it is, baby.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm watching this and I'm instantly getting PTSD. I forgot how crazy rooftop battles in downtown were.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Nuts. And even like now, right, coming up the zip, you got to keep your head on a swivel, and that's exactly what Marley was able to do. Rooftop fights are back, and I can't wait to see our first end zone.
Dude, I remember when the zip lines were first put in, right?
I got clayboard so much.
Honestly, so did I. Claymore so much.
Yeah.
And then just the camping was insane. I mean, I know it's still probably going to be a little bit prevalent now, but it's just not as much. I think it's more of a head on a swivel, who's up on that rooftop, if you can get there first, let's great, but it is a dangerous game to be playing halfway through for sure.
It's always scary going up one of those zips, trying to get up to the roof. You get up there and Shiv said, you've got the Claymore, the bouncing Betty just waiting on you, dude, and you're fried.
Up the elevator, outside. Oh man, I legitimately just aged 3 years rethinking about the amount of stress I went through trying to push people on rooftops in downtown.
Sniping on Warzone Mobile.
I also love how there are very, very firm different ways to play.
Oh yeah.
People, you can just tell right now, Molly's just chilling out on a rooftop, just doing his thing, just watching out. He's obviously early doors here, but I like the fact that it's a very relaxed kind of environment for him. All he has to worry about essentially is not getting your face ripped off, but also that door on the way up as well, getting sneak attacked essentially on the flank.
Absolutely.
But I do love the fact that people have different forms of gameplay. We'll probably see some really aggressive squads coming through who are just churning and burning and trying to get a bunch of kills all the way to the win. The more aggressive, the better.
Look, it's always really funny because I was when you hear Lucky and Swag talk about the game, the one thing I always try to keep in the back of my mind is that they play a very different game than I do. Whenever you watch those guys jump in, Warzone 1 Swag, or when Tommy Allman and Noobs were just helicoptering all across the map, they play such a different game than I think the average player does. And we're gonna see a lot of that. We're gonna get a lot of the aggression, I think, early, especially if we start throwing kill race things at these guys. They're gonna go back to their roots. It's like riding a bike. Find the nearest helicopter, get an SMG AR, and just run at people.
And so that's the thing, just to elaborate a bit more on that, they play a different game. What does that mean? Well, I mean, they're trying
Ben de 4 saat boş ozgina kaldı.
to get a victory, right?
Stay alive.
And that's the two different styles, right? For the average player, if they can get maybe 5 to 10 eliminations,
YouTube'dan beri kendini fakat
but it's I really chase that dream of getting first.
anaqangi kirib bilasan unda. O'yinga kirib bilasan, o'yinga kirib. Kirib ko'rishing kerak o'yinga.
Want to go out and get 30 and kill records and really challenge themselves, but they're just on a different level.
Mamda bilsa bo'ladi, deyman uni. Mamda.
And we're going to find out for sure because they talked a big game, but it really is a different game at the top.
Qotib qoldi bildi.
To kind of re-chat with those guys.
Iya, mana shunaqa ko'tarib bordim ham Twitch degan narsani bilay. Mana bir o'rshak kim bu?
As compared to when they play at home on their normal setups, is there going to be a different style, different setup in terms of, utilizing different
95% oldu, 5% hozir ko'rsam beradi.
What they're normally used to now.
So HRM9 is meta.
Keyin kirib ko'ramiz. O'yinga kirib ko'ramiz.
Baspy comes out, the new Jack Outlaw kit, kind of made that viable. Baspy was always, super powerful, but the Bruin long range, Lottie, one of your favorite weapons.
My God.
You just love sending, tracers down range, but it's I am curious. That's a great question because it's what will the meta be on mobile? Right. Will it be different? Will it not be different? Will the weapon balancing be different? Will it be the same, right? And I think now we're not going to get solidified answers throughout the broadcast, but we're for sure going to be seeing. I think everybody kind of mess around and find that new meta.
100%. And actually, I'm pretty sure Warzone Mobile are relying on that. Just hearing Chris talk earlier, he talked about the weapon balancing, kind of the way that they're handling that, and it's done so beautifully. I think they already have something so solid going on. They are going to be listening to how it all reacts. How does it feel? What does the balance feel like currently? Is there a balance difference between mobile and
Jaska YouTube'dan o'tganingni ko'rolmaysan.
How does that work? How can we find
Ko'rinmaydi YouTube'da.
kind of, I don't know, sweet spot?
Faqat o'yinning ichiga kirasan, keyin ko'rasan.
That is an ongoing thing, something that they already have day one. They're looking at it, talking about it, and taking feedback, and that's huge.
And the other thing that's really curious, and this is more of a philosophical question.
Sani streamingdan bilmadim ovoz qanaqa.
Do they want this to feel more
Ovoz eshitib ko'rmadim, lekin ovoz o'chganman.
Nostalgia and flashbacks of things that were super popular and famous when Verdansk was around. Do you rebuff the
Ko'ramiz yoz.
Kind of, I don't know, sweet spot.
Нормальный ovoz. Çok.
Again, there's so many cool elements to make the game feel dynamic. And that's where I think the curiosity point for me lies, is what will become popular and how do you kind of tailor the game towards that?
Yeah, I think now the right move was to do Verdansk. You know, bring that back in, bring that hype back in for sure, and then from there, if it wants to create its own identity over time, then we start creating that. Granted, the developers, they got a big brain. We're just talking heads on the desk, right? But I do love the direction that they're going in. And by the way, pre-lobby, I just want to say this. Obviously, we're not there, but even in pre-lobby, you can earn weapon progression.
Yeah.
Which
I've seen that.
Which is really, really cool. Obviously, you can do that in a regular game too, but they really did think of everything.
We're seeing right now in terms of the different gameplay that we've been talking about. Talk about aggression.
Yeah.
I don't care if anyone hears me. I am going to shoot this chopper down. I also have a most wanted on, and yeah, having the best time. Like this guy.
Oh, he's got most wanted.
Tim's gone now.
Oh, okay.
It was Dabs, but
gotcha.
Yeah, but we're going to actually do a little listening to Tim the Tam and see if he has that type of aggression we just saw from Dabs, and we'll have a little look at his gameplay.
Went to this big thing, had like a scan. It was dope, actually.
You should have recorded a mixtape, bro.
Why do I drop my gun right there?
You're right, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's an example. I tapped X and it just dropped it, but you usually have to hold. I was trying to reload,
Ah, okay.
Must be a setting.
It definitely is, yeah.
Landed above us.
Sure. There's a zip line over here to your left. Left side of the building. Yeah. Got the guy on top of you. There's actually a lot of people in here.
Yeah.
Got the guy under.
Let's go.
Wasn't pretty. We got him.
Через стенки тейпкет охргоха. Через ящик тейпкет.
So how do you chat on a controller? How do you look around and put arm around if I'm holding Y? Dude, it must be one of my paddles. Wait. Is that it?
I mean, there's a guy near you. And I don't know exactly where he is, but he's near you for sure.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
He jumped down. He's in front of us.
Öldü.
I think I just had terrible COD timing on that.
I've never seen you actually. I've never seen you lose this because it's Warzone Mobile.
Öldü.
Hell, bro.
You got it.
See, like, right there, I can't look around while I'm playing. I don't know how people do that.
I'm not sure on controller. Ooh, look at that spot right there.
It's kind of elite. I can actually win this. Hang on.
Yeah, you got this, bro. Lock it in. Run away from Tim. You got this.
Öldü.
Left, bro. That was actually bodying me.
That guy had your skin. Did you really? Yeah, guy on the boat. Yeah, he had your skin, bro. The guy who came to your left. That's what I was gonna say. Tim knocked Tim.
I should have won that.
You played well.
I should have won that. But dude, that's what I mean. Like,
that's probably the most useful perk, dude. Honestly, high alert. There he is, running. Hit him one time.
I'll go around.
Poor guy. Probably trying to recall.
Finally. Daddy Noah. Alright, buddy. Yo, type 1 if you're waiting for the code for the operator skin.
These guys have the high ground, 100%. Yep. We gotta push them before it gets too late.
Ovoz orqaga qolib ketdimi?
Esqueci o nome dela agora. Só tirar nesse barril aqui.
Nima ovoz orqada qolib ketdi?
Entendi. Agora eu entendi. Sabe, né? Ele veio pra cá, ó. Sabe o que é osso, galera? Eu tô jogando solo versus squad. E meu time todo quitou, velho. Sério, eu tô carregando muito, tá ligado? Sempre eu fico vivo no final, sempre meu time quita. Sempre só eu faço as kills. O negócio tá complicado, é que eu preciso de uma equipe que jogue bem, velho.
Nimalar tashyapti bu? Kamera shuri PP.
Pelo visto ele passou direto, né? Calma aí, paizão. Cadê essa lenda? Opa. Tá rolando tiroteio por aqui. Moleque, eu não sei o que é. Não quero saber. Tenho raiva de quem sabe. O negócio tá explodindo, viado. Olha isso, tá explodindo muito. Ó, o cara morreu. 19, 18. Cara, e matou 3 pessoas, mano. Tá, eu tenho 8 mil reais. O que que eu faço? Dá pra comprar alguma coisa? Tem uma loja aqui, ó. Vou na loja, chat.
Achei uma estação de compra.
Eu que achei. Eu vou na loja, chat.
Meksikan ismi deyman ba? Meksika tilida gapiryapti. Yozuvlari ham cho'ta Meksikanga.
Tava tendo tiroteio. Tô escutando, chat. Tô escutando alguém aqui. Mano, esse cara tá por aqui, velho.
I'm just better, buddy.
Uh-oh.
You eliminated the most wanted target. Good job.
I'm sorry, dude. I tried.
Correndo. Na vida. Você era um dos 25 restantes. Perdemos essa. Mas a gente volta mais forte.
Ah, mano, o jogo lançou ontem, viado. E já tá...
Buni bilmadim, Jaskal lekin YouTube'dan bilmayman lekin.
Mano. Ô jogador de ranqueada, miserável. Eu tô solo, velho. Eu tô aprendendo a jogar parado, os caras. Comigo na casa. Vou fazer um HE. Correu por trás. Vai pro lado.
Jinni ushlab qoldi mana uni, cho'tirmay. Jinni bo'lib qoldi mana. Faqat o'yinga kirib bilasan. 98 bo'pti, hozir beradi menga. Keyin kirib ko'ramizda qanaqa skill ekan. Ko'nik. Voy billa yonmotdi lekin. Yonmotib ketdi lekin bora.
Okay, wait, bro. There's a guy on the roof that's YY slide canceling, and he's a fucking demon. I'm not kidding. Dude, I'm not kidding. The kill cam I just saw, I would have thought I was like literally.
Yonmotib ketdi lekin mana buni bora.
Well, that's the thing. You can because it's just controller. Like those guys are on right now, you know, because they all want to play Rebirth like you do. So they've joined us.
I mean, I love Rebirth, bro. It's so fun. That's him.
What's your favorite? If you could only bring back one.
O'ldi.
I'm bringing back for dance, bro.
Yeah.
I got him. I got the really good player on the roof.
Oh yeah, he's Japanese or something, I think.
Gamepad bo'lmasa ekan, xuya ekan gamepad.
Alright folks, so Lucky and Swag are actually currently just about to drop in, and they were talking quite the big game up here against one another.
Yes, they were.
So I really want to see exactly what these two fellas have got, and as you can see, guess what they've dropped? The hottest one.
That's it. No one was surprised.
No
And look,
surprises.
we don't have this on the production docket, but this is currently the highlight matchup of the day. Who gets the most kills in their first Warzone Mobile drop? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, we started something. We absolutely started, and I don't know if you can see us in the background of Lucky's, but we are here, and we are watching. And I'm hoping that I don't know who are we rooting for here, Lucky or Swag.
No bias. I'm a non-biased caster. All right, non-biased.
Non-biased caster. First time you ever said that, Shifts.
No, I said it every day.
I'm joking.
Actually, it's in my Twitter bio.
Is it actually?
No, but
okay, I'm about to say what? Why would you have that? This is gotta. I don't know. On it for me, if I had to pick, what is going on?
No idea.
All right, so if Lucky doesn't drop a 30 bomb here, there's no excuse.
Yeah.
Let's see what Lucky could do.
I'm not gonna lie, that was probably the easiest kill
ever seen.
Ever, yeah. I would say,
that's like
no
me.
disrespect, just the guy was looking at the floor.
That's me in my first drop. What is this weapon? What does it do? Is it good?
I was like,
what ammo type does it take?
So, Superstore is interesting because from what I was hearing earlier, I think Ferg was talking about it. It's not as popular. Just people really don't land there as much anymore. So.
Well, I mean, again, day one.
Yeah. Like, I think people are trying to figure it out once again.
Sure.
Lucky's on the hunt for sure. He's only got one, but if you're gonna drop a 30 bomb, brother, you gotta step it up.
You gotta go.
Rotate.
Верно.
Get that heli like you were saying.
Absolutely.
Hospital has been a little bit
Hospital's fun
today.
Well, it's one of those things that I have to say, like, as the first Warzone had come out, yeah, Superstore is right.
Kırkoram za swing.
But people will figure it out.
It's actually, I'm not gonna lie, it's very.
I thought Lucky was about to choke so hard in that moment.
I think he did too.
I thought he was about to choke, so he's gonna figure out his stuff. By the way, going on the hospital, it's right outside downtown, so I think that's another reason why it's so popular.
Yeah.
It's right outside downtown, allows you to rotate it a little bit easier.
They're shooting over here at Twin. Ask you as well,
Televizion kaçıp kaldım.
where you're actually dropping.
İyi.
Let the game take you.
Black Angela Gamer. Rahmat. Va alaykum assalom. Rahmat. Ko'raylikchi berdim. Skin operatorga. Исполнителя. 8 bo'pti beribdi. Mana.
Не мешай мне воевать! Вместе мы победим.
Zor personaj. König. Toshkentda yomg'ir yog'yapti. Qayerda yog'yapti? Sergelida yo'q-ku? Vanguard bo'lmaydi. Bo'lmaydi. Bitta qo'l o'ynab chiqsammikan? Ha? Nima deysan, Jaska? Yo, o'ynagim kelyapti. Bitta qo'l o'ynaylik. Возрождение 1 ochka Vondel bo'lib qoptimi? Vondel o'ynaymiz, Vondel. Mablag' paga yopib turamiz, keyin ko'ramiz bularni. Yopib turamiz bularni, 4% hozir ko'ramiz. Lechkamga yozib yuboring. Qayerda yozaman Lechkamga? Telegramdami? Olmaysanmi skin? Mana olmaysanmi ko'nik? Zo'r skin-ku. Menga yoqdi lekin lichni. Просто menda grafikani anaqasini nastroykasini niskiy qilib qo'yganman o'shaning uchun. Maplarning kачестволari xuyovoy. Men bu skindan ham olaman hozir mana bunaqa rangda beradi. Bunaqa rang emas, ochiqroq, zelyoniy bo'ladi. Diamond bo'lsa, meniki anaqa bo'ladi. Platina. Platinum deb yozilgan bo'ladi meniki.
Где ваше снаряжение? Пора в бой. Обнаружен боец противника. Противник высаживает десант. Следите за ним. Разминка окончена. Готовьтесь к отправке в Warzone.
Ha, Sergelida ham boshladi yomg'ir. Jaska.
Возрождение. Доживите до конца отсчета, и ваш отряд сможет вернуться. Чем больше очков, тем быстрее идет время.
Есть контракт, ликвидация.
вернетесь в бой.
Ё-моё, вот, ага.
Посылка с комплектом уже в пути. Посылка с комплектом в пути.
Вай, читермали маму. Говно.
Один-один, запрашиваю разведку.
Читерика. Читер.
Возрождение. Отомстите врагам.
Не.
Неудача не конец. Это всего лишь возможность стать лучше.
Kurili nie masz, no. А, ну. Zombi уже bir kışan. Cinle bileyim. Beni çakıracağım babacığım. Yağmur yağma yağıp da şot diyor ha.
Мы направляемся в Warzone. Берите снаряжение и ждите. Противник начинает высадку в район. Противник высаживает десант. Следите за небом. Внимание всем. Это 701. Разрешена высадка в Warzone. Возрождение. Продержитесь до конца, чтобы вернуть своих. Убийство противников ускорит это.
Здесь контракт. Ликвидация.
Обнаружен боец противника. Цели на ликвидацию отмечены. Вперед! Противник начинает высадку в район.
Vay, ne kattı bu?
уничтожены. Вот это работа. Обнаружен боец противника. Наша посылка с комплектом в пути.
Ой, сука. Блять. Bu qarıca doldurub getdi canlar.
Вы снова в строю. Действуйте.
Ay, блядь.
Хорошо они нас
Sikeceğim. Sikiyor diyor böyle. Hiç düşünmeyemem böyle.
Потренируйтесь на мишенях. Скоро это понадобится. Противник. Противник высаживает десант. Следите за небом. Внимание, зеленый свет. Высаживаемся в Warzone. конца отсчета и отряд вернется. Зарабатывайте
Вон там
очки, чтобы
хорошая
ускорить время.
Здесь контракт. Ликвидация.
Внимание, усиление опыта. Противник начинает высадку в район. Цели подтверждены. Работайте. Все цели фиксированы. Хорошая работа.
Vay crack kurmacalap değil miydi bile doğru. Calap ikki vurdum ikki urganda o'lsa bo'ladi-yu bilet. Bashirayim zamoz chort.
Посылка с комплектом в пути. Наша посылка с комплектом в пути. Противник высаживает десант. Следите за небом.
Kah itu suka jalap. Блядь, teki vurarken de mi oynasın yemsin jalla? Kellenge qottagam sen lan. Qanaqa oyuncular chishyapti? Tushunmadim
Вы получили еще один шанс. Не подведите.
Skiysan jallab.
В район наползает туман. Видимость будет низкой.
Мне нужен средний калибр.
Обнаружен боец противника.
Бля, ППшки отпито, ты, ППшки! Ой.
Ждите возвращения. Распродажа
Отмечаю
открыта.
противника.
Цены на станциях покупок снижены. Противник начинает высадку в район. Период возрождения заканчивается, не подведите. Распродажа окончена, корректирую цены. Газ приближается. не будет. Развязка близка. Вы попали в 25. Противник высаживает десант. Следите за небом.
Ой.
Другой раз повезет.
Вы теряете позиции. Вперед!
Расплата.
Их осталось 10. Вы почти у цели. Газ уже близко.
Бля! Харакуем! Ой, блядь, чё? Ой. Buyog'imda 2 o'q dedi, bu 2 o'q. Bitta o'q otdi, oyog'imga urgan, блядь. Bo'ldi, tugadi o'yin naq qo'y.
Обнаружен боец противника. Проверьте снаряжение и оружие. Скоро наш выход. Внимание, нам дали зеленый свет, можно выступать. Возрождение. Доживите до конца отсчета, и ваш отряд сможет вернуться. Чем больше очков, тем быстрее идет время.
Здесь контракт ликвидации.
Цели опознаны, разрешаю огонь на поражение. За вами следит отряд противника, прячьтесь и выживайте. Посылка с комплектом уже в пути. Идет облако газа. Основная задача выполнена, все цели уничтожены. потерял ваш след, вы в безопасности. Противник высаживает десант, следите за небом. Наша посылка с комплектом в пути.
Ой, кончен.
Газ приближается к вам.
Осторожней, боец! Контр БПЛА уничтожен.
распродажу. Цены на станциях покупок изменились. Готовьтесь, возрождения прекращаются. Распродажа окончена. Возвращаем стандартные цены. Газ приближается.
Запрашиваю разведку с воздуха.
Топливо кончилось. Увожу беспилотник на базу. Обнаружен боец противника. Внимание, возрождения прекращаются. Теперь все всерьез. Вы теряете позиции. Вперед!
Запрашиваю авиаразведку.
Осталось 9. Не ослабляйте натиск. Внимание! БПЛА покидает район. Внимание! Из тюрьмы совершен побег. побег из тюрьмы. Газ уже близко. Противник начинает высадку в район.
Запрашиваю разведку с воздуха.
Идет облако газа. Топливо кончилось. Осталось 4. Убивайте или убьют вас.
Да ну нахуй, блядь, бред какой-то нахуй. Это полный бред, блядь.
В этот раз они победили, но мы все вернем.
Это полный нахуй бред, блядь. Отвечаю, блядь. Все на этом. С этой хуйней, блядь. Говно это ебаное, блядь. А не игра, блядь.
That if you just aim at somebody, it shoots for you.
The manual.
So it helps you transition into like tablet play, phone play, mobile play in general.
Yeah, let's see.
Which is pretty awesome.
And I will say, I played on my phone last night. I played on my tablet this morning. Tablet was way easier.
Way better.
Oh, really?
Way easier.
All right, so this is how you mobile, or sorry, manual.
Right.
You just aim down sight,
You
point
just
at
aim
them.
down sights, it turns red.
Yeah, a little second and
That's
then
it.
kicks in.
And it has to be kind of in range because I noticed earlier I was trying with a pistol. I was trying to shoot someone really far away, and it was
How
in
far are we
orange,
talking?
like pretty far, and it won't shoot if you're too far.
Okay.
But you know what that shows me? You're a demon. If you're trying to get the pistol shot from like 300 meters away, like you really can shoot. Okay.
Kind of like I'm sniping with a pistol.
Right?
On keyboard and mouse, yes.
That's
But
okay.
this, we're working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the perfect segue. We were just watching one of the streamers play with that same setting, and we were having the same conversation about how does that react at distance and range
And
comparatively.
distance and range and sniping and
Oh,
things,
yeah.
which is pretty interesting because you just simply don't know. But it's a good feel, good way to transition kind of in. which is pretty awesome.
So the real question here, Hannah, as you're getting set up to play, what is the probability percentage that your TikTok starts to turn more into Warzone mobile content now?
Oh my gosh.
That's the real question.
That is, I mean, if it stays alive, right?
You got a ghillie suit that you have a chance to utilize. I mean, I feel like we're missing on a beat if you don't.
No, I mean if TikTok stays alive, right?
Oh well, true. Yeah, okay.
I hope it does.
It's a whole totally different conversation there.
Because I have a whole Warzone mobile career on TikTok now, so
that's it.
I hope it survives.
You'll find Hannah. Come on, you'll find a way.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You'll find a way regardless, no matter what. You'll find a way to make some
When did
content.
your love for content creation come in?
I've always been into creating content. It's so funny, but ever since I was a little kid, I would make oh shit, my team just got someone. I'm still looking for a gun.
Yeah, where is the ground? There's like nothing.
I know. So I would actually make like videos with my sister.
Right. Okay.
Growing up, and we would make funny skits and then show it to the family at like Thanksgiving. And yeah, we've always been into it. And yeah, then I just started making it. I found some friends, and they were making Vines at the time. And yeah, I just started making Vines with them.
So,
not knowing it would be like
a thing. Yeah, I got you.
Don't want to make you nervous now, but we do have your feed live to stream.
Oh gosh!
We're watching you, Hannah.
She's definitely not nervous.
Hannah, we've got you. Okay, and I see you aiming it. I got the red. You popping some shots.
This one has a lot of recoil though.
Does it?
It does.
Yeah.
You got to pull down.
Wait, this is actually lit seeing this happen.
Yeah, right? Going from yellow down to red.
Yeah. I gotta say that is actually quite a long time to wait.
It might matter off a distance too.
Come on.
I may have to use this setting, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah?
Dude,
switch it back on.
I was sitting there literally trying to claw,
Come on,
and I was just like, I can't get my fingers to move that way because it's not the same as a controller. I may have to cheese this up a little bit.
Right.
When we do our competition.
Oh, you're talking about later? Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You're definitely beaming it though.
Or I should probably get another gun.
Wait, the movement's actually on point though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Smooth with it.
And this is touchscreen too. Like guys, the graphics on this are so crazy good.
We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
And the touchscreen is, like I said, like tight and ooh.
Oh, here we go, Hannah. Up close and personal.
Someone that's tight.
Here we go. Perfect.
I've never felt so powerful on a touchscreen before.
You're basically a pro gamer now.
Okay, wait.
Where'd he go?
Gosh.
It's Casper the Ghost. He's gone.
I know.
All I'm waiting for is to hand it to pop off on this guy and then to immediately scream louder than Swag has for his wins.
Oh yeah.
This is all I'm living
You guys
for.
haven't heard the guttural scream yet.
Trust me, we're all waiting for it.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Pal, come here. All right. And that's how we jump. Oh wait!
Whoa! Where'd he go?
Oh my God!
I think your teammate got him. Your teammate's a little demon too.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Где награды можно увидеть, блядь?
Dropping in, I'd hope your teammates can do something.
Wait, I think there might be someone.
Oh, you got a person behind you.
That's right.
On the minimap.
He got a mortar strike behind you too.
Also a mortar strike behind you.
Teammate down.
And your teammate's down. This is the chance. He's pinging him. There you go.
You guys are used to like swag and everybody just won.
Hey.
Come on!
Oh,
nice shots. Plates are broken. Plates are broken.
Oh, you're gonna get this girl. I know. I
I hope so.
feel it.
Oh shit! He sees me. He sees me. Come on, let's go the other side. Let's get him.
Nice.
More
shield's broken.
I've never been more into a single 1v1 in my entire life.
Right?
100%. You got this.
Okay. I don't know.
You don't know?
Should I get to my team?
I think honestly, decision making wise as well, Hannah. 200 IQ.
Oh, Hannah, you gotta get out of there. You're going down.
Bo'ldi, men ham ketdim, bo'lmasam yotaman. Ertaga o'ynaymiz, xudo xolos.
Gonna push Hannah. There he is. You got this. Easy
Bo'pti, hammaga rahmat. Sog' bo'lasizlar. Ertaga xudo xolasa xabar qolaman.